and the top research institutes in India by Knowledge Review and Insight Success, respectively. Both of them are the corporate magazines. They really rated, they rated really highly in most of the corporate sectors. We always get the best students in the country who join BTech, MTech, MSc in biotechnology and in biomedical genetics and applied microbiology and the research program in SBST. I hope the participants of this conference is going to gain enormous knowledge from the resource persons. It will be one of the game changers in some of the participants who may aspire to tackle or take the clinical research after their graduation. The school concentrated on producing quality bioengineers for pharma industries and the national laboratories and the research institutions for several years. With this short note, once again, I welcome you all for this international virtual conference on clinical research. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Debo Muni Baruwa, convener of this conference, to say a few words about this conference.
Well, thank you so much. It's an honor. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are in the world. So for me, it's morning in India. And let me ask you, what is the best way to start with a brilliant day for you? Is it coffee, tea? Well, sometimes chamomile, but definitely not for me. I just love my day to say thank you to somebody, to make somebody's day, especially early in the very early in the morning. So let me say thank you to all of you. Thanks VIT for giving me this wonderful opportunity to thank so many people today. Thank you all the attendees, respected Chancellor Sir, Vice Chancellor Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, Dean Sir, all the conveners, co-conveners, our guest of honor, chief guest, all the volunteers, speakers and the moderators of this conference. Well, I have to take two names today. Abhijit Ashu, he's an alumni of VIT who asked me to do this conference today and connected me with Dr. Jabez. Oh no, I have to say wonderful Dr. Jabez. And I can't thank them enough for the amazing support and this beautiful opportunity to connect with the entire VIT family and all the attendees. So thank you both of you as well. Well, today we are getting together to talk about the sunrise industry, just full of opportunities, and where you will see the confluence of empathy and passion together. After all, it's all about the well-being of the patients. And we, the clinical research professionals, can proudly say, I serve to save lives. And I'm happy that I'm a part of that. I'm among them. And I have talked about empathy and passion. So think about it. We are total 29 of us from the industry joining today from different parts of the world. And for some, it is going to be 3 a.m. in the morning. And for some, it's going to be midnight. And think about it. They all are joining for you, for the students, for a cause. And there's just a tiny reflection of the empathy and passion we are talking about. So question to you all, any of you who have joined here, have you ever said that you want to be a clinical research professional? Well, I don't know. I said I want to be a doctor, engineer, astronaut, and whatnot. Sometimes a sadhu. But never said that I want to be a clinical research professional. And then this is my 6th event in a row. And I have seen that many of us, we have a different kind of perception. Clinical research professional is who is conducting tests on human being, wet lab, research doctors, and that's true. But this is just a tip of the iceberg. And it is at times difficult to show the entire iceberg in just one day. So we have adopted something very simple. We have combined some panel discussions and presentations together where we could accommodate 29 professionals, experts of their domains, to show you the hidden part of that iceberg. So this could be a new area for some of you, and exploring something so new could be sometimes exciting, sometimes scary, which is okay. The hardwired horror. What if I fail? What if my choice is wrong? Then what do you do? So think about like buying a mobile phone. You read reviews, you ask friends, ask experts, and nowadays so much of information is there in the web. Probably you will Google and go and say that, hey, what is the best site to get some authentic review on mobiles? So in a nutshell, you need to be assured, you need to be empowered, and you need to be well informed. So here we are, So we have the people from the ecosystem, the experts, the pioneers, the visionaries. You will hear from domain experts, leadership, entrepreneurs, HR, talent acquisition expert, global academician, and you will hear from your own fellow students via their Q&A. So this conference is not designed to train you on a topic, but you will take you through numerous aspects of this fraternity and create some great amount of awareness and the spark. You will get a bird's eye view on the evolving landscape of the healthcare, the past, present, and the future of the clinical trials, tips to become a young leader, a very closer look at the analytics world, and the daily life of a clinical research professional, the must have skills of tomorrow, and finally, probably all the leadership and all the fraternity who's joining here, both academia and industry, a roadmap to bring the academia closer to the industry. So sit back, relax. Maybe you want to take notes. Search in Uncle Google, network, ask the experts, network in social media, LinkedIn or somewhere, and you can ask them. Everybody will answer you. Learn, interact, inspire, and do not forget to thank each other. Happy learning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity, VIT. Good day.
Thank you, Mr. Debu. Now I request our respected Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. S. Narayanan, to address the attendees.
Respected Vice Chancellor, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers from across the globe, dear participants, and my dear student friends, very good morning. I'm extremely happy to participate in the inauguration of this international conference on clinical research. I'm delighted to note that distinguished speakers from the industry and also from academia across the globe are going to participate in this conference, and also more than 1,000 participants from across the globe are participating. I would like to utilize this opportunity to thank our chief guest, Ms. Anita Tripathi, Head Data Science, Safety and Regulatory, IQVIA, and the guest of honor, Mr. Raghuram Datta, Head Global Programs, Mr. Parag Digambar, Director IT, IQVIA, and all other resource persons who have accepted our invitation to join us to share their valuable experience with all of us in this very important area of clinical research on behalf of all of us from VIT. I would also like to utilize this opportunity to appreciate the efforts put in by Professor Prakasam, Dr. Javesh, and all others, all my colleagues from the School of Bioscience and Technology of VIT for organizing this conference. As it was pointed out by Professor Prakasam, our School of Biosciences and Technology is one of the best schools in the country, best bio schools in the country. You might be aware, this school was established by one great biotechnologist, Professor Kuntula Jayaraman. He is an eminent biotechnologist, and she has only established the biotechnology school and biotechnology center at the Gindi Engineering College, Anna University. And also after retirement, he joined us, he joined VIT, and she has established. This school has come to that level so that our alumni are occupying all over the world. They are occupying esteemed positions, not only in the industry, but also R&D organizations. They are doing very well. Our alumni are doing very well across the globe. And we get very good students. Year on year, we get very good students, and we have got a very strong faculty also. All of them are PhD holders from premier institutions, and most of them, they are even trained abroad, and they are coming out with more research output in terms of quality publications, quality projects, and also some of them, they are even coming out with more products also. Just before the meeting, we are discussing with Ms. Anita. It's a wonderful opportunity for all of us to interact. Mr. Debu was also telling, we have to interact, we have to collaborate, we have to learn from each other, and it is a win-win for all of us. So this is a wonderful opportunity for all of us. I'm happy to note that this conference is going to create an awareness on clinical research. And also, it's going to focus on some of the aspects of data science and also some of the statistical techniques also. Today, all the industries, they are looking at the data science as a main component. They are trying to use, they are already using data science. The pharmaceutical industry, medical devices industry, they are also using the data science as a component for them. So if they use, they are getting a lot of benefits out of this. What are the benefits they are getting? What are the business hurdles they are coming across, what benefit they are getting, reduction in the R&D cost. That is very, very important. The other one is reduction in the development time. All these things they are getting if they use the data science as a component for them. And also the techniques like machine learning and other statistical techniques, if they use, they can predict the outcomes of clinical trials of new drugs. That is also coming up very well. So it is a wonderful opportunity for all the industry professionals who are joining us, especially the experts from IQVIA. I request our School of Bioscience and Technology, the colleagues, the dean, and all others to interact with all the industry experts, especially with the experts from IQVIA. And this is going to be a very good starting point. So IQVIA, the Madam Anita was telling that they are looking for some good institutes. It's not a wonder that VIT is recognized as an institution of eminence in the country. Among the 10 private institutions, our Vice Chancellor is going to brief you about the institute also. And the Bioscience School is one of the best schools in the country. It's a wonderful opportunity for all of us to interact with each other. And with this, I would like to conclude by wishing the deliberations of this conference a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind words, sir. I invite our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Rambabu Kodali, to deliver the presidential address.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone and welcome to the VIT Vellore. Respected Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Nadu, Dean SPST, conveners of the conference, co-conveners, respected Dr. Anita Tripathi as the chief guest, honorable or respected resource persons, participants, faculty members and students, and welcome to International Conference. I'm extremely happy to understand that our school, Biosciences and Technology, is organizing an international conference on a contemporary topic, clinical research, which ultimately aims at health and well-being of human population. Yesterday, the entire nation celebrated the 151st birthday anniversary of the Mahatma Gandhi, who said, "It is health that is real wealth, not pieces of gold and silver." It was never thought before a situation of physical lockdown of entire world and lockdown of its economy could happen in 2020. The current COVID pandemic has raised several concerns about our capacity to tackle the health crisis. It is unfortunate that herd immunity can only be achieved if about 3/4 of the population contract the virus, which results in immunocompromised citizens to be sacrificed for the sake of their countries. We lost many lives. It is now in the hands of healthcare professionals, particularly the researchers, to save the country and the world from the pandemic. There are positive signs of attempts to develop vaccines and drugs all over the world, including India, thanks to the efforts by clinical research sector. The former president of United States, John F. Kennedy, rightly said, "In a crisis, be aware of the danger, but recognize the opportunity." Any deep crisis is an opportunity to make our life extraordinary in some way. The current health crisis is a messenger. The message we realize is very clear. Coping with crisis, preparedness, understanding the opportunities and challenges, reflection of our healthcare system are the core components of the message. The healthcare industry plays an important role, not only in the physical health of the people, but also the economy as a whole. The topic of this conference is clinical research. Clinical research and trials are not new to us. James Lind of UK, who lived in 18th century, is considered to be father of the clinical research. He is a physician and veteran. Vitamin C deficiency was common among the sailors that time, and Lind divided sailors into different groups and recommended lemon and oranges as part of their diet. The sailors of this group were able to overcome vitamin C deficiency. This is considered to be the first clinical trial in the world. At present, it is not only the COVID, there are many health issues people are challenged with: heart diseases, cancer, diabetics, stroke, obesity, preterm birth, and diseases including swine flu, bird flu, chikungunya, Ebola continue to rise among the population with changing lifestyle, lack of immunity, and other environment causes. All the situations alarm us the importance of strengthening and accelerating our clinical research. The quality of healthcare system services in the society is considered as one of the critical factors that define a government. Given the healthcare policies, system may vary from one country to another. In advanced countries, the amount of the services and quality is highly recognized. However, this pandemic period has proved that they also needed to reframe and improve their healthcare sector. Healthcare is a very important factor to determine the physical and mental well-being of the people. That is why it is highly recognized as a greater contributor to the country's economy. In addition to the research and development undertaken by the healthcare professionals in medical institutions, hospitals, in collaboration with healthcare industries, biotechnology has greater potential to contribute. This is because of the modern biotechnologists in academic institutions like VIT are well versed in fundamental cell biology and molecular biology. When such teaching professionals take up research, they make a useful bridge between the basic understanding of human system at the cellular and molecular level with the healthcare of the humans. We need to translate every piece of research finding from the medical biotechnology to clinical relevance. Society wants healthcare system focused on the people but supported by the institutions. It should make the people less worried about how the changes in their life, including the pandemic, could affect their ability to care for themselves and their family. There should be no one who is ignored, left behind, or mistreated. Achieving health equity is a challenge and will require uncomfortable change to bring it to reality. Affordable healthcare is a topic we discuss in many occasions. To greater extent, healthcare equity is happening during the pandemic, since the value of the life is recognized at every level. I strongly believe that biotechnology-based clinical research will come up with affordable healthcare measures, products, and process. Medical biotechnology has improved tremendously in the recent years, which has led to many innovative discoveries that aim to prevent, diagnosis, and treat human diseases. I understand that there are many advanced and innovative methodologies, including genomics, DNA sequencing, stem cell research, immune, biological, such as antibodies, etc., to improve health of the humans. With constant improvement in research and development, medical biotechnology, research in VIT, Vellore, and elsewhere can surely become a well-received foundation for solving all the problems in human health time to time. I'm happy to note that CEOs of many multinational healthcare companies have accepted our invitation and contributing in this international conference through sharing of their thoughts and experiences. Thanks for the recognizing our School of Biosciences and Technology as our partner for collaboration. SBST Vellore is a leading school in our institution in demonstrating their research potential, and we got the best students in the country who joined BTech, MTech, MSc, and research programs in SBST VIT Vellore. Since one of the main focus of the conference is data analytics in the healthcare sector, our faculty having expertise in medical biotechnology, students and research scholars working in this field would get inspired with the deliberations of this conference. Personalized medicine, which is a concept based on the data analytics of individual medical history, is going to rule the healthcare sector. Towards this end, VIT shall be the academic partner to the healthcare industry involved in the clinical research. We want every student, research scholar, and faculty of SBST to contribute to the betterment of the society. VIT will always support their initiatives. The future of the healthcare depends on commitment and excellence of qualified young generation. The country depends on healthcare because people cannot survive without proper healthcare. Technological advancements will only happen if the generation, researchers, and medical professionals are equipped with right knowledge and attitude. We will take to a lead to provide trained, knowledgeable, and skilled graduates of biotechnology for placements in the healthcare companies and in this event. I'm happy that the School of Biosciences and Technology has taken an important initiative of arranging a conference on this contemporary topic. And I'm appreciating the Dean and organizing faculty team, resource persons, and participants. I wish the conference will come out with the significant conclusions on how to proceed further in clinical research to benefit the mankind. Thank you.
Thank you for your inspiring speech, sir. May I now request Dr. S. Dino, co-convener of this conference, to introduce the guest of honor, Mr. Raghuram Tata.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Yes, sir. Now you are audible, sir.
So I feel proud and privileged to introduce the guest of honor today. It's Raghuram Tata, Head Global Programming Shared Services at IQVIA India. Raghuram has 20 plus years of vast experience in terms of data service operations. He has worked across IT, BPO, pharma, CRO with the top pharma organizations. So presently he is the Global Programming Shared Services Head at IQVIA. Prior to this, he has held leadership roles of increasing responsibilities at Novartis, TCS, and Accenture. He is passionate about process, re-engineering, operational excellence, innovation, developing people, as well as leaders. Raghuram's qualifications are Bachelor in Statistics and Masters in Computer Applications. I feel very privileged to welcome Raghuram Tata to address the audience. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all. I want to take this opportunity to thank respected Chancellor of Vellore Institute of Technology, Dr. G. Vishwanathan, Vice Chancellor Dr. Rambabu Kodali, Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. S. Narayanan, patrons, co-patrons, organizers, conveners from VIT and industry, our keynote speaker today, Anita Tripathi, my esteemed friends and colleagues from IQVIA and industry, faculty of the School of Biosciences and Technology, and my dear students of VIT. Thank you for providing me the opportunity and stage to address you. First of all, congratulations to all here for choosing their path in healthcare, clinical research, and life sciences arena. Here we get to make a difference to our people, our people's lives, and our lives. So thank you for the introduction. And I want to tell you that I lead a team of 850 plus programmers and data scientists. Of them, 80% are based in India, and we are responsible for the data collection in clinical trials. We build and maintain patient data databases for clinical trials. The staff working on these tasks are people with bachelor's and master's and fellowships in life sciences, biosciences, biotechnology, engineering, statisticians. So I'm sure I am at the right place and I'm addressing the right audience here at the International Conference on Clinical Research, INCRES 2020. At this conference, I know we are all set to increase our awareness of clinical research, the opportunities, the promises, journey so far, challenges, difference we can make. Let me orient you at a very high level on the office-based opportunities clinical research has to offer. Clinical research has 5 main tasks. After the molecule identification and clinical trial protocol and statistical analysis plan are in good shape, the first activity is data collection. Here we develop and configure databases, applications to capture patient data, and the next activity is data management. Once the data is collected, the data is managed and checked if all patient data is in accordance to the clinical trial protocol. And once the data is in and it is checked, the database is logged, and the next activity is data analysis. Here, the statistical programmers analyze the data sets from logged databases as per the statistical analysis plan and clinical trial protocols, and then prepare the tables, figures, and listings. After this is done, we have the step of data report. Here we have the medical writers or those who are physicians or masters or fellows in life sciences who have a good flair in writing, convert this tables, figures, and listings into plain language summaries for regulators and common man's consumption. The last activity is the step of data submission to the regulators. Here, after the clinical trial reports are completed, these reports are then collected, collated, and compiled as dossiers and submitted to the respective country regulatory authorities. While these tasks require us to take a new molecule entity from discovery to the market, there are many other ancillary and important departments or faculties in clinical research that stand as a backbone and support the trials. So these are the clinical trial operations, where we have the site personnel, central and local laboratories, drug supply management, the institutional review boards, the ethics committees, and so on. One other important function or department is the safety or pharmacovigilance. Here, they have a large machinery and a battery of operations to ensure patient safety by the way of reporting adverse events and serious adverse events to the regulators and law enforcers. One can choose their careers in any of these clinical research. There are more than a lack of opportunities for aspiring healthcare professionals in India in each of these streams. These offer roles up to to CEOs, depending on the organization. Today in this conference, we have eminent people from the industry with 2 to 3 decades of experience in one or more faculties of clinical research. And they have the experience of working across academia, pharma, CROs, BPOs, IT, laboratories. So I think it is an opportune time for each one of us to gain a vast knowledge and lot of information. So I'm looking forward to it, and I request you all to sit back and enjoy every session. Make notes, make connections. Do not hesitate to reach us, even if it is after the conference. So with this, I take a leave and wishing a very successful conference. Thank you all. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for giving an overview about the clinical research. It will definitely motivate all the audience to attend all the sessions throughout the day. Now I request Dr. Vinu to introduce another guest of honor of the day, Mr. Parag Digambar.
Thank you, Sudhindra. I take this opportunity to welcome the second guest of honor of the day, Parag Digambar, Director IT IQVIA Bangalore. So as a Director IT, Delivery Leader, managing and leading the multiple IT programs with the DSSR business group in R&DS, IT, and supporting clinical trial transformation initiatives. Have 20 plus of IT experience and worked in multiple organizations like Wipro, Sapient, Dexel before joining Quintiles. Right now it is IQVIA to 2012. So has been associated with IQVIA since last 8 years, and his hobbies include playing badminton, tennis, and watching crime thrillers. I take this opportunity to welcome you, sir. Over to Parag.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank the VIT management, all the volunteers, all the speakers and participants actually for conducting this conference in this challenging time actually. So I think, and this cannot be a better time for having this conference, because even from a layman perspective, everyone is talking about when will the COVID vaccine come, right? And I think we are in the middle of it, because IQVIA is involved in a lot of COVID studies, and I think we have already tied up with big pharma companies in ensuring that we accelerate the COVID-19 vaccine faster to the market. So with that, I think the collaboration between industry and academia is a great step towards the improvement and the innovation. So I'm sure all of you would have great insights today and on the innovations that are happening in the clinical research space by the esteemed speakers from the industry. We at IQVIA operate with a shared commitment to improve patient lives and a mission to transform the clinical development, which will empower the clinical experts to create more innovative, more precise, and faster clinical development solutions. So traditionally, as some of you would be aware, the clinical research and trials used to take around close to 8 to 10 years and millions of dollars before a medicine or a vaccine used to get released to the market. But with the recent advancements of technology like artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, cloud, growing number of connected devices and the wearable devices, and the large number of healthcare data which is getting generated actually on a day-to-day basis, and with the need to release the drug or vaccine quickly to the market, so it has propelled the pharma companies and the regulatory bodies like FDA to adapt to this changing disruptive technologies. So digital technology is transforming the drug development process. This year has been challenging year for all of us. So COVID-19 has impacted almost every aspect of the society, and clinical trial is no exception. Several changes that are implemented as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic may be here to stay. So there is a complete paradigm shift, I think, how the clinical trials used to run in the past and how they will be run in future. This includes the use of telemedicine, delivering the study drugs directly to the patient, adaptive trial design actually, and virtual trials, increased use of the wearable and the connected devices, real-time data cleaning, remote site monitoring, and other innovations. So one of the few positives from the pandemic is the forced opportunity for all of us to operate differently. All the clinical trial stakeholders have been forced to adapt, and in many instances have been surprised by the enduring benefits of the virtual trial technologies. We see post-pandemic scenario with more virtual visits, which will minimize the need of patients to travel to the investigator sites, increase device integrations, all of which will simplify the overall patient participation process in the clinical trial process and improve the overall engagement. By doing so, the industry will also benefit from the streamlined clinical trials, expanded patient engagement, and accelerated clinical development times. IQVIA is also involved in some of the COVID studies, as I mentioned earlier, and they are tied up with big pharma companies like AstraZeneca, wherein we are using our own IT platforms like Virtual Trial Suite and the Study Hub actually for fast tracking the vaccine development process. So in a nutshell, the era of traditional clinical trials as we have known them is coming to an end, and this is an exciting space, and the coming decade would bring in some path-breaking innovations in clinical research with the help of technology, which will help the medicines and vaccines coming into the market with rapid pace. So with that, I would once again like to thank all those involved in having this conference, and thanks for inviting me as well. I hope all of you will have a great, insightful day ahead. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. So may I now request Dr. Vinu to introduce Chief Guest of the Day, Ms. Anita Tripathi.
I'm extremely delighted to introduce the chief guest of today's program, Anita Tripathi, who has significantly contributed to the field of clinical research and possessing vast experience in this field, and also serving as a role model for all the younger generation to take up a career in clinical research. Anita Tripathi is a strategic and innovative thinker with deep insight and vast experience in turning around, building and managing large global business units, long-term client relationship, and highly motivated large multi-country teams for leading organizations, including Fortune thousands. She has proven ability to oversee all aspects of the business units, including corporate transformation, strategic planning, international business operations, and merger and acquisition integration strategy, sales and operations. She has cultivated consultative relationships with Fortune 500 client base, envisioning cutting-edge business process and technology solutions for clients across US, UK, Europe, Japan, India, and Singapore. In her current role with IQVIA, she heads the data sciences, safety and regulatory operations for APAC, providing oversight to the local and offshore business. She plays a key role in shaping the future of the DSR functions, keeping the future of work models in mind and spearheading the optimization and innovation initiatives. In her last role with Inventive Health Clinical, as the head and president of the India business, she provided oversight to their local and offshore business. I'm immensely happy and take the opportunity to welcome Anita as the chief guest of the day for this international conference. Over to Anita.
Thank you. And can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. And thank you again for this opportunity to be here. I'm indeed delighted to participate in this international conference on clinical research, INCRES 2020, organized by the School of Biosciences and Technology in Vellore Institute of Technology. My greetings to the organizers, Vice Chancellor, Pro Vice Chancellor, Dean, professors, students, and other distinguished invitees participating in the conference. Today, I'd like to talk to you on the topic of the evaluation of the healthcare landscape. So my dear young friends, when I was preparing the talk for addressing you, I was reflecting on what has changed in the healthcare industry in the past several hundred years and how the change has been greatly accelerated in the last 70 years. The healthcare industry is at an inflection point. The cost of drug development is going up significantly. It's become prohibitive. All the easy diseases have taken. They all have treatments. So what has remained is very complex, degenerated, chronic diseases, where the clinical trials are very complex, they're very long, and treatments are very difficult to find. As a result, the timelines and costs to conduct such clinical trials is gone up multifold. The number of years taken to take a molecule to market has gone up to about 15 years, 13 to 15 years. And the cost of conducting the preclinical to clinical trials till the approval is anywhere between 1.5 to 2 billion US dollars for a single molecule. And after putting it so much time and money, 90% of the molecules fail to get the regulatory approval for marketing. So the industry is spending a lot of effort, spending a lot of money, and not getting the desired outcomes. So the current model is not sustainable. I'm reminded of a statement by Charles Darwin, and I quote, "It is not the strongest of species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the ones most responsive to change." The healthcare industry is changing and is changing fast. How is it changing? So it is changing by making human data science and data science meet. The excitement around applying data science using expanded data, advanced analytics and technologies to solve healthcare's biggest challenge is only growing. At the same time, the understanding of the human science and the human mechanism is also growing multifold. Combining them is providing a wide angle lens on what is happening and how we can reimagine what is possible. So the healthcare industry is more open to outsourcing a lot of their processes to partners like IQVIA, through them to lower cost locations like India. So their internal resources are more focused on core functions. Uh, they are looking at us to bring in data and technologies, and the therapies are becoming more targeted. The whole new paradigm of personalized medicine is evolving. And as the drugs become more personalized, care is becoming more patient centric. The patient is becoming the new consumer. And good old days in consumer product retail, we used to say the consumer is the king. I think very soon the patient is going to become the king. Uh, the pharmaceuticals, which are holding data very close to their chest, are more open to collaborating. There are platforms, companies like Transliterate, who are working with multiple pharmas to create standards, to create platforms, which is optimizing the efforts and cost. In the COVID-19 studies, and we are doing a lot of them, we see that there are huge platform studies where certain universities have brought in multiple pharma to do their studies on the platform. We are also seeing pharmas very open to sharing one molecule across multiple pharmas to create a platform study. There are master protocols. Each pharma is using a part of uh, adaptation of that protocol for the study they want to do on the drug. This was not heard of a few years back. So the pharma is realizing that they're spending billions of dollars in a molecule and the molecule never sees the light of the day. And then the second pharma comes with a similar molecule, wastes another 12 years and the molecule doesn't see the light of the day. So the thought is around, can you learn from my mistakes? And can you learn from my successes? So that is a very interesting uh, shift in the mindset of this industry. And let us look at the coronavirus pandemic. We have had such pandemics for the last many thousands of years, right? The bubonic plague happened in 1350 AD, and millions of people died. The medication, which is antibiotic because it's a bacteria, was discovered after 600 years in the 1900s. But now for the coronavirus, we expect a vaccine and treatments in 6 months with very detailed clinical trials, with all processes compliant with as per the regulatory bodies, with detailed analysis of data on all clinical endpoints like safety, efficacy, etc. So the world indeed is changing. And India is very, very well poised to be the epicenter of this change and create another wave like the IT wave 30 years back when I was a fresher. Uh, so we have the technology know-how now. We have a large population of young and talented people like you, and we have a strong education system, which is the backbone of all the industries that are here. I see this change as a tremendous opportunity for all of you here, not only to build your career, but also to get a unique opportunity to touch a million lives and to make the lives of millions of people better. As I am with you, I remember Nelson Mandela, and I quote, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." I welcome you to complete this course and be that change and enter into the world of limitless, boundaryless opportunities with our industry. My best wishes to all the students assembled for their future. May God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for your inspiring speech. Uh, so we are now towards the end of the session. May I now request Dr. Jebus Osborne, the convener of this today's conference, to deliver the word of thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sudhendran. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our Honorable Chancellor, Vice Presidents, Assistant Vice President Ma'am, Chancellor, Pro Vice Chancellor, and the VIT management for their constant support and motivation in organizing the conference. I would also like to thank our chief guest and guests of honor of today for accepting our invitation to be a part of this event. My heartfelt thanks to the Dean SPST for his constant encouragement. He has always been a support in whatever conferences we've been doing. So thank you very much, sir. And I wish to thank the organizing team, the convener from IQVIA, Mr. Debu especially, because he has always been there. Whenever I wanted a help, I'll just give him a call. And if there are so many resource people, there are almost 28 resource person, it's all because of him. So a big thanks to Mr. Debu and the co-conveners for extending their hands whenever required. I extend my gratefulness to the resource persons and moderators who have taken their valuable time off from their busy schedule to share their thoughts, insights, and experiences related to clinical research, and the support rendered by the professors of the School of Biosciences and Technology and Center for Bioseparation Technology as session chairs, poster and oral evaluators. So they have given their wonderful time for evaluating the posters and the oral presentations. Deserve more than a word of thanks. Yeah, and organizing this program would have been impossible without the involvement and dedication of our student volunteers. I would like to tell each and every one of them, Aisha Salim, Eileen, and Bodhisatta, Saurav, and a big team has been a backbone for this, the students team, without whom it is impossible to do that. I'm also thankful to the CTS, the technical assistance team from VIT. So we had to change the online platforms and all those. Always one name, Mr. Gopi had helped a lot for this. So I would like to thank him as well. Last but not the least, I would like to thank the participants without whom the event is not possible at all. So I might have missed few names, but thank you so much for every help from everybody from all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anita and the team from IQVIA. We look forward to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, VC sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Vice Chancellor, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks everyone for attending the inaugural session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All the best for the conference.
Thank you very much.
Ma'am.
Yeah,
Mr.
thank
Debu,
you. Yeah.
all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chancellor, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Tripathi.
So with this, we wind up the inaugural session. So in another 7 minutes time, we'll be resuming with the first session, which is the keynote one, which will be addressed by Ms. Anita Tripathi. So stay back, don't go anywhere. We'll be joining shortly in another 7 minutes. I request the guests, the chief guests and the management who have spent their valuable time. If the management people have to leave, you can leave. You're free to leave now. So we'll be resuming in another 5 minutes time exactly. Thank you. A very good morning, Krishnan sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, thank you. The share screen option still it is not activated for me.
It is activated, sir.
It's activated now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sharing the screen now. Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
So 1 minute, sir.
Yeah, sure. I just disconnected it.
It's done. So Anita ma'am, if you are ready, we can just go ahead. She just joined.
Anita ma'am is joining again.
Oh, yeah, she just joined. Yes. Anita ma'am, if you're ready, we can just start the first session, keynote 1.
Q and let me share my.
Ma'am, 1 minute. Introduction is left. So now I would like to introduce the chairperson, Dr. Krishnan V, who was the director of the CBST, Center for Bioseparation Technology, VIT. So over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Jabez. I welcome you all for an exciting INCRES 2020, exciting conference on data science and human clinical aspects and also welfare, human welfare. It's a privilege and pleasure to introduce Anita Tripathi, who heads IQVIA, a multinational company involved in health information technology and data science. And so data science has become, I don't have to elaborate much, but I'll just give a brief brief background. So when we were students, when we were young students, statistics were considered as one of the odd subjects to be studied. And often people were made fun of statistics as a subject. It's full of lies and statistics. Okay, gone are those days, and data science has become the new tool and new mantra in every aspects of life now. And there's a tremendous amount of information getting gathered, and then it is helping human societies. It is helping in every aspects of human society. So there are two things now. One is ideas. People were running behind ideas. Now people are running behind data. So data mining has become very important. The way countries are devising strategies to provide a number of benefits, which includes health science, of course, agriculture, you name anything, consumer behavior, data science is becoming important. So without much background into that, there are experts who are going to speak about it. I'm going to tell briefly about Anita Tripathi. So she's going to talk to us about evolving landscape of healthcare industry. And she, as I told you already, she heads head of data science and safety regulatory APAC at IQVIA, India. Anita Tripathi is a strategic and innovative thinker with deep insight and vast experience in turning around and building and managing large global business units, long-term client relationships, highly motivated large multi-country teams for leading organizations, including Fortune thousands. She has proven ability to oversee all aspects of business unit, including corporate transformation, strategic planning, international business operations and mergers, acquisitions, integration strategies, sales and operations. She has cultivated consultative relationship with Fortune 500 client base, envisioning cutting-edge business process technologies, solutions for clients across US, UK, Europe, Japan, India, and Singapore. Okay, in a recent role with IQVIA. She heads the data science, safety, regulatory, that is DSS operations for APAC, providing oversight to the local and offshore business. She plays a key role in shaping the future of DSSR functioning, keeping the future of work models in mind and spearheading optimization innovative initiatives. Without further delay, I'd like to say last thing. She is into health and clinical as president of India business. She provided oversight to the local and offshore business of inventive healthcare company. Okay, over to Anita Tripathi, a multi-talented, multi-skilled, and seems to do a plenty of things at a time. I request Anita Tripathi to deliver her keynote lecture. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Krishnan. My privilege to be with you here. Let me try and share my.
I'll just stop sharing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry about it. Thank you.
Okay. So let me share my screen and. Can you all see my screen now?
Yes, ma'am. If you can put it in full screen.
Yeah. Is it better now?
It's better. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning and thank you again. Always my privilege to be speaking at colleges. I think my respect to all the people who molded us and built us and made us what we are today. Humbled and privileged indeed. So today we'll talk about the evolving landscape of the healthcare industry. So I will talk a little about healthcare digitization and what is the associated effect with pharmaceutical industry, what are the challenges we're facing now, and how the CRO industry is evolving. It has been there for many years, but I think it's predicted to be a sunrise industry with rapid growth and a lot of transformation. And then I'll talk about how as an industry and IQVIA is trying to bring in the transformation by marrying the human science and data science, and what is the impact on the Indian skill market. And then how can we create talent and what we want to do by industry academia collaboration. Then I'll go a little deeper into what are the various functions within data science, safety and regulatory. Raghuram Thatta earlier today spoke at a high level about each of the functions. I'll take you a little deeper into them to give you an understanding of what these individual functions consist of. So if you look at the healthcare industry, the digitization of the industry started in the 1950s, where healthcare started using IT to process a large amount of patient data. In the 70s, the second wave started where Germany introduced the electronic health card, and US introduced a health act, which was primarily around safety of healthcare professionals, but that also needed a standard set of procedures that needed to be followed, all the compliance to be tracked, and they introduced technology, information technology to do that. And in similar timelines, UK followed suit by introducing a national program for IT. And these were, when we had big mainframes, I remember earlier in my career, we used to have a Series 39, which was a mainframe, tremendous ability to crunch data, and it used to take half a building. So as technology is becoming smarter, it's becoming leaner. And in the 1970s to present is been the third wave, where we have 360-degree digitization across organizations, smart hospitals. Then we have now surgical robots, we have sensors, various kinds of wearable technology assisted operations, telemedicine, Internet of Things, where various kinds of data can be stored. We are building a couple of them. Then now artificial intelligence is getting introduced to use AI and machine learning to do a lot of predictive analytics. So technology has been there and technology continues to transform this landscape. If you take a little deeper dive, I think there is a paradigm shift in patient care. In my earlier speech, I said that the patient is the new consumer, he's become the king. So there are primarily three broad categories in which the healthcare industry is transforming. One is the quality of care. So the care is becoming more patient-centric. There is telemedicine right now in the pandemic. Everybody is consulting doctors through video calls. Then in our industry, we are doing remote patient monitoring and tracking. And the future of clinical trials is that we say that the trials are moving more from the hospitals to the house of the patients. So instead of the patient going to the hospital for an oncology trial and going through the chemotherapy every month, can the patient stay at home and can the providers come to his home and administer him the drugs? And there are wearables and sensors which can monitor his vitals real time and continuously, right? So the second change that is coming is data-driven personalization. So what is happening is, I talked about the sensors a bit, right? You have a Fitbit and you have a multiple wearables. There is a pill, there is a chip in a pill. So you eat that pill, there is a small microchip that will go into your body. It will transmit all kinds of data from your body. And then next morning you excrete that chip. So there are multiple interventions that are coming in, which is creating tremendous amount of data, tremendous amount of your physiological data that is accessible for healthcare professionals to see and create personalized medicines for you. Then we also have the Internet of Things, which is combining this disparate data sources to create a structured data source. It combines, the right from the scribbling of the medic to what you say in the social media to a lot of unstructured data, structured data, and you can create a single data source on which you can do big data and analytics, where it is combining multiple sources that I talked about: biological, contextual, device, clinical, lab data. Third part is very interesting. That is value-based care, which is emerging now. What they're saying is that care has to be outcome-based, right? The way care is right now is that you fall sick, you go to the physician, he prescribes medication, then you come and take it, but nobody is monitoring the outcome of the treatment. So what they are saying is, if you can use artificial intelligence, you can have early and precise diagnosis, and you can have improved patient care and treatment. I'll give you an example. A couple of years back, in a previous stint, we are working on a algorithm for kidney disease, for kidney failures. So typically there are 6 stages of kidney failure, the progression of the disease. And after stage 6, you need to have a kidney transplant because it's irreversible. But up to stage 3, if it's detected early, then you can reverse the damage by giving oral medication, not even interventional. But then through the current scans and current methods, it is not possible to detect the disease progression till the time you reach the level 4 or level 5. And by that time it's progressed. You'll wait for level 6 and do a kidney transplant. So what we did is we looked at the biomarker data, and we found one uh, biomarker that was very elevated for these patients. And then we went back to the provider, to the insurer, and we said that, look, let us look at a patient population where this biomarker is elevated. And then they had some specific test that had to be administered in this population whose biomarker was elevated. And then if that test came positive, that means they're in stage 1, 2, 3 of that disease progression. So you could reverse that many kidney failures, right? This is how artificial intelligence helps. And that saves a lot of trouble for the patients and the providers and everybody, and insurers saves a lot of money. So this is, so care is becoming more outcome based, and to arrive at those outcomes, more and more early and precise diagnosis is needed, and for which AI is being used on large amounts of data. If you look at the projected compounded annual growth rate for the global um, um, global digital health market, mobile health is 41%, wireless health is about 23%, telehealth is 15%, the electronic health records and EMR are about 4%. So that shows that these are the mobile health, the telehealth, and the wireless health, which is your sensors and devices transmitting data. These are absolutely exploding. For some reason, I'm not able to move my slides. Can you guys hear me? Okay. And this is a report on this is on how the artificial intelligent market is going to grow. I think from $663 million in 2014, it's in 7 years time, it's going to be 10 times. The use of AI in healthcare is going to grow 10 times in a matter of 7 years time. If you look at the pharmaceutical industry, what is happening now is, as I said in my earlier speech, that the return on investment on R&D is becoming lower and lower, primarily because the costs are inflating for drug development. For each molecule to take it to the market, the pharma spends about 15 years, and a large percentage of the molecules are failing in the market, and the costs are increasing multifold. If you look at the life of R&D, so this is the 20-year cycle for which you get approval for drug development. So you look at how this is moving. If you look at the left-hand side, the drug discovery is 5 years, where they find the disease causing protein or organism, and they subject it to millions and millions of formulations in an assay. It's called high throughput screening. And then if they have like 7,000 compounds that they're subjecting, various formulations that they're subjecting this assay to, it takes them about 5 years to identify those 250 compounds that will go through the preclinical trial, which is primarily animal trials, which takes about 1 to 2 years time. And out of them, there'll be 5 compounds which have good safety, good efficacy, good absorption. excretion, metabolism, and so on. And that will go into the clinical trials. Clinical trials, the first in human is called phase 1. Then after that, you have a phase 2, which is typically about 100 to 200 patients. And phase 3 is when you are absolutely sure that it's a good molecule and has good safety, has good efficacy. And all this phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 takes about 6 to 7 years. Then you apply for FDA to approve the drug to market. So the FDA approval takes about 2 years, because they ask for a lot of data, and every time you have to go with the entire data, take a couple of days time, then they'll ask for something more. Similarly, the EMA approval takes another year, year and a half. So you have spent 15 years time. By the time the drug reaches the market, then the pharma has 5 years time in which they get the patent for the drug. After that, any generic company, any competitor can recreate the same drug. So this uh, what we have seen in the past is that after spending those 12, 13 years, um, b- um, 90% of the drugs are not approved by FDA. And by the time the pharma has spent about 1 to 1.5 billion US dollars for a single molecule. So this cost of failure is very high for them. That is why it is essential to have mechanisms where you can use predictive analytics to predict failure much earlier. It's much cheaper for them to fail in phase 1 than to fail in phase 3. And artificial intelligence and all these technologies are also giving them the ability to create those predictive models which will tell them, okay, this trial is going to probably fail, or this trial will not work for this population of people, and so on and so forth. And that is why technology is becoming very, very important for the industry. So what is happening in the pharmaceutical industry? So they are looking at partners like us. We are called the contract research organizations, and they are outsourcing a lot of their clinical development, the trial conduct activities, if I may call it that, to us, where they give us a molecule and they give us a protocol. They say, okay, this is the molecule, this is the indication. Suppose it's for a neurological disorder, you need to conduct the trial, say in 10 countries in Europe. It's a phase 2 trial. You need to recruit 150 patients and so on. And then we take it, and sometimes we work with them to define the protocol itself based on data and our ability to look at past data, our ability to look at data sources that are publicly available and that we have purchased. And then after the protocol is done, they give it to us, and we go and tie up with hospitals and recruit patients and run the trial for them end to end till submissions. And after submission, if they get approval, then we work with them on the launch and post-marketing and continuous pharmacovigilance, post-marketing monitoring. That's called the real world side of the business. So the CRO industry is a sunrise industry. It has been there for many years, but there were a few players. But now what has happened is it's growing. In 5 years' time, it'll almost double its size from 26 billion to 40 billion. And pharma outsourcing to CROs is increasing day by day. We see more niche skills being outsourced to CROs, and a lot of functions that were internal to a pharma, we see that being outsourced to us, including managing complete products for the pharma globally. Then the CRO space obviously was highly fragmented. There were a couple of big players, there were very small players. So the space is fast consolidating through M&As. So the future M&A activities is spearheaded by rising interest in technology. So they're acquiring technology, they're acquiring gene databases, they're acquiring service capabilities. So it's they are doing acquisitions through differentiated capabilities. And we see that there is a huge increase in investments in automation, technology, big data, and CROs also have now begun to leverage data from wearables, data from other sources. And you must have all heard about the placebo controlled trials, right? So if it's a placebo controlled trial, then 50% of the patients have to be put on a placebo, which is nothing but a sugar pill. And the efficacy of the drug versus the placebo has to be established. But then I think what is happening with the advent of the electronic health records, you don't need to administer a sugar pill to see how the patient's mechanism works without the drug. You already have that accessible to you through electronic health records. So then what will happen is you'll administer drugs to the patient. The placebo arm, you don't need to execute that because there are questions about the ethical nature of a placebo controlled trial. If somebody is being put on a trial for cancer, how ethical is it to give him a placebo, right? Although that is the mandate. So it's better that look at his past data and look at that patient population, look at the past data and bring that data into stand in for the placebo. So the CRO industry will increasingly grow. They will grow differentiated capabilities. They are bringing in a lot of automation technology and data. And this is where companies like IQVIA come in. We were a clinical research organization called Quintiles, and then that merged with the biggest data provider in the world, INCRES Health. So what we have now is a human data science company where we have the domain expertise and know-how of a CRO as to which primarily talks about the human mechanism, how a drug works on a person, and clinical trials, all the regulatory knowledge. IMS had all the data in the world. They had all the real world data, the post-marketing data. They have acquired multiple data sources in oncology and other areas. And then we are bringing in a lot of transformative technologies. Some of them we are building in-house. Some of them we are doing a lot of tuck-in acquisitions to bring in the tech to accelerate the CRO space and to bring in the advanced analytics. We think we are very well positioned to transform this space with our existing domain knowledge, our access to the data, with the technologies that we are bringing in, and the ability to do advanced predictive analytics. So if you look at the Indian skill market, all of you, especially the students, must be thinking, what is in it for me? So what is the impact on the Indian skill market? Obviously, we have seen multifold increase in offshoring. It can be another wave like the IT wave, may not be that big because it's only for a single industry, but definitely a large wave. And so I have seen personally in the last 10 years, I think the CRO headcounts in India have doubled and tripled. On the domain side, we require MPharm, BPharm, MBBSs, MDs, clinical biostatisticians, PhDs, masters in public health, MCAs, MSs, BE, Techs, and we also need study programmers, statistical programmers, people with R, Python, AIML skills for predictive analytics. There is increasing need for big data and cloud people. And the device integration, primarily which good old days in engineering colleges, we used to call it embedded apps. It's primarily the integration of the wearable sensors that patients going to wear. That is becoming very, very interesting. So IQVIA has embarked on a industry academia collaboration journey, and we already had our university hire programs where we used to go to universities and get fresh talent, and then we'll bring them in, we'll train them 6 months on data management, programming, on biostatistics, on safety, and so on. But now what we want to do is we have already tied up with 2 universities. We'll tie up with a couple of more, where we are going to work with the universities to drive the curriculum. And we will introduce courses that we will teach, and we think that'll help us create early talent, and that'll give us a strategy to build talent before they come in, and we spend a lot of time in training them. Typically what we see is that when we get people from colleges, we have to put them through 6 months of classroom training before we can deploy them. With this, we think we can probably crunch that time by half, and we create that industry ready talent, if you may say, for the market. And obviously we want to be known to our young friends in the colleges. And the benefit for the university is that obviously we are a global leader in human data science. So as we learn more, we can teach you more, and we can help you help the industry and the country build industry relevant skills. And obviously once we have these people, we can have them for internships, and obviously if you spend time in training this young people, we'll definitely want to recruit them downstream if they want to work with us. So I think this model has evolved very well. We have been working on this for the last 6 months, and we have tied up with 2. We'll tied up with a few more universities. I'm very excited because a lot of these skills, there was no demand in India. These functions were being done globally. But now I have seen, and we have made it happen, that a lot of these skills are moving to India, like Raghuram Thatta, who addressed you. He's the global head of programming shared services. This was a role that was based out of another geography, which has moved to India, and then we brought in Raghu. So I think it's very exciting for the professionals here, and the future professionals here to be playing global roles and doing very niche and futuristic work. So this is a 7-step collaboration model. We'll connect with the universities, we'll scope what needs to be done. There is a legal process of drawing up a MOU and a contract. Then we'll design the curriculum together, and then we'll deploy our people along with you and give them number of hours to train these people through guest lectures. And we may offer them some projects, internship opportunities, and ultimately employment opportunities. So with this, I'll pause. If there are any questions, I'll take, or I'll move on to my DSSR presentation. Okay, so this is the data science, safety, and regulatory footprint across the globe. We have offices across the globe. I've taken the headcount numbers out. In India, we have about 5,000 odd people. We have offices in 8 locations. Then we have 3 centers in China. Then we have Japan. We have a small footprint in Korea, and we are looking at another low-cost hub for Asia somewhere. We are in the process of evaluating. So across Asia, we have about 500 odd people. India has about 5,000, and we are growing. In India, we have 8 offices across 7 states. In Our largest one is in Bangalore. We have a small footprint in Chennai. We have created Kochi as a tier 3. We have a footprint in Hyderabad. We have 2 offices in Maharashtra. And we have an office in Ahmedabad and Gurgaon that is dedicated for DSSR. So Subhadeep, I see you have raised your hand. Probably I will take your question now. Do you have a question?
Anita, ma'am, we'll ask the questions once you're in the talk because there's numerous questions students have asked. So
Okay.
some of them are specific, some of them are general in nature. So I will ask questions. I'll read out questions for you, and you could answer them.
Absolutely works. So here I've tried to talk about what are the functions within DSSR. So we have, I wanted to make cartoons for the students, but our corporate standards don't allow me to use cartoons in a presentation. So we will go with these boring boxes. So how does data management really work? Raghu touched on it. So what happens is the pharma has a molecule for which they want to conduct a clinical trial, right? So pharma will contract with IQVIA to conduct the clinical trial on that drug. Then what IQVIA will do is to work with the pharma to create the protocol, which will probably talk about multiple things on the trial conduct. Which phase of the trial, how many patients need to be recruited, which countries are you looking at to conduct the trial, what are the endpoints you're looking at, clinical endpoints you're looking at, so on and so forth. And then IQVIA will empanel hospitals. We have tie-ups with all number of hospitals across the globe, and they will empanel a doctor from that hospital for that clinical trial. And then once that is done, IQVIA will share the specification and the protocol with the programming shared services team so that the study database can be set up. And that is Raghu's team. And once the study database is set up, then we'll go around and train the physicians on how to conduct the trial and how to enter the patient data in the study database. This is a very simplified diagram. So the doctor will enroll the patient, and there is an entire process of informed consent where the patient has to be told on video, he'll sign up for the study and so on. I haven't gone into too many details, but simplistically the doctor will enroll the patient for the trial, and he will conduct he'll give the patient the medication and under his supervision, and then he will monitor the patient's data, the vital data, what's his sugar, what's his BP, what are the parameters, so on and so forth, based on the protocol, and enter the data into this study database. Then we have a bunch of data managers sitting in India and elsewhere who will look at this data for completeness, for if they have any queries, they'll raise it. If they want any additional tests that the doctor need to do or scans, they'll ask for it. And they will ensure the data is complete and clean. And then, and this process takes a little to and fro. They have to raise a query. The physician has to respond to that query once. And we also have a bunch of medics sitting there who do the final review on the data. And this process for a large trial, a phase 3 trial, takes anything between 2 to 3 years. And then finally the database will be locked, where we know the data is clean, it is got very high integrity. So the database will be locked and submitted to the biostatistics and programming team. The biostatistics and programming team would be involved in the protocol at the beginning. They'll be involved in the study database setup. From time to time, they take snapshot of the data to see if we are getting enough data for them to calculate the primary and secondary endpoints. And they would be involved in the process. And then finally, when the database is locked, nobody can change any data. It will be submitted to the biostats and programming team to do further analysis. And while we are conducting this data management process, if somebody falls sick or somebody has an adverse event, during the trials process and even after the drug is marketed, there is a adverse event reporting and pharmacovigilance process available there, primarily to ensure that there is patient safety, and that if the drug is not good, then to conduct to take necessary actions or stop the drug or recall the drug from the market or stop the clinical trial. So I've simplified that. I'm just saying that if someone falls sick, whether due to a drug in clinical trial or through a post-marketed drug, obviously he'll report the sickness to the doctor. And then the doctor will prescribe the medicine treatment, and if he feels an adverse event, he will call to an adverse event call center to report the adverse event. And then there'll be a adverse event case that will be created by us. Now, we also run this adverse event call centers in various parts of the globe. Obviously, there is a language element to it. For Europe, the calls have to be in a European language and so on. So a case will be created. And once that case is created, the case will be processed to find out what happened, why was there adverse event, what is the category of the adverse event. If it's a normal adverse event, it's a serious adverse event, it's a spontaneous case, and so on and so forth. And then it has to be submitted to the regulatory body. Depending on where the study is or where the patient is, it might get submitted to FDA, or it may get submitted to EMEA, or it may get submitted to a DCGI or other country level regulatory bodies. Sometimes the reporting is across multiple regulatory bodies. And then all this adverse event data is collected, and there is a requirement from FDA to do some aggregate reporting. This data is also to look at signals, right? If there is a phase 1 study, you see too many adverse events, you are seeing the signal that this may not be a good drug, or this drug acts very badly on the geriatric population. I'm just making this up. And for the signal detection also, there is a lot of technology that is getting used. A lot of predictive methods are getting used to predict what will happen to the drug in phase 2, phase 3, what will happen to the drug down the line. Do you see that it'll interact adversely with an existing medication that the patient is taking? And then, so all that reporting and signal detection is what we do. And we do a benefit risk analysis that we submit to the regulatory bodies. Then obviously the product label and medication guidelines we provide, we say, okay, this drug may cause drowsiness, this have to be taken with food, and this is taken with water, and so on and so forth. So we review a lot of that. So this is the simplified version of the pharmacovigilance and safety processes.
You have 5 minutes, then we can ask questions.
Yeah, I have two more slides. Okay. So the biostats and programming is what we talked about, where the biostatisticians look at designing your study. They look at what is the right data we have to collect for safety, for efficacy, for pharmacokinetics, pharmacodynamics, ADME, tolerance, dosage, and they work through the life cycle. But in designing the study, in doing multiple checkpoints, in creating the case report form in setting up the study database, and they do this analysis, and then they submit the data to extracts to FDA and other bodies for registration. So when FDA approves a drug, they look at the data that the biostatistics team has provided them, and then they also do a lot of post-marketing pharmacoeconomics, pharmacovigilance analysis. This is again a diagram of medical writing. So once the biostatistics team creates the data, they calculate the endpoints, they create the table listings and files that need to go into submission for FDA. These people come in and they create multiple types of documents, right from, they also get involved through the project life cycle, right from the protocol to informed consent to the investigator's brochure, and then various kind of clinical study reports that need to be submitted to the FDA. After that, this is the last phase, is where the regulatory affairs team comes, and they obviously look at the data that has come to them through biostatistics and medical writing, and then they submit it to FDA for and other bodies for approval. We also provide regulatory services across the life cycle, the discovery, the preclinical, the clinical, and we also work with customers on molecule acquisitions and divestments. We have a very large set of services that we do. So this is the life cycle. Each function is very complex, and each function has multiple sub-functions under them. The regulatory team does all the publishing, labeling, life cycle management of a drug. So when is the drug approval happening? When is the drug going off patient? If there is one country in the world which has raised a query and has raised some objection, how is that tracked through the life cycle and manage all that we do. So with this, I come to the end of my presentation. So I'll hand it back to you for any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for an excellent overview. A number of students have asked questions to you. Before I read out the questions for about the kind of questions they have asked, I myself would like to ask a question, because we do work on drug discovery programs. And any idea, any information available, what kind of funds it can save? Because you said about phase 1 trial, if you can stop it. Is there any particular example? Because phase 3 is the most expensive aspect of clinical trial, and also the kind of risks involved in it. Any idea already? Any examples are available in this?
Yes. So let me attempt to answer this. So in the phase 1 of the study, right, the patient population is very small. You primarily look at safety is your major endpoint. You need the safety to be good. There are no serious adverse events, and then you need to test the dosage and the tolerance of the drug. When we find that in an early phase, the drug has certain adverse reactions. Suppose it's a oncology drug. We have access to a large oncology database that IQVIA has purchased, which talks about all the drugs and which has data about all the drugs and what are their reactions. So typically we would look at that data. We'd also look at the electronic health record data. Suppose you have a protocol, this drug is for a particular patient population or a particular genetic patient population of a particular age group, maybe for a geriatric group, because the protocols are very specific, right? So we will see that, what we saw adverse event on this drug for a geriatric population patient above 60 years. Then what we can do is we can look at the electronic health records for data of such geriatric cases, and we can look at the oncology database that we have. We can marry that to the trial data, because the number of data points are very small, right? And we can create prediction models which will tell you that, okay, exclude geriatric population from this trial, right? This drug is not working on geriatric population. Or we might say that if the geriatric population is on a particular, say, ACE inhibitor, most of them have blood pressure, right? Then this drug is reacting to that. So we will go back and advise them to modify the protocol. We'll say that, look, take out, exclude population that are on ACE inhibitors, or change them into a calcium blocker or something else. So we have that ability to predict. And even in the clinical trial process, we can say which are the patients that are going to drop out of the trial, patients that will not complete the trial. We have the ability to predict that as well. Then we have multiple algorithms through which we can predict the, and then we have access to genomic data as well, right? So depending on the genomic profile, depending on concomitant medication, comorbidities, there are multiple data sources that we can combine to do the prediction.
Okay. There are a couple of quick questions about the post-COVID world. So Aisha Salim wants to know in what way this industry is geared up to face this, post-COVID world. So already, I mean, so we are the post-COVID world. I wouldn't define it as post-COVID world because it's a tricky thing. COVID is going to exist with us in our lifetime, I think. And your comments on that will be helpful.
See, this is the new normal, right? COVID is not going to go away. We are working on more than 100 drug candidates with various pharmas. And every day we are adding more vaccines and more molecules that we're going to do the study on. Some of them, the more popular ones from newspaper, I can't talk about it because of confidentiality, but we know how it's moving, right? So the disease is not going to go away, but as time progresses, our ability to deal with the disease is going to be better. So when you're looking, I'm working on redefining the workforce for our function globally. So I can tell you a couple of things. I think the market is moving very rapidly. We see the market to be becoming very agile. We are seeing that a lot of short-term COVID contracts are coming in for the duration of a trial. A vaccine trial is not an oncology trial. It will not take that long. So our ability to ramp up very large teams and ramp down them very quickly is coming. So there is a mandate and there is an expectation to be managing the risk during the COVID and still conducting the trial and providing the outcome. So there is a mandate to manage the cost and be more outcome based. So what this is doing for us is the nature of the workplace is changing. We had office based work, for a lot of them have become 100% home based. I think we'll go into a hybrid model post COVID. Then we used to have permanent workforce. So now we'll have a mix of permanent and temporary workforce. We also will work with you guys to bring people on board who require little training and can hit the ground running. Hence the need for industry academia collaboration. Quicker, faster, leaner is the way of life, and more virtual is the way of life post-COVID.
Okay. Subhadipa Meiti wants to know, what kind of rural healthcare projects a country like ours needs. So is there anything that you can suggest, or you could, what are the challenges in this field?
See, the challenge we have on rural health, and I know some people who are trying to build up this rural healthcare market, is that we don't have availability of good physicians in the rural market. So I think to revolutionize the rural market, we need to do two things. And some of them are doing it. I've met people who have started companies who do it. One is that train more paramedics. right? So the necessary emergency interventions can be given in a rural setting. Somebody has a heart attack in a rural place, the paramedic is there, and he can at least avoid the attack and not let the patient die. And then telehealth, right? If you need to meet somebody, the paramedic does the first level of intervention, and the second level of intervention can happen through a telephonic consultation. I think more and more telehealth, more and more uh, creating a paramedic task force. They may not be as qualified as MBBS, right? We have to create that and position them rurally. And then with the advent of technology and this, remote monitoring and remote data collection, I think we can still manage a lot of rural health from centralized monitoring hubs.
So, in your opinion, one of the student is asking, in your opinion, what is the kind of policy decisions that government of India can make in this field so that it can be more efficient?
Yeah, I'm not an expert in policy making. And I think what they can do is they can work with academia again of different colleges. And we have the advantages. We have a large youth population in the country, very, very young country. Create talents for, create the opportunity in the curriculum and the talent for these paramedics. The government has to create the technology infrastructure to do this remote monitoring, remote medicine, remote service. Then they also have to create some kind of the primary health centers that India has, and India does have them. Most of the time, the physicians are not there, right? And we need to create some mechanism of having them staffed by somebody who may not be a medic, who may be a paramedic. And second is we need to create the ability of integrating them virtually with a larger hospital. Maybe a district hospital, maybe a sub-district hospital, whatever, where there are a few medics who can take the higher level of cases. So what we have to do is, as a policy, we have to create the mechanism of pushing healthcare and the first level, second level of care to the primary health centers on rural health. And believe me, a lot of people are thinking about it. I know very senior people in industry that have opened their companies to train these paramedics and to create this telemedicine. It's coming. We are a large country. Takes a couple of years.
So in the interest of time, I'll ask you two more questions, because many of the questions are on digitization and artificial intelligence that you touched upon. I may not read the questions because they're all one and the same. The challenges, whether it is affecting the industry, is it making efficient? I think students must have heard about the lecture. Otherwise, I request them to listen to the recorded version of this talk. So one of the question is on precision medicine. It is gaining popularity. It is getting increased day by day. But the medical doctors, because there's so much information overload is there. So will they cope up with? It's more of a kind of a question, with this huge data that one can give it to them. In what way they'll be able to give a better treatment. So it's more of a kind of a challenges to the medical community, especially when they are dealing with the patients. That another continuation of precision medicine is that there's a lot of talk about anti-cancer drugs, and what do you expect in precision medicine in 50 years time? Okay, so these are two related questions I've posed it to you.
Okay, on precision medicine, I think there is a lot of data available, but how much of that data is relevant data? My genetic profile is not available anywhere. Okay. So can a doctor in India give me a treatment based on my genetic profile? The answer is no. and a large percentage of the world does not have this digital footprint yet, right? But we see wherever this data is available, the physicians, I mean, not the physicians, but using technology, AI, ML, we are able to make the medicine more personalized. It'll, in the next 10 years, this will evolve, and all of us will leave numerous digital footprints in the world through sensors and whatever. Right now, I don't use any sensors, so no amount of my data is available anywhere instead of other than the lab reports that I get once in a year. So for the world to leave digital footprints, it'll take a little more time, but generally based on the footprint of a race of people or a population of a people or a demographic group of people, there can be treatments. Second is whether the physician will have the time and the ability to use the data and make it personalized. No, I don't think I think the physicians are largely outnumbered by the number of patients in the world. And right now, they don't have the tech know-how. We have to create apps for them to feed in some basic information, give them a connected a group of data sources, and we have to throw those inferences at them saying, okay, if your patient's name is Anita Tripathi and this is her DNA and this is the medical history, and we should create that mechanism and that connected virtual data set to throw those things at the physician. Your second question was, what will it look like 50 years down the line? Hopefully I'll be alive by that time, but I'm sure it'll look like a sci-fi movie with a lot of things in your fingertips. I really hope so. But I definitely think that it'll look like a science fiction.
Right.
And you'll just put your fingerprint and it'll throw up all your history and it'll tell you this is the reason why this is happening, this is the medication you should take.
Right. So in the interest of time, I request, so we'll move on to the next set of speakers. I take this opportunity to thank Anita Tripathi for giving a wonderful lecture. And I'm sure students were benefited and they can personally talk to you and get more and more information. Thanks a lot. And I know, so we've exceeded 5 minutes of time. I'm sorry for this. But the discussions were really exciting. Thank you so much. Thank you all for your participation.
Opportunity and a pleasure to meet all of you. Best of luck.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you
for handling in such a wonderful way. And thank you very much, Anita ma'am, as well. There are a lot of questions, ma'am. If you do not mind, can we mail you the questions?
Absolutely.
You can give us the reply. So
I can give you the replies by mail.
Oh, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We are going ahead with the next session. So I request Dr. C. Shanti. She is a faculty from the School of Biosciences and Technology. So, ma'am, it's over to you, ma'am. I'm sorry we are running short of time, but yes, it's okay. So you can just start sharing your screen by introducing the keynote too, ma'am.
Sure.
Yeah, Shanti madam, I have joined. This is Jiro here.
Yes, sir. So good morning. Nice meeting you. You're able to hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Well, we can hear you.
I would just like to welcome you, introduce you to the audience also. And our students are awaiting your lecture also. And this is Mr. Jinu Jose, Vice President, CENDU and IQVA Business India. Actually, he has a basic degree from mechanical engineering. And then he did his MBA at XLRI Jamshedpur. And he has over 20 years of experience in life science industry. And first he started his job with Tata Consultancy, and then later moved on to Cognizant. Now is presently a Vice President of Operation at CENDU and IQVA Business, and runs IQVA operations on clinical trial randomization and trial supply technology. And he has been working with IQVA from 2012, and he has several leading positions here at IQVA. Sir, we are waiting for your lecture, and our students will, I think, will be very much interested on your lecture because it's on must-have skills of pro, because they are the future. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for taking up this, and we are waiting your lecture.
So let me just share my screen.
Yes, sir, yes.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yes. All right. Can you all of you can see the screen? I would imagine. So let me make a start.
Yes. Please go ahead, sir.
Right. So I think I've just reworded the topic a little bit, just to give a larger context around what's happening in the future, right? So these are exciting times. I do remember that, many years back when I was doing my master's program, I think we were having a similar challenge with respect to, the 9/11, incident which happened in the US and the subsequent downturn which happened in the economy. And I would say these are exciting times, and the skills for tomorrow, I believe, especially in the medical field, is going to get shaped by the things that are happening today. Because as most of you know that COVID-19 is really a medical crisis, which has led to, economic challenges throughout the world. So I do think we are at a point where, we will see significant amount of transformation within this industry. And I just joined, a few minutes before Anita finished. So, I did hear some topics about technology and analytics and so on. So definitely those are going to shape the future of work. So distinguished faculty members, the organizing committee of the International Virtual Conference on Clinical Research, my colleagues at IQVIA, fellow presenters, and my dear friends and students who are attending this topic. So I think I will just start off with, talking very, very directly about what are the typical careers that we see in clinical research. Now, I'm not going to talk about the lab or the pure research, but this is focused on clinical development. I think these are all topics in themselves. So I have focused my attention on a few things that we typically see from a career perspective in clinical research, and the typical technical skills that we see. So from my experience, as most of you know that I am an engineer by my education, but I have spent a number of years within this industry, and there are a few career paths which I have seen, and it is really extremely domain rich, and the number of career paths that you can take within this industry is similarly humongous. So what I have done is that I have basically looked at the typical career paths that we see today within clinical development, which is running, managing of clinical trials. And I'll just take you through that. These will cover 70 to 80% of the roles that we have within various either pharmaceutical companies or companies like IQVIA. And there could be some other outliers which I may not be able to cover because of the nature of this presentation. So I think the typical role that you see, especially when it comes to running clinical trials, working with sponsors, is the project management role. Now, these are roles which are typically present in CROs. It is also called study management, which is managing a study or a clinical trial. And these are typically people who have a lot of clinical experience. They have experience in project management. Extremely, in the past, we are also seeing that these kind of roles also start to go towards very good practices from a project management perspective. So these are pivotal roles. These run the clinical projects. These interface with customers. These roles make sure that the clinical trial or the clinical project is going on as per the plan, as per the budget, and as per the milestones that have been agreed with various stakeholders. Then we come to patient safety and monitoring. As most of you know that patient safety is a big area. I think what you are seeing in some of the COVID trials, for example, the AstraZeneca trial, you have seen that there was a serious adverse event, and there is a lot of the trial was stopped or paused, I would say. So there are roles within companies which focus on patient monitoring. It could be managing of the adverse events, it could be case processing, and as some of you also know that there is also a science called as signal detection, which is application of analytics on top of safety data. So these are again typical roles that we see, and the next set of roles is data and analytics. I think some of my colleagues will talk about clinical data management, biostatistics, statistical programming. Now this is again, as you know, that a lot of data and information is captured during the clinical trial. So these type of roles will look at looking at the data, making sure that the data is clean, making sure the systems are set up for capture of this information, and also finally provide the data sets for submission to various regulatory authorities. So these are another set of roles which become very important from a clinical perspective. This is something which I want you to remember, because I will also talk about in the future sessions, which is about clinical site management. We also call them as working with hospitals or working with sites. These roles make sure that the trials are happening in the hospitals according to internationally acclaimed ethics practices, clinical practices, and the investigators or the doctors have support available from a training perspective and from an interaction perspective. So these are again quite unique roles, when it comes to the clinical environment. And then we have clinical systems and technology. Now this area has been gaining a lot of traction over the last few years. So definitely automation, mobility, analytics. There are a number of applications which are now built on the mobile phone, especially for the site monitors. So these are again roles typically you would find within this industry. But what we are also seeing, and I think this was a discussion which we were all having, that AI, ML. I think these roles are also becoming extremely embedded within the clinical trial environment. So again, this is another set of roles which we typically see in the clinical trials industry. And finally, last but not the least, these are probably again very important roles. Now, a lot of clinical information, when I say clinical information, is the information contained in the protocols. It's information contained in various other documents which are used for submission. As you know that when you run a clinical trial, you have to have approvals from the local regulatory authorities. There is an ethics committee that is involved. So a number of roles within the clinical research industry is either involved in creating this information, disseminating this information, processing this information, and finally, being able to submit it to the regulatory authorities. So this is again, the class of roles. So again, as you can see that these are different roles that you see typically within the clinical development industry. And I'm not saying that these are all independent roles. There could be an overlap between each of these roles. Increasingly, we are seeing that site management, which is managing the doctors, and data management, which is managing the data. There is an intersection in those roles, and that is used to create value to the stakeholders. So I think just to set the stage and make sure that everybody is aware of different career paths, I think these are the typical paths that you have. We have most of the roles within IQVIA, and you will see that within the most pharmaceutical companies. These roles may be called something differently, but the class of roles that exist today are pretty much, these are the roles. I have covered 70 to 80%. Please, I apologize if I have missed any roles, but these are the predominant roles which we typically see within the clinical development world, right? So let's take a step back and talk about COVID-19. And I think I'm sure most of you would have read a lot, and there is a lot of insights that are available from analysts, from doctors. You can find over YouTube or the internet. So let's talk about some things that we already know, right? So as most of you know that I think COVID is an unprecedented challenge. A number of public figures, leaders, I think, have contracted COVID-19. Some of them have unfortunately passed away. So it's a tough battle that our governments and the medical community is trying to fight. Right, we have to keep the economic engine running, and then we have to make sure that people do not have a very the healthcare system does not come under a lot of pressure. So I think without any shadow of doubt, I think there will be long-term and short-term implications of the current crisis. And I speak about crisis, though I said that is it a crisis or a turning point, right? So I think for now, what we know is that, as you on the left side of the screen, the healthcare system is under a lot of pressure. The hospitals are under a lot of pressure. There is a lot of focus on intellectual property rights. The number of people going to doctors, as somebody was talking in the prior discussion, that the face-to-face interactions with the doctors have come down. I think organizations or applications like Practo, has seen a significant increase in the number of interactions people are having online. Now, if you look at the rest of them, that's the picture now, right? And we've had a number of fatalities as well, and India, US, and Brazil have particularly been impacted. So I'm not going into details of those. But then, beyond rest of 2020 and beyond 2020, there is going to be a look at, supply chains, how much of risk should one put in a country. There will be some impact on funding available, especially for innovation. And then this will definitely have an impact, because as you know that, clinical trial industry runs a number of trials. A number of trials have slowed down, I think, because of the advent of COVID. Some of the trials have been delayed. So there will be some, delay in availability of, medicines to the larger community, right? But the good news is that, there are a lot of vaccines that are under development. 3 or 4 vaccines are very close to announcing pivotal data within Q4. So hopefully we can expect some good news as we go along. So a number of trials are going on. And, I think what I've heard is that more than 2,000 trials have been registered to see if, hydrochloroquine works, if there are other immunomodulatory substances which can help to treat COVID-19. So I think I'm not going into the science of that, but there is a significant interest of that, right? Now, when I talk about what is the impact of the historical events on the economy and various other parts of things that we do, if you look at the last 30 odd years, now these are the typical, crises or challenges that we have seen, right? So I think in the 1970s, as you know, that there was an oil crisis because of the war between Israel and the Arabs, the Gulf War. I think all of you are familiar with .com in 9/11 and credit crisis, which was in 2008. So these are some of the major, historical events which have shaped various industries or various, economic institutions all over the world. Now, if I lay down the advent of technology on top of these events, I think you will see a very interesting pattern. So, for example, the mainframe, as you know, was the main technology in the 1960s, 1950s. And as you can see that, by 1970s, the mini computer, that technology started to become more prevalent. And as you can see that, there was also you see a curve because the curve shows a sharp increase in usage. And then, towards the end of it, there is a plateau, which means that, the increase has reduced and, there is some kind of a, stabilization with respect to that technology. And then came the distributed personal computers in between 1922 and 2001. And then, as you can see, the internet was a major disruption which happened, around the 2000s, right? Now, from 2008, as you can see that over the last 8 to 10 years, social media, mobility, cloud, I think these were big discussions that were happening. So as you can see, each and every major historical event forces the industry to think a little bit differently. And I think COVID-19 is probably that inflection point. So when you look at history, I think it tells you a very clear pattern that it is actually, there will be some kind of a transformation and it will be a medically led transformation. So one of the 2 things which I have seen is that, sometimes these events lead to an accelerated use of either emerging technology or it will open out innovative ways of doing things. So these 2 things, one of the things or 2 of the things will happen, I think, based on what we are seeing, because COVID-19 is a disruption which is much bigger than, I think, any of the earlier disruptions that we have seen. So what do we see? So there are 3 or 4 things that we do see from our vantage point, especially from this industry. One is around drug and vaccine development. It takes many years, as some of you know that, right, to develop vaccines and new drugs, right? So is there an opportunity to refine that process? Is there an opportunity to look at new pathways? I'm sure, I think somebody was talking about personalized medicine over here as well, right? I think the advent of technology, I think, will accelerate some of that. I think we have technology is growing rapidly, and I think that will definitely have an impact on this. We do also see that the manufacturing, people will want to diversify their supply chains. I think today we have concentration in a few countries. So manufacturing and supply chains, I think we do see that people will de-risk some of that. Clinical trial analytics, AI, ML, RPA, I think these are all things that we do see emerging. I mean, this is not new technology, new in the real sense because of COVID, right? These are technologies which have been, under discussion for the last 3 or 4 years. And now people are talking about accelerating those, because now there is a real opportunity for us to look at that. And finally, last not but the least, again, which Anita touched upon, is in terms of remote operations. A number of companies are rethinking their strategy with respect to offices. Can people work remotely? Can they have a better work-life balance? Do we need to have so much of people concentrated in large cities? So these are all discussions which are happening, and we do think that some of the changes which we will see will come along these lines. So I think so we are seeing a convergence, and I use the word convergence is because a number of things are coming together to create the final outcome. So I have a quote from Abraham Lincoln which says that the best way to create the future, predict the future, is to create it. So we do see that there is significant amount of convergence which is happening, and it's becoming much faster. It is becoming much faster. So when I say convergence, what is the meaning of convergence? Convergence means that a number of different factors are coming together, and they will cause the industry transformation. So as I mentioned at the starting of the call, the COVID pandemic, it requires a medical response. It is not, of course, there is a financial response, economic response, and many other things that we are doing. But I think the fundamental problem that we have today is that it requires a medical response, and this industry is today primed for transformation. I think that's the fundamental thing, right? So what are the 3 or 4 things that we are seeing, in terms of convergence? So one, of course, as I mentioned, is clinical excellence, which is basically, how do we run trials faster? How do we bring molecules to market faster? So that is one thing. Then we see technology and analytics, and I will give you some very pertinent examples that we are seeing, right? How are virtual trials, for example, becoming more and more prevalent, right? There is a focus towards virtual trials, because we really cannot stop this wheel of innovation, right? There are a lot of patients. It's very similar to COVID, right? There is an unmet medical need, and we need support in terms of bringing that medicine to the market. So how do we bring molecules to market? I think that will remain a very big focus area. Technology and analytics, I think that's going to be, especially people working remotely, how can technology and play a significant part? How can analytics be used for better decision making? And again, I will have some proof points. The third thing, which I think is very relevant for this group which I'm speaking to, especially from this university, there are a lot of pharma jobs, I would say, that are being created in places where there is a lot of talent available. So, for example, India is a very large country. We have a number of educational institutions, top-tier educational institutions, and there is a lot of global talent available. It goes without saying that we have a very young workforce and a number of talented people like yourselves. So this global talent is also becoming very, very important. Over the last many years, I think IQVIA has invested significantly in India. And we do also see that many other, pharma companies, research companies, they are all, expanding their footprint, within India. So I think these are exciting times for all of you. I think, the convergence is definitely beginning to happen, as we speak about it. So a few examples, while I talk about convergence. So I think, the technology-enabled virtual trials. Now these are as most of you know that, trials are historically, or traditionally, conducted within hospitals, with doctors, and the molecule is made available to the hospitals by a shipping mechanism. The patients or the subjects come to hospitals. The doctors will typically, examine them, collect vital signs. There is some sample collection. There is some question and answers. Then there is a number of information that is collected as well, right? And of course, there is also a visit follow-up. So the left-hand side is what I have just told you. Typically, what happens, in a hospital-based clinical trial, right? Now, if you look at, what is happening now, I think because of all that is going around, is that, a lot of the hospital visits or the doctor discussions have been converted into televisits or, visits which can be done with the help of technology, right? Informed consent, is again, technology is available for, consenting people online. The molecule which was available, I think there is an option to send it to, a different location. I think people say home delivery, but at the same time, there are certain regulatory aspects about that. Collecting information also, I think is now technology is playing a big part. For example, connected devices. As most of you have seen, I think we have, sensors and devices which are used to collect information. And then, a number of things which I talked about, is can be done online, and people are now beginning to understand that, technology can be applied. So this is the shift that we are seeing. We are seeing extremely important shifts that we are seeing within the marketplace around, application of technology. The other thing is around, analytics and technology, again, within clinical trial transformation. So there are I think some of this you will find within the IQVIA website and case studies which we have published. If you look at the typical, applications of analytics, for example, driving better design of, as you know, that clinical trial design is a fairly, specialized task, right? The design of a trial will determine, the number of people who are participating in it, whether to start or stop a trial, how long will it take, so a number of decisions of that nature, are taken, within the design of the clinical trials. And, we have, an analytics engine, which has a collection of historical design patterns. And when we, pass the design patterns, we do see that, there are more than 60 to 70% of protocols which undergo inputs from this design engine. And, we are definitely able to save time in a clinical trial. So I think that is where, again, analytics is able to look at patterns, is able to suggest, with what is an ideal design, right? Then the other thing is around, if you look at patient safety and protocol adherence, as you know that, as I was mentioning, the AstraZeneca trial, for example, right? Is a very clear example of how safety is such an important aspect of a clinical trial, right? So there are, predictive analytics. Again, we have been using artificial intelligence, machine learning to identify hospitals, for example, right? Which are likely to show a particular risk behavior, or, compliance is also very important. Doctors have a lot of work to do, but at the same time, we cannot compromise on patient safety. So here also, we are using data that is available and, running algorithms to improve the safety of patients, who are part of that clinical trial, right? Then I think in terms of automating trial data capture, I've spoken about it. These are things, which are again important things. For example, as you know, one of the examples I can give you is around continuous glucose monitoring. As you know that there are devices that are available today that can be, attached to your skin, and there can be continuous monitoring of your glucose levels. And this data can be sent real time, to your doctors and physicians. So I think there is a lot of interest around connected devices, wearable sensors, rather than a patient going to a clinic. Can there be real time monitoring of data, and it gives more accuracy, because as you know, I think some of you who are more medically inclined, that I think the treatment of diabetes is probably having a paradigm shift. And finally, one of the things that research requires is access to patients. So can we look at hospitals which have patients where we can help the patients run a trial? So we have seen that the application of technology and analytics in that area is helping us to make much better decisions from a technology perspective. Right? So then we have to talk about what it means for careers. Because there are a lot of things that are happening from a career perspective. There are a lot of new things which are happening within the clinical space. And I just want to, in this section, I will try to show you as to, what typically happens. For example, the clinical trial monitor is one of the roles that I spoke about, when I started the session. The clinical trial monitor basically does trial monitoring, that is, goes to the hospital, make sure that the clinical trial is going on as per regulatory norms, as per good clinical practices, trains the doctor and the staff to make sure that the trial is going on in a very, systematic and ethically appropriate manner. So if you see the role of the site monitor or the CRA, as we would call it, right? I think the left-hand side of the presentation tells you what is the traditional job of the traditional CRA. So as you can see that, the job of a CRA is basically, he does on-site monitoring. Please don't get worried too much with the technical terms over here. Please, if you understand the concept, I think that will be good enough. There is a lot of my colleagues will be covering data management and many other aspects of clinical as we go along, but please understand the concept that I'm trying to explain. So, you could also have, pharmacy review where the drug, investigational drug is placed. You do source data verification, safety data review, safety compliance review. We would see recruitment performance, and many other aspects. This is what the traditional monitors used to do. They used to visit hospitals, talk to the doctors, and look for a number of things on the site. Whether things are happening as per plan, whether the IP is stored as per the requirement. So a number of things they used to perform on site. When I say on site at the hospital, so a CRA job typically used to be a traveling job, right? People used to travel significantly to many cities, to many hospitals, and it had its own charm because you could work with the doctors. You could really see the impact of treatment on patients. Now, what is happening is that I think most of you will read about centralized monitoring and risk-based analytics. I think the role of a CRA is changing. A number of the activities that the CRAs used to do on site today has been digitized, right? So, for example, the informed consent review, safety data review, AE data, all of this is today available within multiple systems. And you could think of a role where a number of centralized monitors are reviewing this data, providing this information to the CRA, and the CRA is thus able to focus on a few things. Now, what is important to understand is that the role of the CRA is changing, but the role of the CRA is changing for the better, because a CRA can then focus now his or her energies on things that make maximum impact. A number of administrative activities, a number of activities which were data driven. I think all of that have been taken off, and that's been done by different roles. So as you can see that these roles are changing, and these roles are changing because now there is also analytics involved. The CRA gets a report of the things he or she is supposed to focus on. Risk at a site is again defined by some of the risk metrics that we have upfront when we define the monitoring plan. So the role is changing, and I can see that these kind of role shifts are today happening in multiple roles that were traditionally in the clinical research industry. Again, you can find details of this. This is again a white paper from from IQVIA, and you can find a number of the details as to how this is happening on our website. So again, the thing which I was emphasizing upon, the roles are changing because of globalization or global talent, and two is the application of risk-based analytics. Again, data and analytics is being used today to reshape the future of different roles, right? So again, these are two of my last slides, and we can take questions after that. So I think just for as most of you are making career decisions, most of you are making decisions which will have a significant impact on your future. There are a few things which I would tell you based on my experience. I do see the same thing about 20-25 years back when I was starting my career, that clinical research offers probably the most widest range of career options for people, right? If you want to do project management, if you want to do site monitoring, if you want to do technology and analytics, right? If you want to do AI, ML, there is, you talk about the type of role, and this industry offers you that role, right? Now the three things which I want you to really look at, one is, see, this is not what can I say, manufacturing or some of the other, or banking, where there is a lot of information available in the public domain, right? This is very specialized. It's very domain rich. We are in the business of helping patients and making sure patients are safe, and we have the drugs out in the marketplace in a safe manner. So please develop depth in whatever area. I showed you 5 or 6 areas. Please make sure that if anything you choose as your career, you develop depth in that area, because without that, it's very difficult for you to sustain. I think there has to be one area where you are an expert in, right? I think that is very important, right? The next wave of transformation, as I mentioned in my discussion, is going to come from technology and analytics, right? So you don't need to be an expert. You don't need to be a programmer. I think some of you may be worried that, hey, I'm not a programmer. I have never learned, Java or C#. I think that's not the point. I think ability to use technology. I think you should be comfortable using technology, and you should be willing to learn about those technology, right? So I think that is something which is inevitable, not just in our industry, but I do see that across the board. I think you will start to see these shifts happening within multiple industries, right? The third one is that, see, our roles, it is, when I started my career, I think there were a number of things which were still evolving. Internet was just starting, so some of the things that we are able to do today, for example, this call itself, right? There are 160 of you on this call, and we are able to have this discussion. It was just completely unthinkable many, many years back. So our roles will change during our careers, right? I'm sure most of you will have very long careers, and our roles will change during our career. So the thing is not to be worried that what a change will bring about, but being positive about what the future brings, what impact that we can make as an organization, right? So I think that's the third thing. So I think if I were to quickly summarize, and this is my last slide, as to the future of the work is, I think, very exciting, especially for all of you, I think, who are passing out during this time. And 5 or 6 things which I felt, I feel very passionate about it. And I have touched upon some of that, but I have added a few things. And, the first one, of course, is domain knowledge. I think it goes without saying that I think you cannot be a generalist in this field, right? You need to have deep expertise, and that expertise can be built because people from many, many industries have come and been very successful. So I think, domain knowledge, without saying, I think is absolutely critical for your success. I spoke about technology. A number of tools are emerging. A lot of automation is coming about. So I think being able to use technology, I think, you should definitely, be somebody who's comfortable using technology, right? You don't have to be a programmer, as I said. The third one is that, analytical or data driven. A number of the roles, are, analytical, data driven. So it's important that, you understand some of the, basics of statistics, basis of how decisions are made. So that is, so these are first 3 things I have touched upon in my last slide, but there are 3 things more which I need to tell you, which will complete the full picture. One is on your communication skills, right? See, when you are, this is probably something which, people don't pay a lot of attention in their earlier careers. And maybe because, they are very, they have other priorities. They think that it is not very important. I think when we are working remotely, right? It is very difficult to survive without having basic communication skills. And I talked about global talent also, right? We are today working with many of our colleagues, who are based in the Western countries, in China, in Japan. So it's very important to understand that, communication skills is one of the key success criteria for you as you build your talent and your skills for the future. A lot of people, especially in this global world, we have calls with many people, and everything is on calls. You cannot be an island. So please build on those skills. there are a number of courses that are available today online. So I think it's important that you focus on communication skills. Learning and unlearning again will be very important. As you build your careers, a lot of things are going to change. What you have today is going to change. I think we all have Google Pay and many other applications which help you make payments on the phone itself, right? So the old roles of the tellers, who used to sit in the banks, I think that is becoming a very small population of people today, and there is a use of analytics technology to transform the jobs over there, right? And finally, last but not the least, teamwork, right? Nothing is possible without leveraging each other, right? All of us have expertise. All of us have, strengths of each other. And that is something that we have to continue to. We cannot work, as an island. We cannot work remotely without having the, support and expertise of our colleagues. So these are the 6 things, and I just want to, again, thank everyone for being patient as we went through this presentation. And maybe now we can take questions before we wind up.
Yes, Dr. Gino, your lecture was very informative. I hope you're hearing me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
So you're very informative, and our students have been very fascinated hearing that there are so many job opportunities. Yeah. And I have one question. There are several questions on how they have to be trained. They want ways of getting trained. But I have one general question to your advice to the students rather. Basically, we talk on subject knowledge and learning this, learning that, but there are some characters or attitudes which they have to develop within them as a student, which will help them in their career. If you would advise or you give up your views on that, it would be nice for them.
Of course. So I think some of the soft things which I talked about, for example, I spoke about communication at length, right?
Yes.
So one of the things which we underestimate, see again, I find that, people nowadays are very distracted, right? And I have 2 children who are, in higher classes. So I'm just saying based on my experience, people are very distracted. I think that is not a good sign when you have to build capability skills. I think overload of technology. I think that is what is probably happening now, right? I think we wake up looking at Facebook, we look at emails, right? So there has to be balance, and I'm not saying that we should not have that. So I think in a student life, I think what is important is focus, right? Whatever you do, you have to do it properly. I think let's not do something because our faculty members are advising us, our teachers are advising us. I think that is something very, very important, and that goes to learning, right? See, learning is something. Today's economy has become such that you have to have continuous learning. Otherwise, you cannot survive. You need to be on the path of continuing. You cannot be a generalist, right? So technology distraction, continuous learning. I think communication skills. I think a lot of time, again, I do miss that. People don't ask questions in classes, or people are not very participative. And I think those are all small things, which will help you build your personality. Participate in more things, participate, in debates and other things. So softer skills, technology overload and continuous learning. I think, Dr. Shanti, I think these are 3 things which I think which will help a student, in any walk of life, I would think.
Because sometimes they say that they are very much interested in some subjects.
Of course.
The link between the subjects, sometimes they fail to understand, or they think that it is least important.
Yeah.
That's why I just wanted your views on.
Yeah. So just one more thing. And when you talk about subjects, one of the things which I have seen is that, it is good to have a passion, right? I mean, people say that I'm passionate in certain areas, right? I want to do this, but then you have to remember that, whatever you do, there are a lot of options available today. Earlier, many years back, I think engineering or medicine or few things were very, sought after courses, but now there is more awareness, right? People can do a lot. They can be very successful, peoples within the art field, and, YouTubers, and many options are available. But please remember that, see, whatever you do, you have to strive to be the best. I think you cannot, be mediocre in any field that you pick up, So please understand that following a passion is great, but you have to look for excellence, rather than just being somebody mediocre or just following the crowd over there.
So there are many questions from the student side.
Sure. Yeah.
Many of them want to learn what type of training is necessary to get into jobs.
So if you look at clinical
particular
research,
training?
yes. So I think I would imagine that, see, if it's on the technical side, right? If it is, for example, if you want to learn something with respect to technology, I think it's very easy, right? You could pick up a number of, courses. There are a number of things on Coursera or other social platforms where you could find a number of courses with respect to AI, ML, data. So you can find a lot of courses. I think what probably you will not find on the public domain is courses which are very core to clinical. But there again, see, you can look at therapeutic area, right? For example, oncology or, cardiovascular, neuroscience. So people, I do believe that there are a number of courses of those nature that people can do. You are not going to find a lot of courses on good clinical trial practices. That is something that is very, very, the industry is small, plus it is very niche. So I think, that's where you will struggle. But that's where, I think if you have a basic sciences degree, you can learn things about GCP from, the FDA website or, from some of the regulatory websites. So these are 3-4 things that I believe that you can do to get prepared for a role within clinical research, Dr. Shanti.
Okay. So one more thing is, what are the frequently asked questions in an interview? That is because most of them are master's students. They just wanted, what are the frequently asked questions?
Right. So I think, one of the things, we don't, when we are interviewing, especially for people who are fresh off the campus, right? We don't expect them to come with a lot of clinical trial knowledge, and it's good to have. But please remember that as somebody who's interviewing people, I would look at a few things. One is, whatever is your core specialization, what is your depth of knowledge? How well you have studied it? Because if you can study that well, you can study anything, right? So how is your depth of knowledge in those areas, right? You look at your communication skill, because you should be able to work in a global environment, as I just mentioned. More importantly, we also look at attitude, right? That is a more, a softer thing, right? How willing are you to learn new things, right? Are you willing to, start your career doing things which are probably, not cutting edge, but, how do you grow towards something that will take you there? So these are 3 areas where we focus on, in terms of what, what we look for in candidates when we go to campuses, right? So I think, again, as I said, it's not whether you know clinical trial, whether you are an expert in clinical trial, but what do you know it well? Have you really, understood that well? Because, these are people we can groom within our industry, right? We are not going there with the mindset saying that, hey, he doesn't know clinical trial, we can't take him. We'll take somebody who has got good attitude, is consistently focused on the work that they are doing, and, is willing to learn and has basic communication skill. I think these are 3-4 things we typically look at.
Nice talking to you. And again, there are several other questions. Probably we will email it to you, so that they get the answer from. Because many of the questions again are on what is a better scope, biotechnology or microbiology. We have questions like that.
Okay, sure.
If you answer them, they would be better informed. That is what we get. We will email that. And again, once again, I thank you for taking up your time to talk to our students. Nice meeting you.
Thank you, Dr. Shanti. Thank you to everyone who's participated in this event, and all the best. And we will come back with answers on the questions that you raised.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much, ma'am, for handling the session so nicely. Thank you, Shanti, ma'am.
Thank you, ma. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. So we'll wind up this session so that we'll move ahead with the next session, which is a panel discussion. Thank you very much, sir. Gino, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yes. Followed by this session, it would be the next session. And the chairperson for the next session is Dr. Everett Jacob Remington. He's also a faculty of School of Biosciences and Technology. So Everett, sir.
Yeah.
It's over to you, sir.
All right, thank you. So greetings to all faculty and students who are taking part in this virtual conference. It is very nice to see so many of our own students who are taking part, interested in clinical research, and learn what it is all about and how they can be involved in the future. So my role would be to chair this particular session. So I'll be introducing the moderator as well as the speakers who will be taking part in the channel discussion. So let me just share the their CV, so you can take a look at it as I'm introducing them. All right, so the moderator of this session is Mr. Bhavesh Acharya, who holds a Bachelor of Pharmacy degree. He is the Chief Operating Officer of Cytospace Research Private Limited, India. He has a total of over 22 years of clinical research experience across several expert fields such as clinical operations, clinical data management, biostatistics, as well as clinical trials in India and China. And Mr. Acharya is leading a multidisciplinary team of clinical development professionals in Bangalore, as well as 20 other clinical trial sites across the country. He is trained at IIM and Ahmedabad, India, and Foreign Corporation, USA, and he is specialized in building strategies, leadership, and coaching skills. He has participated in a number of clinical research conferences in India as well as abroad. Okay, so he is going to be the moderator, that is Mr. Bhavesh Acharya. So over to the speakers. So I will introduce one by one. So please follow the shared content as I just scrolling down. So the first panel member that we have for this discussion is Mr. Raghavendra Kalmadi, who is Senior Director, Clinical Data Management at IQVIA, India. He is a medical biochemist with over 20 years of experience across basic research, academics, as well as clinical research industry. He is an accomplished senior executive in clinical data management discipline, providing leadership to large data management operation teams. He serves as Senior Director, Clinical Data Management at IQVIA, heads the India DM operations team with the team size of 1,250 plus staff, and accountable for delivery of data management services and solutions. His key responsibilities include revenue and profit growth, defining and implementing business strategy, customer engagement and management, collaboration across global units, driving operational excellence through innovation and operational delivery of clinical trials. He has been instrumental in setting up teams for niche services like early clinical development, late phase development, investigator-initiated trials, local solutions, as well as driving innovations, developing and enhancing skill sets of data managers. So that is our first panel member, all right, Mr. Raghavendra Kalmadi. Okay, so over to the next panel member, Ms. Shweta Pradhan, who is the Director of Head Site Management R&D Solutions at IQVIA, India. She has over 8 years of experience in the clinical dose field. She holds a leadership position and with hands-on experience in every aspect of clinical research, covering the entire duration of a project life cycle. She has worked across therapeutic areas, including internal medicine, gastroenterology, ophthalmology, oncology, gastroenterology, and immunology. She has served as Director, Key Account Management for IQVIA, where she worked extensively with large Indian pharma organizations in planning and supporting global study management. So she is our second panel member for this session, Ms. Shweta Pradhan. Over to the next panel member is number 3. Ms. Claudine Moore, she is Senior Manager, Clinical Data Management at Arena Pharmaceuticals Incorporation, San Diego, California, USA. She has, she's got over 16 years of experience, and she is solutions-oriented clinical trials professional, and she's got more than 16 years of experience in data management, as well in the pharmaceutical industry for both sponsor companies and contract research organizations. She also brings in a strong data management expertise in performing and overseeing clinical data management activities from study startup through database log, including protocol reviews, database design, testing and documentation, query management. She also has proven leadership of global data management and programming teams. She's got a practical understanding of the data management, clinical research organization, the organization structure, and functional roles that assist in developing effective vendor oversights as a sponsor company's representative. She also has extensive experience in mentoring, offering mentorship experience in the subject matter expert for viral immunotherapy oncology drug program that included a team of about 15 lead data managers. So she is our third panel member, Ms. Claudine Moore. All right, so over to the next. Fourth panel member is Mr. Abhishek Ghosh, who is the Senior Director of Biometrics at Cytospace Research Private Limited, India. He's got 17 years of total industry experience comprising of people, projects, operations management, clinical data management, clinical monitoring, basic pharmacology, and pharmaceutical sales. He has got rich experience of 15 years in clinical data management on global projects for top-notch pharmaceutical companies. He's got significant track record of successfully setting up and developing startup a CDM unit, executing project management and project delivery, customer relationship management, leading multicultural and virtual teams, process implementation, and collaborating cross-functionally for meeting the shared needs and goals of all stakeholders involved. So he is our fourth panel member, Mr. Abhishek Ghosh. Over to the next one. Our fifth panel member is Dr. Ketan Shah, who is the founder director of Me-RIT Healthcare Consulting India. Dr. Shah is a PhD, holds a PhD in pharmacology with over 16 years of experience, first-hand experience in the field of medical writing, clinical research, project management. She is a gold medalist for her manifold academic achievements. She also has several national and international publications, which include book chapters, research, and review articles. She's an independent consultant with high standards for quality and work ethics. Dr. Shah is extensively involved in developing integral regulatory documentation and publications for pharmaceuticals and research organizations. As a medical writing expert, she takes full accountability for first-hand writing, editing, and finalizing of submission-ready documents for various therapeutic areas. Her writing sphere currently ranges from preparation of clinical trial documents to clinical study reports, compilation of drug authorization dossiers to scientific publications for journals. Okay, so she is our fifth panel member, Dr. Ketan Shah. Over to the last panel member, that is number 6, is Ms. Jahanara Nair Rahul Dev. She is a Senior Director, Regulatory and Access, and General Manager, Business Administration, Par Excel India. She is a clinical research leader with 2 decades of international experience at leading pharmaceutical and clinical research organizations like GSK, Acuvia, which is formerly Quintiles, and Par Excel. She is leading a group of over 300 professionals in regulatory consulting services, adept at building and operating large transnational teams. She has operationalized greenfield regulatory consulting delivery teams in Europe and South America. She is a graduate of Global Women in Leadership Program at Par Excel, a program that identifies and invests in high potential women leaders from across the globe. All right, so these are the panel members as well as the moderator that we have for the session. So I would give this the rest of the time to the moderator, Mr. Bhavesh Acharya, to take over the panel discussion. Over to Mr. Acharya.
Thank you.
Let me unshare the slides. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Nelson. Since this is the panel discussion, we do not have the slides, but we'll ensure that there is going to be an interactive session. So first of all, hearty congratulations to VIT and the organizers for conducting such a large virtual international conference on clinical research. And my sincere thanks to the entire panel here, who is Raghavendra, Shweta, Claudine, Abhishek, Janara, and Dr. Hit. Specifically Claudine, by the way, she is joining us from the US, and I think it's almost middle of the night there. So Claudine, really appreciate you being there in today's panel discussion till very odd hours. Thank you. So what you are seeing in front of you is the panel with 100+ years of experience in clinical research. I'm sure there is going to be a lot of learning when the panelist is going to share their views on the today's topic of discussion, which is clinical trials, past, present, and future. And now, before I get into the topic, let me set the stage by saying that there have been numerous changes that have really happened over many years in clinical trials, and quite notably in last 20 to 25 years. And these changes are quite steady changes in my mind, and though few may say that these changes are slow, however, in my mind, these are really steady and good changes, because healthcare industry is arguably one of the most regulated industries after the aviation industry, and hence we need speed, but at the same time we need to really ensure that the safety is appropriately established of the molecules along with the efficacy. So the most talked about clinical trials now, if you really see, is about COVID, right? whether it is vaccine molecules or candidates or repurposing the existing drug to treat the COVID-19. And we have seen from earlier this year to say that, vaccine will be available in 3 months, 6 months, different countries or the, companies claiming that. However, we have seen that we are a little far from that. And my personal view, rightly so, because, we really would like to bring in whether it is vaccine or the standard set of protocols to treat COVID-19 is safe and effective for the society, because it's really not an impact to a specific hospital or a country or a region, but it is going to impact the entire society, and hence we'll really have to go through these changes in an appropriate way. And it's not easy to bring in these molecules to the market. So if you really look at the current numbers, it requires $2 billion to bring in one drug to the market, which used to be $650 to $800 million 20 years before. So the cost of bringing one drug to the market has gone up significantly. So I'm sure that there are good opportunities for us to minimize the cost by which we can bring in more drugs into the market, which is at a cost that is affordable by the larger group of those specific patients. And that's what the idea is. So talking about India, if you really see India, how India has kind of come on board with respect to clinical trials, we have come a long way, not only in terms of conducting clinical trials at various hospitals in India. And I know that there are a lot of hospitals that are being part of clinical research from last over 2 decades now. But also, India has also become an outsourcing hub. So India is, I'm sure many of you know, but the largest outsourcing hub in the world for most of the back-end activities. So I think India has spearheaded both ways in terms of conducting clinical trials in India at the Indian hospitals, as well as be the hub to provide the back-end support to the entire clinical research industry to the world. And where we are seeing is there is a large opportunity for us to bring in more clinical research to India, because if we compare the disease burden that we have in India versus the number of clinical trials that are being done in India, there is a huge gap. And that's the opportunity I personally look forward to in coming days. So since anything and everything around us is changing rapidly because of the technological advancement, let me first go to Raghavendra to understand, Raghavendra, how the technology advancement has changed the way we have been doing clinical trials, because you have been in this industry from little more than 2 decades now and have seen a lot of things changing. So what are your views in a way clinical trials have changed in India, specifically because of the technology advancement?
Okay, thank you, Bhavesh. And first I want to thank Nelson for the generous introduction. And I joined the session a little earlier and was listening to Gino as well. And he was talking about in terms of people wanting to be part of this industry, what kind of skill sets they need to have and so on and so forth. I think that kind of aligns to your question, Bhavesh. And it takes me back to the days when I first joined this industry. So kind of reminds me of my first day at work. So I report to work, and as the normal case, after completing some of the paperwork, I think somebody from HR said, let's go on a tour of the office. So they take me to the office. We had it in MG Road in Bangalore. And then when I enter the office, I see people sitting around with a lot of files with them, and they're staring into their monitors. Somebody were looking into the files and looking into the monitor. Some people were vigorously typing on their keyboards. Then I could see people kind of filing in pages in those files, and there were some of them trying to juggle around carrying those files here and there. So the first impression I got was that I was supposed to be in a clinical research company, and I was hoping to see maybe a lab with a lot of specialized equipments, and was thinking there will be a lot of high-end research being done here. But it turned out to be more like a government office, except that it was all in an air-conditioned office. Other than that, it looked more like an air-conditioned office, more like a government office. So later on, after I spent a few days going through the trainings, I realized that all those files contained the data that were generated from the clinical trials, and people were either entering those data into some of the databases or they were reviewing the data. And later I realized that these files are called as case report forms. And today, if I look back 15 years or 16 years since that time, fortunately, there are no papers or files in our office. So, and everything is digitalized now. And of course, thanks to the technology and the adoption of technology over a period of time. So I think that's the biggest change that I can see from what it was previously to what it is today. Now, before we speak a little bit more on the clinical trials, I believe, I'm sure this would have been spoken about in the morning as well. I think what we first need to understand that what is clinical trial? It's primarily a kind of a scientific experiment involving people. And what do we do in this experiment is to look for some drugs or treatments and see if that particular drug is safe or it's efficacious to be used in the real world scenario. So that's what we try and do. And how do we assess that? It's purely from the data that we get out of those the trial. So the overall output, if I see from a clinical trial, it's the data that comes out of it. Now, we may have to understand the entire life cycle or the journey this data goes through. So it starts right from the time it is generated in the hospital till the time it is submitted to the regulatory authorities for their reviews and approval. So it goes through a whole lot of process and it changes many hands during this process. Now, while the data travels from the time it is generated in the hospital to the time it goes to the regulatory authorities, it's kind of held together by few things. One, of course, is the processes and what we famously call in our world the standard operating procedures. So we don't do anything other than what is stated in the SOPs. That's number one. The second, most importantly, is people in terms of their expertise. I think with even Ginu spoke about earlier in the previous session. And the third most important is the tools or the technologies that we use. And finally, all the best practices or the clinical good practices that we have. So if I look back what it was 15 years or 20 years back to what it is now, I think it's evolved and it's matured over a period of time now, which I think is a significant achievement from where we were so many years back to where we are now. That's a significant achievement. Now let's specifically come to some of the tools. I know there's a lot of technology that have come into existence and have evolved and some have died down the way. But if I just do a simple comparison of the kind of technologies that we were using earlier to what we are using today, I can say, I think everyone would agree with me to say that the technologies or tools that we were using earlier were rudimentary in nature to compare to what we have today. So overall, if I can say, technology definitely has made an impact in all the steps of the clinical trial process. So I may just want to give one example, and then maybe later on, if time permits, we can talk more about it. I will again go back to my earlier days of clinical trials. So we used to collect data. As I said, the data is generated in the hospitals, and the hospital staff used to transcribe the data in papers, what I told earlier, the CRFs. Then those papers used to be shipped to our offices, and people used to receive those papers, enter it into database, and if at all they had any queries or wanted any clarifications, again they used to transcribe it on a paper. Either they used to send it by email, post, or even fax. So that was the process. So typically, if
Hello.
Hello, Raghavendra.
Sorry.
Yeah, Raghavendra, sorry. Please continue. We just lost you for a few seconds. Please.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So I was just speaking about the entire life cycle or the time it was taking for the data to be generated from the hospital till the time it used to come to us, and the overall process used to take a lot of time, maybe a week or two, or sometimes in cases more than that time. But what happened during that time, maybe I think somewhere around 2005 or 2006 or 7 time frame, we saw the advent of electronic data capture systems. And these were systems that enabled the sites to enter the data at the site itself. And it could be reviewed remotely via sitting in the offices, and any of the queries that we had, it could be handled instantaneously, and thereby significantly cutting down the time and the effort and also the cost of handling the data. So I would say one thing that has really transformed this industry in the last 15, 20 years is the introduction of electronic data capture system. And not just for our own function, but for a lot of other functions, this has really changed the way we conduct trial. And this is now kind of forming a base on which future technologies can be built up and taken to the next level. And I'm just not restricting just to one business line or one process, but if you look at the various other processes, be it in randomization, be it in clinical trial management, or even the consent process, or let's say analysis of data by biostatisticians, and more importantly for us in terms of managing the trial documentation, technology has played an important role. And in all of these areas and in others as well, newer technologies have come in and evolved, and overall I think has made a very significant impact in improving the agility as well as in accelerating the conduct of the clinical trial. So overall, if I can summarize, technology definitely has made an impact, and it will continue to make impact going forward. Those are my initial comments, Bhavesh.
Sure. No, thank you very much, Raghvendra. And like any other industry, once the technology is adopted, it will have an impact on all the upstream and downstream activities. And with that, Shweta, really want to come to you because you have seen clinical trials being conducted at different hospitals during your CRA days on paper. And now, as Raghvendra mentioned, we have got an electronic way to capture the data. Please help share your experience in terms of once these technologies were implemented, it's not only within our clinical research office setup, but how that has also impacted at the hospital levels where these technologies were getting implemented. And of course, within as well in the clinical setting to say how the project management have changed, how we manage the documents have changed, or the key, or which is the core of clinical trial is monitoring. So how the way we are doing monitoring now have changed. Shweta?
Yeah, thanks, Bhavesh. And I hope I'm audible to all. And good morning, and thanks for this opportunity to share my views. Raghvendra has made my life a little easier because I still remember those days when I used to carry back CRFs to send it back to data management and transcribe that into the whole data entry piece that we used to do earlier. But yes, I'm not sure of this audience of how much you know about the CRA role, but just to give you a view, a CRA is basically a person who will go to the hospitals, or we call them sites because they are the ones who will do your trials, and that's where your patients would come in, and these are typically doctors who would do your trials. So a CRA will require to train these hospitals or doctors on the protocol based on which you will do the investigations. He will also look at whether they are complying to regulatory requirements at the site level. He or she will be responsible to look at the data from the medical records of the patient and see if that's entered properly into the CRF. So it's actual data of the patient and there is no misconduct that the site is doing, or there's no wrong data that's being entered. So essentially, in a nutshell, that's what a CRA used to do. In the earlier times when I used to see, it was very exciting for me because I used to go to different cities I guess I used to be in Trivandrum on one day and, probably Delhi on the next third or fourth day, because I had to monitor so many sites. So it was exciting for the CRA and a lot of JP miles as such, to go and visit and do air travel around so many cities and so many hospitals. So it gave you that varied experience of going to the site, working with the site, ensuring that data is entered, and helping the site with a lot of other things which they would do on a clinical trial. But today, as the days changed, we still are the link between the clinical site and the teams, global project teams which are there as a CRA. But the way we look at data, or there's more onus on the hospitals today to enter data by themselves, do a lot of things by themselves. So a lot of changes had to happen at the hospital level itself for us to really bring out this change. Yes, EDC was a big change, like Raghavendra highlighted. It brought in a lot of insights into, that data could be entered directly into the systems, and it could be reviewed remotely sitting in our offices for us. So it brought in a lot of flexibility for the CRA, who used to travel probably 15-20 days, to go to the site, get the data in, send it to data management. We used to carry those non-carbon copies collected from the sites and send it back to the data management. A lot of paperwork was definitely saved through EDC, but that meant a lot of changes or change management at the hospital levels where the studies were done, and a lot of change management in the mindset of the CRAs also, because they were no longer going face to face with the site. They had to help the site sitting back in office. So a lot of communication was required, and a remote management was required for the CRAs, as well as at the site level, a lot of onus was required at their end, because CRA was not coming to them every month like before to help them with all activities. So they had to do a lot of things by themselves with the remote support from the CRA. So mindset shift was what was required when we really bought in the EDC in 2006, 2007. But post that, I think it's just change that's happened. And the biggest impact of that change has been on the CRA and the hospital sites, who have to then manage with the change systems, change the way of working, bring in efficiencies at their level also, because sites started then taking support of site management organizations, or there came roles of clinical research coordinators, which became more important to ensure data quality from the site level. And the CRA became more like an expert to support them with process related issues, or to help them with technology support back end. From a project management standpoint also, there was a shift, and not only for the project manager but also for the CRAs. In that sense, the project manager earlier was more focused on ensuring that the clinical study was on track and is being done properly, CRFs are collected on time, being sent on time, etc. But now the project managers today are working globally across various teams. So it's all stakeholder management that they have to do, work alongside many different processes, look at different reports, generate analytics. So there's a role of analytics, stakeholder management, communication, which started becoming more important in that sense for the project managers to work on. So that's in a nutshell, Bhavesh. I think we'll talk more if there are questions, but this is what I wanted to just bring forth.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Shweta. And as you rightly mentioned, if you really see the changes that has happened at a hospital level, and it wouldn't have been possible if as a country as well, how we have matured or developed over last 2 decades in terms of having the availability of the right technology or the internet connections as well, right? So it used to be a difficult one, where I still remember the organization conducting clinical trial used to provide the internet connection to the hospitals. But now if we really see in a way the hospital infrastructures and the policies that have improved in last 1 to 1.5 decades has also played an important role.
Absolutely.
So thank you, Shweta, for sharing that. And of course, because of all these changes, the way protocols are being written, the study design that are being created have also changed, I would say, hugely. I still remember when I was the CRA 20 years before, we used to have 5 to 7 inclusion criteria, 5 to 7 exclusion criteria to get the patient into the trial. And now there are like 25 to 30 inclusion criteria, 25 to 30 exclusion criteria, really making it extremely difficult to get the patient. And it is also because that you are really focusing on subset of the patient. So it is not only to say head and neck cancer or a breast cancer or a COPD, it is like the subtype of those you are looking at. So in a way, the innovation is happening in the healthcare has also changed, and so as the way protocols are being written. So with Dr. Hetal, please help share your experience, because you have also seen this industry changing in terms of how the protocols design have changed over a period, how the statistical analysis in a way we are doing have changed, and so as the report writing or the submission to the regulators as well. Dr. Hetal?
Sure. Hi, Bhavesh. Am I audible enough?
Yes, you are.
Great. Sure. So yeah, you rightly pinpoint the exact point. Like the way we have seen changes in the study design has been directly impacted by the way our drugs have also changed. The therapeutic armamentarium has expanded from being simple chemical moieties to more complex molecularly targeted drugs now, gene therapy, therapy. So the way protocols are being impacted are one, there's a sea change in the way exclusion criteria, inclusion criteria are designed now, the way the study endpoints are designed, and also the study procedures. So if you see the change in study design is like to have more targeted patients included. Maybe there are markers used to have only a specific category of patients who would be more beneficial from the trial included. So those kind of stringency is being included in the eligibility criteria. At the same time, the way endpoints are designed have also been upgraded. Previously, we just used to have 1 or 2 primary and secondary endpoints. Now, the idea is to have multiple endpoints, multiple goals for a study, so that whatever data is being captured is used in best of the permutation combinations to study the efficacy, safety, or effects of the drug amongst the same protocol. And so has the study procedures, added in terms of subjective assessments, patient questionnaires, to look more towards the patient's perspective also as part of the study design. So I did see a question in the chat box where they said how are trials conducted. So typically, for the benefit of the audience, I will say we had a phase 1, 2, 3, 4. We still have that as a standard life cycle for a drug development, where we look at safety in phase 1, a little bit of efficacy in phase 2, and then a randomized control trial in phase 3. Now, from then on to now, how it has moved is we have changed from the conventional adaptive or group sequential designs to go into more of what is called master protocols. So we have a basket adaptive design, we have umbrella adaptive designs, which are then expanded further into platform design. So the idea is either to use the same molecule amongst multiple disease types, subtypes, or even patients group based on particular genetic factors, or to look at the same disease type and multiple therapies, multiple combinations. So the idea is to have an adaptive design or an extended complex statistical design, which would involve less number of patients, have more efficiency in the trial, and at the same time, bring out more from the trial for the patients as well as for the doers. So that's about having innovative designs. This all drives from the from the concept of what we call precision medicine. So we try to make more subjective inclusion, subjective enrollment, so that we have a more objective outcome from the study. So there are more response adaptive designs or more outcome adaptive designs now than what we see in the past, have seen in the past. This also drives from a concept which is like quite a hot topic right now, which is QBD, quality by design, and it has been much spoken of in the drug development process, more from the manufacturing side. And we now see the transition wherein the QBD concept will also be approached, or kind of overlapping with the clinical design also, wherein right from the protocol design level, we want the QBD approach to be included. So we have a fit for purpose data collection, a risk management or safety related risk already inbuilt at the time of study designs itself. So these are the kind of approaches seen now, wherein we want to look for a bulletproof protocol, which is having more focus not on the design, the quality of the design per se, and have the outcome in a better position than what we had previously. Coming to another aspect of design is consenting. I wanted to touch base with. So consent is one area which is always part of regulatory deficiency, topmost regulatory deficiency, and it has a direct impact on the data integrity, your overall impression about the study. So as Raghavendra mentioned, along with the ECRF, this change is also coming in the consenting process, where we, especially with COVID time, we have started witnessing virtual consenting. So, electronic informed consent is much spoken about in the last decade. As lately as 2016, we have an FDA guidance which speaks of informed consent in clinical investigations. And this is the area to use, technology and make most of the process, because this would give more comfort to the patient in understanding the consent process using multimedia, infographics, get more time at their own level, at the comfort of their home or wherever they are, to discuss with the investigator and have enough time to relook at it and give a real informed consent. So that is one area we see the transition and will probably keep seeing. Now, everything for as far as the trial is concerned, what is important, as important is the design, is the reporting. So whatever goes into your designing would definitely get reflected in your reporting. The one sea change that we see from the past as far as trial reporting is concerned is now there is a lot of focus on data transparency. So we are almost on a verge where we now have the requirement of registering all the clinical studies on multiple regulatory platforms, like we have the clinicaltrials.gov, we have the UCTR for the Europe. We also have our own clinical trial registry for India as well. So the idea is, along with the regulatory requirements, also to respect the desire of the patients or the general public to be aware about what is happening in the trial, to respect their desire to know what the outcomes were. So I have already entered an era where there's a high focus on clinical data transparency, which means all the clinical study results are now required to be posted on the public domain for the regulator as well as for the lay public to look at. We will also witness in the coming few years the need to write lay summaries, plain language summaries of clinical study results for the patients to look at. So I think the study designs have gotten more complex and more innovative, and at the same time, there is a high focus on having transparency in clinical trials reporting. All this at the, having the patient safety and well-being at the center of it. And that is how it is evolving, and we'll keep looking at this change in the coming future.
Absolutely. Dr. Hetal, cannot agree more. And one of the core aspects that you mentioned is about the consenting. And many of you who may not know, India is the first country wherein we insisted on having audio-video consenting for our patients that are participating from India. So that is for all new chemical entities. It has been mandated by our regulators in India. And if you really see the e-consenting, Dr. Hetal, that you touched upon, I really hope that we'll be able to sustain that. And one of the questions is, how we are going to sustain few of these things that we are currently doing in the post-pandemic world as well. And I'm sure that a lot of these practices, because the pandemic is not going to end in next 3 to 6 months, I'm sure that we'll get used to it once we will used to be, implementing these procedures or processes that we are currently doing. So thanks, Dr. Hetal. And of course, one of the pillars of GCP is regulatory, and we've got Jahanara. Jahanara, a lot of things have changed, on the clinical research side because of technology advancement across the world. I would say it's not limited to the Western world. I think it has happened in, our part of the continent as well. How the regulators have kept the pace with this? What are your views on that in terms of them providing the overall guidance to help synergize this entire technology that is really coming as a tsunami, and healthcare is not, kind of barred from that. How do you see that from the regulatory perspective?
Sure, Bhavesh, thanks. Just to check, am I audible? Is this good?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Great, thanks. So I'm going to go back a little bit, behind. And I wish this was a real audience, but let me ask the question anyways to the audience. Did you know that the first recorded trials is one of legumes in biblical times? And it is. And, the world's first clinical trial, so to say, is recorded in the book of Daniel in the Bible. So what happened was this was an experiment resembling a clinical trial, and it was conducted not by a medical doctor, but by a military leader. So King Nebuchadnezzar, he, during his rule in the Babylon, he ordered his people to eat only meat and drink only wine. It was a diet which he believed would keep people in good physical condition. Now, there was a group of, young royal people who wanted to eat vegetables, and they objected. And so the king allowed these rebels to follow a diet of legumes and water for 10 days only. And when his experiment ended, the vegetarians appeared to be more nourished than the meat eaters. And so the king permitted the legume lovers to continue their diet. So this, I could say, was probably one of the first times in the evolution of human species that an open, uncontrolled human experiment actually guided a decision about public health. Of course, clinical trials have come a long, long way since then, and even since, James Linn's scurvy trials in 1747, which is actually considered to be the first controlled clinical trial, or, the first randomized controlled trial of streptomycin in 1946. So it was in the beginning of the early 20th century, actually, that the therapeutic reformers in the United States and in other places began to develop this concept of a well-controlled therapeutic drug trial. Now, the ethical framework for human subject protection, and that's right, that is what the regulatory bodies across the world do, right? So they are looking out for human subject protection. And the origins of this is actually in the ancient Hippocratic Oath, which specified that the prime duty of a physician was to ensure that no harm would come to the patient. Unfortunately, this wasn't taken very, seriously, or it wasn't respected much. And most of the advances in the protection of human subjects have actually been a response to human abuses. Some of the most infamous ones being, during the World War II, the experiments that were conducted then. So as a result of all of this, and as, unfortunately, as reactionary measures, the first international guideline on ethics of medical research involving subjects, that is the Nuremberg Code, was formulated in 1947. And the Nuremberg Code actually aimed to protect human subjects from enduring any kind of cruelty or exploitation, similar to what the prisoners had experienced in concentration camps. And it included the principles such as informed consent, absence of coercion, and properly formulated scientific experimentation. Over the years, a lot of other regulations have come into place. In 1964 at Helsinki, the World Medical Association articulated general principles and specific guidelines on the use of human subjects in medical research. So that's the Helsinki Declaration, if you've had an opportunity to read or learn about it. So its main purpose was to give guidance to physicians who are engaged in clinical research. And its main focus was that what are the responsibilities of researchers for the protection of research subjects. Other guidances that worked along this line were the U.S. National Research Act of 1974, the Belmont Report of 1979, and so on. So these were major efforts in, kind of shaping ethics of human experimentation. In 1996, the International Conference on Harmonization published GCP, or the Good Clinical Practice, which has become the universal standard for the ethical conduct of clinical trials. And as all of this happened, in parallel to the ethical guidelines being formulated, clinical trials also started getting embodied in regulation, as government authorities started to recognize that there was a need to control medical therapies in the early 20th century. Now, we know the US FDA as the standard, the foremost institution for conducting and evaluating controlled clinical trials, right? Even the FDA was actually founded as a scientific institution, and over time, it became a law enforcement organization that was only after 1906. So things have evolved over time, is the point that I'm trying to make. So over time, legislation progressively demanded greater accountability for the marketing of food and drugs, and the need for testing drugs in clinical trials has over time increased. And so that's, just wanted to give an overview of how regulations and regulatory bodies have evolved internationally. And coming to India, so we have the ICMR, or the Indian Council of Medical Research, and the milestones of the ICMR also reflect in many ways how the clinical trial industry has evolved in the country. The Schedule Y of Drugs and Cosmetics Act actually came into force in 1988, and it established regulatory guidelines for clinical trial permissions. So it forced the industry to do phase 3 trials, and it was predominantly a generic Indian pharmaceutical industry, and it supported that industry. But at that time, the schedule also stated that clinical trials in India can be conducted only at one phase lower than global trials. So what happened is that this phase lag obstructed integration of India into global clinical trials, because we would do a trial only after the phase had been completed internationally. So another major step where the Schedule Y was amended or revised was in 2005. And the earlier restrictions on the number of patients and centers in the early phases, was removed, and organizations or pharma had the freedom to decide what kind of patient numbers they needed in relation to protocol requirements. And the phase lag was also taken away, and so we could participate along with the rest of the countries in the world in global clinical trials. So over time, regulatory has always evolved to make sure that patient protection is foremost, and they have also adapted to changing requirements of industry and changing technologies and so on. And to talk about the technology aspect, and so before I go into that, I would say, but we have also seen that regulatory has not always been at the forefront of adopting technology, and I think that's come mostly from a little bit of caution as to will it impact the safety of the patient. So they've, across the world, regulatory authorities, although they have adopted, they have not been at the forefront of technology adaptation so far. But of course, now we live in a very, very different world, and disruption is the central theme, right, globally. As communities, industries, all of us have had to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. So what we initially thought, I think towards the end of the last year when we heard about COVID, was we thought it was a localized health challenge, but it's become an unprecedented health crisis in this super connected, globalized world of ours. So all industries have been affected by the pandemic. Everybody has been affected, but the pharmaceutical companies have found themselves center stage in this evolving crisis. So the industry has come under tremendous pressure to deliver a safe, effective therapy and vaccine as quickly as possible. We can't wait for that vaccine to be out. At the same time, we are faced with limited resources and inadequate guidance. So those who are managing ongoing clinical trials and new clinical trials have had to navigate this unknown territory and try to find a reasonable path forward while mitigating risks. So again, it's too early to assess, what the pandemic's impact is on clinical research fully. But just to give you some numbers, In April 2020, it was estimated that 2,850 clinical trials were ongoing in countries that were impacted by the COVID-19 restrictions, and about 900,000 patients were participating in these clinical trials. So that's huge, right? That's a large number of patients that have been impacted. And the sponsors, the pharma companies, were forced to weigh the risks associated with continuing the clinical activities against the expected benefits to the patients, and they had to do so. Like very quickly. And also the regulatory authorities have also, reacted to that. They've responded to that. Over the past few months, multiple regulatory authorities across the world, they've issued emergency guidance on trial conduct during COVID-19. So, and the major thing has been technology enablement in protocol deviation management, in investigational new product handling, protocol amendments, ethics committee reviews, etc. So these are some of the areas where regulatory authorities have become extremely open to the use of technology. So, so that's where we are now. And we will. So, like you said, Bhavesh, we really have to see how this goes forward. But I would say that over the years, where the focus of regulatory has always been to make sure that the human subject protection is paramount, in this crisis, we have seen that they've also been very open to adapting technology and enabled sites and patients to benefit from it. So that's where we stand now. Maybe we can talk a little bit later, especially if there are questions about what this might all turn out to be eventually. But this really, I think, has been a decisive point in clinical trials and for the health authorities.
Sure. No, thank you very much, Anna. Very useful. And I would say, I think we were at the right time at the right place in terms of having to use the ICH GCP when it got introduced in 1996. And if you really see the clinical trials in India have started picking up from that time frame. So we were in that way at the better position in terms of understanding the entire infrastructure or the policies of the ICH GCP better to implement it.
Right.
And of course, as you rightly said, I think the Schedule Y in 2005 really changed the way we are doing clinical trials in India. And talking about consenting and the regulatory, and I can see one of the questions is also on that, to say how consenting is effective, the EV consenting, because as SiteSpace, we also work at the site. We have seen it has been welcomed by all the doctors, because many a times how it is being done in the clinical practice, it is very similar in the clinical trials as well, because patient may claim that, hey, this was not something that was told to me at a later date. And there is nothing for doctor to prove except for those, couple of pages document where the patient has signed or put a, left thumb impression. So that has been quite, welcomed by all the hospitals and doctors. So I don't think that's anymore an issue to say that, hey, do we really need AV consenting? We are been using it quite effectively in that sense. Thank you, Janara. And of course, with all these changes, it is imperative that the core engine of everything is human resource that has really adopted and executed these changes that we all have gone through in terms of change management over these years, right? So with Abhishek, with your experience, can you please share your insights on how skills or competencies have changed over years? This is specifically important as today we have with us large audience that is also considering clinical research as one of the options to develop in the professional career. Abhishek, over to you.
Sure. Thank you, Bhavesh. Bhavesh, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Thank you, Abhishek.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. And it was really a good, insightful experience listening to all the panelists. So coming back to your question, Bhavesh, I think I will start with Charles Darwin, The Theory of Evolution, and also the famous quote, which all of us keep in our mind, change is the only constant. And I think in all of our mind, this is the law of the universe, and it has been coming out very crystal clear from all the panelists in their talk that there is a common thread of the journey of evolution, which clinical trials as an industry has been going through. So if we look into this change or evolution, it primarily happens on the axis of time scale. But coming back to this specific time point, maybe there are many students who are in their final year, and they may be in the process of applying for jobs. It is quite funny because when they apply for a position, it is called as a job interview, but all the HR email ID starts with careers@ with the name of the organization. So that clearly suggests or indicates that jobs and careers are two different dimensions altogether. I think in my mind, job is probably an employment at that specific time point, but career is to remain employable for a long duration of time and ideally through the lifetime of an individual. So keeping in mind the long-term horizon and the evolution which our industry is going through, I would like to focus more on the competency and the skill mapping, which what is the current need of clinical research industry and what is the future trend or the direction in which we are headed to. So in that context, I have jotted down a quick 10 bullet points. These are my personal reflection, my personal experience, and also talking to many other industry veterans, including many of you on the panel. So that is what is the quick wealth of information I would like to share with the student community here. I think the first and foremost would be we have to be digitally and technology savvy. As Raghavendra was highlighting, the use of technology is going to be the theme for all industry, including clinical research. Technology, the digitalization, all of these have to be used more and more for bringing in efficiency. So that is one thing. We will have to be really technologically savvy. Second, I think, is break the silos. So we all need to have a multidisciplinary approach. I think many of us would already know in the recent time we had an national education policy which was rolled out, and it talked about the same thing, that break the silos, don't become very specialized at and very early on in your academic life. And hence, all of us have to have that multidisciplinary approach in our thought process. The third, I feel we need to have the mindset of being a lifelong learner. Change management is the central theme for all of us. So basically, we are not in a 100 meters race. We have to adapt the mindset of an marathon runner. And that will only happen if we always think that we have to continue learning at every day as part of our job. The fourth, I feel we need to be an subject matter expert because right now in this panel, there is a wealth of information and experience, but each one of us are a domain specific expert. And along with that, we have a generalized understanding about the ancillary field around us. But if I do not have the depth, the knowledge about my specific area, it becomes quite challenging to survive in a knowledge-based economy. So that would be my another piece of advice to youngsters. Go deep into your knowledge area, become an SME, and have a generalized view about the things which are around you. The another very interesting, which I feel, the entire paradigm of education has drastically changed. So earlier, what used to happen is we will go into an brick and mortar campus, we will invest ourselves or lock in for a period of 3 year, 4 year, 2 year, and enroll ourselves into an degree. But once we get into a job because of the time constraint and stuff like that, that really becomes an uphill task for many of us. And also because things are changing so drastically, by the time you come out of an program with 4 years of time investment, the industry would have already changed. So I think the current trend is to have more of micro degree approach rather than going for a macro degree. So once you complete your college education, but once you're into a job, you should look how can you develop more skills, go for more micro degrees, more certifications, more skill-based courses, rather than thinking of a long-term degree or postgraduate programs. So these were the first 5 points which I wanted to highlight. Again, the common theme from all of this can be quite frightening for most of these students that, okay, I thought that I got into VIT and it's an prestigious institute and I scored XYZ percentage and my life would be taken care. But here the panelist is coming and saying, no, it's an lifelong journey. So to again bring some sanity and peace over here, I would say everyone, including us, we should have a lot of intrapersonal skills, knowing ourselves, because otherwise this journey can be really very stressful if people are not able to understand how to stress manage, how to keep ourselves afloat into all of these changing environment. So intrapersonal skill is one thing which everyone should focus on. After intrapersonal skill, I think interpersonal skill becomes very important. So that's the seventh point. Because we all will be working with team, and team which is very diversified, very globalized. Everyone will bring in different perspective, different thought process, everyone's point of view, their approach, their goals can be different. And hence that ability to connect and work with each other in a collaborative manner is a very important skill set. The last two or 3 points, point number 8, I think we have to be a critical thinker, because right now we are all faced with complex problems, and complex problems cannot be overcome with just the logical thinking, which always used to be the case a couple of years before. And hence we have to really have a critical thinking mindset to understand the complex problem, draw insights, draw inference, draw trends out of it. The ninth point, I would say, end users perspective. I think Jahanara did bring that up about the patient centricity, because clinical trials at the end is catered towards patient, and hence the design thinking approach, the end users approach, understanding what is it important for a patient. In a nutshell, empathy. Empathy is becoming the most important skill set, because right now artificial intelligence, machine learning is anyways going to take many of the work which human beings are doing. And for being human, I think empathy is one of the most crucial quality. And that is why I feel empathy is going to become far more important skill set and is going to be recognized a lot more. And the last but not the least is project management skills, which we can also say probably general management skills, because many of these complex projects and stuff like that require stakeholder management, effective communication, working with each other, more of collaboration and less of competition. So these are other skills as a general manager we need to bring on the table to have an effective and rewarding career for many, many years to come. Yeah, thank you, Bhavesh.
Oh, thank you, Abhishek. Quite insightful. And I'm sure these pointers are really useful to the audience today, and happy to take questions today, or you can write to us later on. We'll be happy to clarify those. Last but not the least, Claudine, we know that you've got years of experience in clinical data management across geography. However, your core experience, or rather one of the things that you're doing, which is of very interest to this audience as well, is being associated with different journals and publications, notably with basics from SCDM. So what are your views on specifically on the role of academia, how they used to contribute and how are they contributing now? Your views on that will be of enormous knowledge to this team. Claudia?
Yes, well, let me ask, are you able to hear me?
Yes,
okay?
We can, yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting and allowing me to speak here today. I'm very humbled to be here, so thank you. And I've enjoyed everyone's who's spoken before me has helped set up what I'd like to share. So it's actually quite wonderful. And Abhishek, especially what you were saying, you're a great person to follow with this question. You're absolutely correct in the idea that we go to college or university for a number of years and we learn a lot of things. But for me, it felt like the most important thing I learned in university was critical thinking skills. how to manage my time through those the various courses I was taking, and how to absorb the information so that I could later use it. So it wasn't necessarily just memorizing something, but how do I go back to this and use it later on? The formula is no good to me if I don't know what to do with the formula later on. So what we're learning now, and I love hearing the stories from the paper days. I call it the paper days before we had EDC. And, you know, with the whites and the pinks and the yellows, and there was a whole process in all of this. It was quite interesting. You'd have cabinets and cabinets of paper everywhere, of course, organized. But what we've now come to, what the EDC and what the technology, the IT skills that are coming in, has allowed us to look at real-time data or close to real time. It would take a long time as compared to now in the days of paper to actually access that clinical trial data. So now they may have the data in within 3 to 5 days of the subject's visit. If there is some sort of adverse event, then they would have it within 24 hours or something very serious. And that way we can monitor patient safety much more closely. But to get back to the idea about the journals, I'm a member of the Society for Clinical Data Management, and I've been on their publications committee for quite a while. And we do have this publication called Data Basics, which was primarily written as a newsletter kind of thing. It was more opinion, and it was industry professionals sharing ideas with each other about how to handle various situations. There were some career development type articles that were published. And sometimes we would have biostatisticians submit things, articles, as well as programmers. But what we realized is that this is not a scientific rigor, peer review, true open access journal. So after at some point I came together with the academics who are part of SCDM, and we realized we should work together to bridge this gap, because the academics, they're the ones who truly they investigate and they acquire grants to learn how to introduce ideas that can then be brought into industry. So for example, when you're talking about e-consent, the e-consent is something that has been worked on for quite a number of years by academics. In order to iron out the kinks, make sure that it will pass the regulatory authorities by whatever means that they need. And in different parts of the world, those regulations may be different. But the e-consent is definitely one of those things that we now can bring into the database almost right away. In some cases, as soon as the patient signs informed consent, they can show up in EDC within 15 minutes. After having answered certain questions and triggered certain things, we can know within 15 minutes when a subject has signed consent, which is before, it may be a while. It could have been a month before the data was actually entered into the database. It might be another month before that database transfer was then pulled out. So now the real thing that's, in my opinion, one of the biggest things that's happened as far as data management is concerned is that the academics are looking at AI and they are looking at machine learning and how can we integrate all of these systems, because it's not just EDC, but there are lots of systems. There's the e-consent system. There's a patient diary system where they can now they will be given a cell phone, you know, like a regular Android or iPhone, and they take it home and they can answer questions about how they're doing. They hit enter, and within 5 minutes, it's in the EDC system. So wow, that's really amazing. Talk about being able to monitor a patient closely. So one of the big objectives that we are looking at through the SCDM and through this, we've changed the name of Data Basics to the Journal of the Society of Clinical Data Management, so that it can capture both academic and industry articles. so that the academics can contribute in a scientifically rigorous fashion. We have a peer review process set up by people who are looking at the data, just like it would be as though they were publishing in any of the American Chemical Society publications or Elsevier or any of the other major publications. And by having the academic community be more willing to put that kind of put those articles in a journal of this sort, where it's an industry that contains both industry and academic professionals, it gets the word out. Yeah. So you may see an article soon about how they're looking to bring the electronic health record directly into EDC. I'm not saying that will happen anytime soon or that industry will use it anytime soon, but that's how it works. It takes a while for academia to work on it, and then they bring it to industry. And then the fun part for me anyway, being in industry, is then we get to try it out. Sometimes it works for a specific company, sometimes it doesn't. And so I think that's a huge bridge, a huge gap that's being bridged, and that's really helping so that we can monitor those patients more closely, because I agree again with Abhishek about the empathy. Where I work and in the companies I've worked at, it's very patient-centric. It's all about the patients. How are they doing? Are they doing okay? Is everyone safe? Is this being effective? If this isn't working, then what do we do differently? Or if it's working, then okay, it's working. That's great. So that's what I have to share. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. It looks like empathy is the word, right? It's not only while working with your co-workers, but it's an important thing to keep in mind while dealing with patients as well. So that's a takeaway. Thank you, Claudine. And again, thank you. I know it's middle of the night, so thank you very much. You are like, wide awake, your eyes. So thank you once again. And I know we are running short of time, but I do want all the panelists to look into the crystal ball and tell us, maybe very briefly in the order of which, I've spoken with you. What do you think? Because I'm sure there are a lot of questions around the future of clinical trials. We did speak about how we have come from past to the present situation, but a quick word about the future of clinical trials and how you see in your respective areas that you've spoken about, then that'll be great. I'll start with Raghavendra. Raghavendra?
Okay, thanks, Bhavesh. I think if I had a crystal ball, probably I would want to know when this pandemic would end. Anyway, and we could have had this conference or panel discussion face to face. Anyway, so coming quickly, so I think what is more important is to understand what are the challenges that we face today, despite all that we know about clinical trials, the technology, the data, and the process, and all of it. I think all the speakers kind of touched on some of those things. I think Dr. Hital spoke about the complexity of the trials that we are seeing today, and there were talks about how difficult it is. I think Bhavesh, you spoke about how the trials are getting complex, and likewise the study designs are getting complex, and more new ways of doing studies are coming into play, and also the fact that it's becoming very difficult to get patients, identify patients, get them engaged, get them recruited, and even to retain patients for a clinical trial. All of it is getting very difficult. And along with all of it, what we are also seeing is the volume of data that is being generated out of the clinical trial process. So previously it used to be maybe around 80-90% of the data used to be in EDC, but currently it may be around 15 to 20%. And rest of the data is coming from non-EDC sources, be it sensors, wearables, ePro, ECOVA, and so on and so forth. And all of this is also creating the sense that the data is coming in real time, unlike in the past, it used to collect at certain points in time. Now, because of all of these challenges, I'll just come to the point that Bhavesh, you made, is the fact that despite whatever we have today, it still takes probably the same amount of time or more time, and it probably takes more money to bring a drug to the market. So that's where I believe going forward, technology will play a major role. And of course, there are a lot of companies which are working on some of the very advanced technologies, trying to see how you can reduce the overall time as well as the cost in bringing a drug to the market. Some areas that I can speak about is how can I improve the design of clinical trials? how can I repurpose some of the existing drugs for newer diseases? Or how can I optimize clinical trials? Or how can I validate and optimize some of the drug candidates that are currently there? And I think Heathel spoke about the real world. So there are a lot of technologies being used to see how can I analyze the real world data in a better manner and take it forward. So technology definitely is going to be a big player, but also we need to keep in mind that technology could not just be the solution for all the problems that we have. So it also needs a bit of process, and also the people is also key. So in my opinion, the future would be to see a combination of technology, humans, as well as process, all of them coming together and maybe coming up with a new approach that could probably lead to hopefully redefine the way the clinical trials are done in the future. So Bhavesh, yeah.
Thank you, Raghavendra. I completely agree. Shweta, over to you.
Yeah, so Raghavendra, I think summarized it well. I really don't think, there's anything further to add, but, couple of things here. I think virtual trials, I think that's a buzzword everybody knows today. I think that's not something of the future, but it's here today. I would really want to see changes around, the healthcare landscape also, because, our healthcare doesn't today have electronic medical records, for example, or electronic health records of patients. So maybe some transformation around that area definitely is something that we have to see for the future, which will really change the way we would probably do trials, in future. We can really target, the right patient. You can go direct to the patient in terms of a trial, which will help reduce a lot of time as well as the cost for, bringing a new drug in here. I know it's, time is a constraint here, and clinical trials and GCP and all of this is a very vast topic. A lot of you have a lot of questions, and we'll be happy to come down and, talk about it more. But really, in a nutshell, I think that's what, if I had a crystal ball, I think I would look forward to seeing more of electronic health records, electronic medical records for patients coming in, and that kind of transforming the way we do trials using AI, ML, and other technologies here. I think that's where I would hand it over to the next panelist.
Absolutely. I agree, Shweta. Dr. Hetal?
Yeah, thanks, Bhavesh. I think both Shweta and Raghavendra have added it further. So I think if I got to see through, I think we're looking at more patient-centric study designs and patient-centric reporting and transparency in the future, because the patient is at the core of the industry, at the core of our business, at the core of the research. So eventually in the future, the more we involve them, the more transparency we develop. That's where we should be heading to.
Super. Thank you, Dr. Hetal. Jahanara?
Yes. So, Bhavesh, I just think as drug development evolves with all of these novel therapies and technologies, there's always going to be a need to balance medical progress and patient safety. And as scientific and technological advances continue to occur, there's also going to be new, ethical and regulatory challenges, which will require updates in the ethical and legal framework of clinical trials. And my crystal ball says that the regulatory agencies are going to stand up to that test, and we are going to come out of this with the full benefits of clinical trials.
Well said, Jahanara. Excellent. Abhishek?
Yeah, thanks, Bhavesh. Yeah, I think with this COVID-19 crisis, what has really come out is that we are really struggling to come up with an vaccine because of the overall methodology about how clinical trial has been working in a traditional way. And rightly so, because safety and quality cannot be compromised. So I think we will have a huge push and pull factor in terms of balancing these triple constraints of time, cost, and quality. That is something which is really going to span out more and more, pushing us to redesign our trials and how can we make more value addition at a lesser cost and time. The other, I feel more and more inroads technology will make in. Some of the resistance which was earlier there, that because of this crisis, it is now going to fall apart because we know that we cannot remain so very behind in terms of catching up with the technology. And especially now many algorithms, medical devices and stuff like that. I think those are also going to land up into Janara's desk, which will be asking her for approvals and guidelines around that. I think that is another major shift which is going to happen on the regulatory side. I think the model is definitely going to change, as many of the panelists already highlighted. Um, Virtual trials, distributed clinical trials. So these are going to be more and more norms, I think, in the days to come. Drug repurposing, which is again, I think, is going to pick up more and more. Very recently, I think Dr. Reddy's had one medication, which they launched it for cancer treatment. It was an off-patent drug. I'm not able to recollect the name, but it was because of the drug repurposing. So many of these things, and even in the COVID-19, many of the current therapies which are there, I think those are all outcome of a lot of artificial intelligence and stuff like that, which has been going on. And I think data science approach is going to be spanning out more and more. And I think simulation is going to probably play a role in clinical trials. Right now, simulation is happening more on the manufacturing side, but I think it is now going to spill over, and we may see a lot more in silico trials coming in the days to come. Yeah, so that is my educated guesswork, Bhavesh.
Absolutely, well articulated, Abhishek, as always. Claudine?
Well, it's hard to follow what everyone has shared because it's all, I agree with everything. So thank you all for making my job easier. I think from a data management perspective, if you'd like to learn more, I invite you to go to the SCDM website. I think it's scdm.org perhaps. And we have a section there for innovation in data science. So how can we evolve the clinical data management role into being clinical data scientists? So instead of entering data into databases and then reporting out what's missing or what may be inconsistent, now we're looking more closely at real-time data, at data dashboards. We're looking at data analytics. We're starting to pull things out as data scientists instead of just I don't want to call it what it wasn't in the early on. It was a little bit more of an administrative role, and over time it's become more and more of a true skill where you have to have time management skills, social capital skills, help. I had to change a document within an hour yesterday. So I had all kinds of people from everywhere on the phone so we could get it changed in the hour because we only had a programmer for 3 hours available. Otherwise, we had to wait 2 weeks. So just as an example, remaining flexible is extremely important, and our roles are going to keep evolving as we move forward. As the technology keeps coming in, I think flexibility, having critical thinking skills, being able to come up with new ideas, and it doesn't mean that they're always good ideas, but I always have them. So for me, I think it's just remaining flexible and keeping up with what's going on in the times. Read journals, read what's coming out new, and stay on top of what's happening in the various worlds of technology for the clinical research.
Absolutely, Claudine, well said. No, thank you very much. I think you all have summarized it quite nicely, and you have taken most of the questions as it were coming. So thanks, Janara, Shweta, Dr. Hetal, Abhishek, Claudine, for taking those questions up as those were coming up. So it is very clear that the future of clinical trial is going to be driven through technology. At the same time, people will continue to be more relevant than before, in fact, to implement this technology in a right way with having empathy. And definitely we will have to go to the patient rather than patient is coming to the trial. So that's a huge shift in mind of the clinical researchers to say it is no more a B2B model. the B2B model is changing to B2C model, wherein you are directly approaching the consumer to participate in clinical trial. Not saying that the medical fraternity is not required. They are the backbone of whatever we are doing in clinical research. However, our technology is to be developed in a way that, it is truly patient-centric. They really understand the technology well to give you the data back. So with that, thank you very much. I know we have overshooted on 12 minutes, but I hope it was useful. Over to you, Dr. Nelson.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Acharya, and all the panel members, each one of you, for spending your time. And it was such a nice session. The students have been asking a number of questions, and I just realized that all of them, most of them have been answered by respective panel members. So I will just go through any remaining questions, like not for now, because it's already past time. So I will forward to Dr. Jebez, and he will, write them to you, so you can reply whenever you have time. So I just want to deal with one point, because we have a drug which was the first indigenously developed drug in India, the Biocon. I'm sure all of you would have heard of that, utolizumab for acute psoriasis. So it was developed actually by my senior, who was a team lead, Dr. Vasan Sambadamurthy. And then recently that has been approved for phase 4 trial in July for COVID-19. So, we're looking forward to that, because we should be really proud to have a drug that has been made here, as well as has been repurposed, for COVID-19. So just information for students, since they're all here still. Thank you all so much. And then, I wish we can meet sometime.
Definitely.
Dr. Jebez, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Everett sir. It was an amazing session. Like how the panel members said, it would have really been great if we would have had this session directly online. If it would have been offline, I think it would have been amazing. And maybe in 2021, hopefully, we will have INCRES 2021, where we'll have offline panel session exactly in a similar way. It was a really amazing. And the best part is that the way how you are responding to the chat box, each and every panel members are responding so wonderfully in the chat box. So, and the students are also so much happy, and I'll definitely share the feedback once I get the feedback from Phil. Thank you very much for the session. So with this, we'll wind up the session, sir. And the panel members, thank you once more. And the next session starts at 2 o'clock sharp. And the resource person will be A.V. Prabhakar, Group Head of Clinical Database Delivery. And the topic would be data management to data science, all you need to know. Thank you very much. So we are winding up the session. Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much for inviting.
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
And for the students, you need to fill the feedback form for the morning session, the participants, for the e-certificate. The form is circulated. So before 2 o'clock, the form has to be sent. Once it is sent, then only the it will be considered for e-certificate. And of course, you need to attend the afternoon session as well. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful lunch. I'll see you exactly at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Sir, feedback from link, please. Sir, feedback from link.
Gajapati Rao, the feedback form is already there. Anand, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, Javis.
Sir, actually, we finished the session only at 1:15.
Okay.
So 2 o'clock we'll start, sir. Exactly at 2.
Okay, Javis.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Prabhakar, hope you've also joined.
Yep, very much.
Okay, thank you. So exactly at 2 o'clock we'll start.
Okay, so should I just share the screen? Just pop up my slide, or post introduction?
Introduce you. Then after that, you can share your screen.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Javis, I have shared the screen. Are you able to see?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm able to see.
Okay, Javis.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
நீங்க சொல்லுங்க when you say that we will start. When it's
Sir,
around
exactly 2 o'clock, sir. On time we are going, so not a problem.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Prabhakar. I'm Professor Anand here.
Hi, Anand.
Hi.
Good afternoon. Very good afternoon.
Yeah, very good afternoon. Nice to meet you on Zoom, virtual.
Same here.
It's nice to meet you virtually. Yeah. So, good that you accepted. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation.
No problem. It's my pleasure.
Yeah. So I'll just introduce you at 2 o'clock, maybe for 1 or 2 minutes, and then you can share your screen and start your session.
Sure, no problem.
The session is, I think the people would have told you, it's around 25 to 30 minutes. So we will.
Yeah, 30 minutes exactly.
Yeah.
25 minutes and 5 minutes Q&A, sir.
Yeah, definitely. If there is no time for Q&A, then maybe I will be still there on the call, and I can just if there are any questions, I can just put my answers on the chat window.
That will be great.
I will do that. No worries.
That will be great. So hope we both would have had lunch.
I don't usually, because whenever I have any presentations, I usually don't have.
Oh, okay. So how about you, Jabez? You had lunch?
Yes, sir. I'm here in campus only.
Okay, me too. I'm in my office now.
Yes, sir. I can see behind.
So anyway, we are 24/7 in the campus only.
Yes, sir.
Either in the office or at home, both in the campus only. So no problem.
Yes, true.
Jabez, I'll mute for a while and then I'll join at 2 o'clock. Is it
Yes,
okay?
sir. No problem, sir. Sharp 2 o'clock we'll join.
Okay.
Yes. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I welcome you all for the afternoon session of INCRES 2020. So first session will be introduced as the panel member, the resource person will be introduced by our own Professor Dr. Anand Anbarasu. So he is the session chair for this particular first session. Thank you very much. Now it's over to you, Anand, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jabez. It's indeed an honor for me to introduce the speaker for this session, Dr. A.V. Prabhakar. He's the group head of clinical database recovery and in the very famous pharmaceutical company Novartis. He has more than 25 years of working experience in various pharmaceutical and clinical research industry. And presently is working as a group head in Novartis. Prior to that, he has worked in several companies, including Torrent. And he has also attended several programs, management development programs in the prestigious Indian Institute of Management at both Ahmedabad and Bangalore. He is a very, very active member of the Society for Clinical Database Management. He has written over nearly 20 articles in reputed international journals and a few reputed magazines as well. And he's an expert in the database management, including, and he has served in various levels in the Society of Clinical Database Management. So I would like to welcome Dr. Prabhakar. The session is now over to you, please.
Thank you, Anand, for the kind introduction. I'm not able to share the screen. Okay, yeah. So once let me know if you are able to see my screen.
Yeah, yes, we are able to see, sir.
Excellent. So very good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, VIT, for giving me this opportunity. I think it's really a privilege for me to talk in this international conference and share my thoughts and perspective on the topic clinical data management to clinical data science, all you need to know about it. But before that, I was just a quick recap of what I was a part of this conference this morning, and I was hearing all the speakers who were sharing various thoughts and perspectives, starting from the keynote by Anita Tripathi and Ginu Jose, who talked on what are various competences, skills that you need for future, and also the panel discussion. I think my presentation definitely did cover some or the other elements of what the previous presenters had already discussed. So some of the things would be refreshing, and I would say that it's fine to refresh some of the topics and maybe some of the elements, new topics I am going to touch base upon. So I would like to pick up from where Claudine has left before we went on a break, where when Bhavesh did ask as to what is your view, if you had a crystal ball, then how would you visualize, what is that your wish? So clinical data management to clinical data science is what one of the aspects that she did touch upon. So that's my topic, and I would take it from here. So my next slide is just a standard disclaimer that the presentation that I'm going to talk is nothing to do with the organization that I'm associated with. The views are my own views and nothing to do with the Novartis as an organization. And most of the content that I'm going to talk are publicly available, and I can also share the information where exactly is this available, so that post this conferences, if anybody is interested to do a further research and understand those concepts and topics, then they feel free to reach out to those links. So I have 30 minutes time slot. So what is that as an outline of my presentation? What is that I'm going to talk over the next 30 minutes is starting with the CDM evaluation. Since we are talking from CDM to clinical data science, so I wanted to touch base upon how CDM as a profession did evolve, and then touch base upon what are some of the EDC benefits and challenges that we had, and what are some of the latest technologies that have evolved over a period of time. I know since morning we have been talking about a lot of technology evolution, so I will touch base upon that particular aspect, and also give you some of the examples how within the clinical research landscape or clinical trial landscape these advanced technologies are being used, and how it has really helped organization to expedite the overall clinical trial conduct, and also approaches to address the operational complexity, understanding the 5 V's. So since we are talking about the technology disruption, which is leading to a lot of data disruption and huge amount of data, we are talking that is nothing but big data. So in context of big data, I'm going to touch base upon what are the 5 V's that are pertaining to that big data, and then go switch on to the transition from clinical data management to clinical data science, what is exactly the transition is all about. And finally, some of my thoughts with regard to this particular topic. So that's pretty much the outline of my presentation. So let's start with the CDM evolution. So I know most of the some of the contents have been covered by the earlier presenter, but just to refresh some of the aspects. So the clinical data management as a profession did start way back in 1970, and that's when we used to conduct this paper-based trials, and double data entry process was really used to ensure that the data captured in my clinical data management system is exactly same as that is captured in the ECRF. And also, I think Raghvendra did touch base upon in the panel discussion that we used to send out the data clarification form in paper data clarification form for getting any clarification for the data that has been captured within the CRF to the sites. So all these things we used to do so that's how the entire clinical data management started as a profession in 1970. And then with the advancement of computers in 1980 enabled us to automate some of the data management related activities. And slowly 1990 we did see the evolution of EDC. And that's when the kickstart of EDC technology came into existence, and we started off with the EDC trials. But however, it took more than a decade to see a greater adoption of EDC technology within the industry. And then moving fast forward to the present state, we have been talking a lot about the virtual trials or decentralized clinical trials or remote trials. We will talk a bit about more what exactly VCT or decentralized clinical trials is all about. But however, this virtual trials have been a boon during this pandemic situation to conduct the clinical trials, which have been severely impacted due to the social distancing restrictions that were imposed due to this COVID situation. Moving on to the next slide, what is clinical data management? So just a Wikipedia definition. So clinical data management is nothing but it's a critical process in the clinical research, which leads to the generation of high quality data, reliable data, and statistically sound data. Because at the end of a day, it's this data which is being used by the statistician to do the analysis and decide the fate of the drug. If the quality of the data is bad, then the inference that which we are going to draw from the data will be bad. So that's why the role of clinical data management is very, very important. So the primary responsibility of clinical data manager or clinical data management is to ensure quality of the data, ensure integrity of the data, and ensure the fit for purpose data. Because at the end of a day, it's this data which is being used to decide the fate of the drug. That is why the role of clinical data management is very, very much important. So let's understand some of the traditional responsibilities of a clinical data manager. So some of the traditional responsibilities, I know this is not an exhaustive list, but gives you a fair understanding as to what are some of the responsibilities of a data manager, like performing, if it's a paper-based trial, then doing a double data entry for the paper-based trials, creating CRFs or electronic CRFs, preparing the specification document, like study specification. In our language, it is called a study specification document, because before you design a CRF, you need to have that specification there in place. ECS is nothing but called as edit check specification. So when you have to clean your data, you need to write some logics and consistency checks. So those are referring to the edit check specification. Then we are also primarily responsible to do the query management activity, raising the queries, addressing the queries, doing the coding of the medical terms using the medical dictionary like MEDRA or WHO drug. And primarily the terms that are usually coded are adverse event terms, medical history terms, or concomitant medication. In addition to that, we do the reconciliation of safety adverse event between the database where the data is being captured versus the safety database that we would be using. So to ensure that the safety data being captured in both systems are exactly the same. That's what basically reconciliation process is all about. Amend the database during the project lifecycle. Now we start with the study. We have heard about study protocol, which is the foundation of getting started with the clinical trial. Now during the course of the clinical trial, there could be instances where the protocol gets amended, and that leads to my update to the database. So I have to do the post-production changes to the study database. In addition to that, if there are any snapshot, if there are any interim analysis planned during the course of time, then definitely I have to ensure my data is clean for that particular interim analysis. Providing metrics, timely metrics to the study teams and management. CRF completion guidelines. We are also responsible. The clinical data management team is also responsible to prepare CRF completion guidelines, which is nothing but how the site will be entering the data. You have built up a database. Now, how the site is going to enter the data within the database? What are the standing instructions? What is that they need to keep in mind when they have to fill? So that guidelines needs to be prepared. So that's also we are responsible for. And last but not the least, preparation for the database closure. So finally, when the database, when all the patients have been enrolled, when all the data has been cleaned, how you prepare for the database closure. So these are the basic set of responsibilities for a traditional clinical data manager. Now, let's move to, I know I did talk about that we did evolve 1980s. That's when the EDC did come into picture. And then we had seen the adoption of EDC did took more than a decade. And definitely, I think the panel members and the earlier presenter did also mention that there was a huge benefit with regard to the EDC that is coming into picture. In some of the benefits that we can see is the real-time availability of the data, because unlikely in the paper world, where unless and until the site captures in the CRF, then they used to ship to the data management center, and only after the receipt we have to enter, and then the data was visible for us to do the cleaning. So all the steps we have got rid of, like some of the steps like printing and shipping of the CRF binders to the site, we got rid of that particular thing. Doing a double data entry, we got rid of that particular procedure. Sending and receiving of data clarification form for doing the query management. Earlier, we used to send a data clarification form. We got rid of all those things. So now we have real-time availability of the data. The quality of the data is improved because most of the data is very clean. I think there was a literature that was published in one of the magazine, which was published by Society of Clinical Data Management, or SCDM, what we call, that almost 98% of the data that is entered in the EDC first time is almost analysis ready. That means only 2% of the data is what we are supposed to clean. But that is that's what is published in literature. So the context I'm trying to give here is that quality of the data has improved significantly with EDC coming into picture. Reduced duration of the clinical study. Now, since as I mentioned that the printing of the CRF, doing a double data entry, sending the data clarification, some of the administrative and logistical work which we were involved in the paper trial, we have cut down all those things. So definitely the duration of the conduct of the trial in the startup phase has improved significantly with EDC coming into the picture. And that has led to the lowering of the clinical cost to some of the extent. But yes, not everything is good. There are definitely some challenges where we feel strongly that the full potential of EDC was not really realized, because somewhere, for example, accelerating the site payment, like if the EDC and your clinical trial management system, if they both are in sync, then as soon as your trial is completed within the, if it is marked as completed, then definitely automatically the site payment should have been triggered. But maybe that we have not really leveraged the benefit of EDC to a greater extent, which we have really anticipated or looked forward. And some of the things some of the challenges that we are, as listed on the slide, is one of this with regard to accelerating the site payment. We could have got better at doing that, but we couldn't really leverage that particular thing. Another thing is about the downstream process and systems not transformation to take advantage of faster data availability from EDC. So we have, with EDC coming into picture, we have ensured that the data capture and the collection timelines got expedited. However, we could not build upon that particular thing to ensure that data could flow to the downstream applications, so that post-transformation and availability to the downstream applications, so that my end user, that is the clinical and the data management team, can review that data much faster. We still did not get better at that. We could have got better at doing that particular thing. The another thing important is LP/LV to DBL, that is last patient, last visit to database lock, reduced marginally from 9 weeks to only 7 weeks. In a span of a decade, we could only reduce by 2 weeks. This is what is reported in the literature. We could have got still better at doing this. So these are some of the challenges where we see that we could have really done at getting better with the EDC technology. Now let's try to understand some of the current challenges in the industry. You can see some of the metrics as can be seen on the slide, that 80% of the trials are delayed due to patient enrollment. That's one of the biggest burning problem in the current world that we have when you are conducting a clinical trial. And the cost associated with each day delay is estimated to be around $8 million. 11% of the sites in any global trial fail to enroll one single patient. 49% of the enrolled patients drop out even before the completion of the study. and more than 40% of phase 3 patients become disengaged and drop out of the study, and much more. So the cumulative effect of all these challenges adds up to the overall drug development cost, which is estimated to be around $2.6 billion as of date. That is based on the literature or the published literature. This is the cost of developing a drug. And that's where the virtual clinical trials or the remote trials or virtual trials, which the panel members were discussing in the earlier session, that comes into picture. So what is virtual clinical trials all about? So virtual clinical trial basically is a new method of collecting the patient data, safety data or efficacy data from the comfort of their own home by making use of the available technologies like mobiles, apps, monitoring device, sensors, wearable, social media platform, and much more. So the patient need not have to really go out of their comfort of their own home, but can still participate in the clinical trial by making utmost use of the available technologies that they have. And this virtual clinical trials have definitely help us to address some of the burning problems. I'm not saying all the challenge, but some of the core problems pertaining to patient enrollment, patient engagement, and patient retention. So this problem definitely could be addressed using the virtual clinical trials. Now let's move to the another slide to understand a bit more in detail about the current CDM state. So what is the current state of the CDM? So I know we have been talking about a lot of disruption that has been happening on the technology front, like Internet of Things, mobile health, wearables, sensors, definitely, which have resulted to exponential growth of data. Humongous amount of data is being generated. And this exponential growth of data has led to immense opportunities to leverage some of the smart technologies for making better informed decisions at speed. And also, I would like to reflect on what Raghavendra was mentioning in the earlier session, that the amount of data that we are collecting outside the EDC system has eclipsed than the amount of data that we are collecting within the EDC system. That means earlier, EDC was the only one center application where all your clinical data used to get collected. But now EDC is just one of the application where your data is collected, and only 15 to 20% of the data is collected in your electronic data capture system, which could be anything like Inform, Rave, OCRDC. These are some of the technologies where your EDC, the clinical trial data is captured. But there are other sources of data which are really contributing to more amount of data in a clinical trial. And that's why the solutions like artificial intelligence, machine learning, natural language processing, robotic process automation, chatbots, which have really matured and have reached the steady state in other industry, have opened a doors for us within the clinical research landscape, and they have opened the door for n number of opportunities within the clinical research industry. So let me go to the next slide with regard to the evolution of technologies. I'm not going to really go into the each and every definition, but I will give you a few examples so that it will help you to relate what exactly this technology, how these technologies are really helping us to evolve within the conduct of the clinical trial. Now, when we are talking about artificial intelligence, there is a technology called as Deep 6 AI, which basically is built on an AI platform. And all this tool does it scans through the medical records of the patient and helps them to, for a conduct of a clinical trial, this tool is basically used to identify the patient required for the clinical trial. It fastens the identification of the patient required for a clinical trial. Now, to give an example, there was a principal investigator who was conducting a typical oncology trial, and he was able to recruit only 23 patients in a span of 6 months, whereas this tool was able to identify more than 50 patients in a just span of few minutes. Now, you can imagine what is the impact this technology is creating in the conduct of the clinical trials. You have almost shrunk the timelines from 6 months to a matter of minutes, which means that the impact that this technologies can create is that you can try to see over a period of time, you can ensure that you can, if you can have the patients recruited faster, you can complete the trial faster, which means you can bring the drug faster to the market. Second example about machine learning. We have been talking a lot about machine learning, and the disruption on technology front has led to humongous amount of data, which is beyond humans' capability or reach to really look into those data points to see if there are any typical trends and outliers or signals that can be picked up. that's where machine learning algorithms will play a very important role in identifying those trends, those signals, those hidden patterns, which is beyond the reach of humans' capability. And it will help you to identify those risks if there are any typical pattern, any challenges a particular site is having, any abnormality that a particular site is having. This machine learning algorithm will help us to identify those patterns. The next is the RPA, robotic process automation. Robotic process automation basically is being used within the industry to automate some of the mundane, some of the repeated tasks, I would say. So in a clinical data management context, if I have to put it across, raising a query to the site is one of the very monotonous job that we do, where significant amount of resources are invested just to raise a query pertaining to the data that has been collected. Now, if we can create a bot if we can recreate a bot who can then just mimic like a human being, he can log into the system, raises a query for the particular data where the issue is there, which means that you can free up the human being time. And because the bot can take care of some of the repeated tasks, which in turn will free up the time of the human beings. And that means we can repurpose those people time for something other critical that is required to the conduct of the clinical trial. Similarly, natural language processing. NLP is basically used to mine the text data. How companies are using the NLP is to mine the social media post to understand what their customer thinks about their products, to perform sentiment analysis of any survey that is being carried out within the organization, and understanding the mood of the employees as to what they feel. So basically, NLP is a text mining algorithm where you can really mine the text data, the social media platform. You can go and mine and just try to understand what is the patient's view about the particular drug that they are using, what are their sentiments. So this is basically used to mine the text data. And blockchain, last but not the least, is basically has been predominantly used in the supply chain industry, because in the clinical research industry, we have not yet seen that breakthrough. And but over a period of time, we can see more and more usage of the blockchain technology within the clinical trial landscape. Moving on to the next slide. So approaches of these are some of the approaches to address the rising complexity. So in spite of a lot of advancement happening on the technology front, the complexity and the cost of conducting the clinical trials have increased significantly. I think that is what even the panel members or the presenters in the earlier discussions or presentations have shared. So how are we going to really address some of this operational complexity and cost of conducting the clinical trials? And some of them, as you can see on the screen, having synthetic arm trials, umbrella trials, basket trials, platform trials, decentralized trials, or adaptive trials. So let me take a couple of minutes to help you understand each of this terminology in my next couple of slides. So what is adaptive trials? As the name says, adaptive. So adaptive trials are basically you start as and when the data is collected in a trial, you try to analyze that particular data and see whether the data, whether the trend, whether the outcome that you are looking forward is going in the direction what the outcome that you are looking forward, and if that necessitates any change to the dosage regimen, or dropping of any study arm, or adding of any additional study arm, or readjusting your sample size, or subpopulation and study duration. Basically, this is what usually is done whenever you are having an adaptive trial design to conduct a clinical trial. So adaptation may apply to new patients being enrolled or for patients retrospectively. In some case, the outcome of the data could result in stopping of the study. This is the most important thing. Like say, for example, in the earlier model, the typical randomized controlled trials that we usually do, the trial, say for example, the trial gets carried out for a period of couple of years, and then once you get the data, you clean the data, then the BIOS will try to analyze the data, and then you get to know that the drug is not really working for the intended purpose. But significant amount of energy, time, and effort has already been invested. Rather than that, in an adaptive fashion, in the entire time span, can I look at the data in incremental fashion to see whether the outcome is tending towards the expected result? If not, and if you don't see any positive outcome in the incremental fashion when you analyze the data, you can terminate the trial then and there only. At least that will prevent the conduct of that will prevent unnecessary exposure of the patient to the trial. That will save a lot of money, effort, and energy that is being invested in the conduct of the trials. The next is the synthetic arm. I think Anita Tripathi did touch base upon this particular point as to how we can use EHR data in the placebo controlled trials rather than subjecting the patient to placebo, because people will not be comfortable if you are doing a typical oncology trial. They will not be comfortable to subject the patient to a placebo trial. So how can we use some historical data which is already there rather than subjecting the patient to a placebo trial, rather than subjecting the patient to a placebo arm and really trouble them. So this approach basically helps in avoiding exposing patients unnecessarily to the study experiments. And this design helps in expediting and potentially saving the cost of clinical development by reducing sample size. Because if you are conducting a 2-arm study and if one is a placebo and one is a treatment, then if 100 patients in placebo and 100 in treatment, I need not have to really recruit 100 patients in placebo. I will try to use the historical data. So the cost associated to conduct that particular arm, recruiting those patients and subjecting to that placebo treatment, I need not have to really invest that. I will just focus on only the treatment arm and then try to use the another thing from the historical data, which in a typical language is called as a synthetic arm. Then we have heard of these acronyms called as umbrella, basket, and platform trials. So usually master protocol basically encompasses all these three, that is umbrella, basket, and protocol. The pictorial representation at the end of the slide is self-explanatory what exactly these three designs mean about. Umbrella is basically when you have n number of drugs which is being compared against one indication. You have 10 drugs and 10 drugs is being tested against one indication. That's what basically umbrella trial is all about. When you say basket trial, the drug is one, but you have n number of indications. Drug is one, but you have 10 indications. That's what basically basket trial is all about. And platform trial basically when you're testing X number of drugs against Y number of indications. And this type of trials are basically beneficial in the phase 1 studies, which would help you to screen faster and will help you to zero down on very potential molecules in the phase 1 trials, rather than doing too much of exploration in the phase 1, which involves so much of cost and time. This type of design will help you to cut down those costs and will help you to come to a decision much more faster and be much more precise in your approach. Moving on to the next about the decentralized clinical trial. I think we had to talk about the decentralized clinical trial. It's nothing but it's a new way of collecting the safety and the efficacy data from the human trial participants by taking the full advantage of the technologies from the comfort of the patient home. And some of the advantages that I did touch upon is broader patient reach for faster recruitment. You can reach out to the remotest person on the planet if he wants to participate in the clinical trial using a virtual clinical trial model. He can do that. That is the power of having a virtual clinical trial. The retention is high because you have various technologies through which you can try to engage your patients throughout the journey and try to ensure that they are retained within the conduct of the clinical trial. And the most important part is the increased diversity of the study population. And this is what the regulatory body have been emphasizing of late, to have a diversified patient population in the conduct of the clinical trial. And there is nothing better than having a virtual clinical trial model, which will ensure to have a diversified patient population in the conduct of the clinical trial. Now, let's talk about 5 V's. Now, we have been talking about so much technology disruption, and the disruption on the technology front has led to data disruption. And the data disruption is nothing but, in a technology terms, it is called as big data. So when we talk about big data, let's understand the 5 V's which are associated to that big data. So the first V is called as a volume. The volume means the amount of data that is being generated with all these advanced technologies like sensors, wearables, apps, monitoring device, e-source technologies, everything, huge amount of data is there. So that's what basically the first V is called as volume. The second V is called as velocity. The speed at which the data is being generated is humongous. Because earlier, even before this technology advancement happened, whenever you used to conduct a clinical trial, at the max, there would be hundreds of thousands of data points that would be collected for a particular patient. but the velocity, the speed, 24/7/365. You wear an app, you wear a sensor, the data keeps on transmitting and flowing to your CDMS system or whatever place you are connected with. So the amount of data, the velocity, the speed at which the data is being getting generated is humongous. The third V is called as variety. Earlier, we used to have only one data source. That EDC was only one thing that we knew. Oh, this is the data capture tool. This is where everything pertaining to clinical trial data will reside. But now you have variety of sources. EDC is just one. As I mentioned in my earlier presentation, apart from EDC, you have sensors, wearables, app, e-source related application, EHR, EMR, enormous amount. There are huge amount of variety of application from where the data is now being generated. And the fourth one is veracity. That is, it is associated to data quality, data reliability, and data integrity. The fifth one V is nothing but the fifth V goes beyond the four V's that we just looked, which is pertaining to big data. That is called the value of the data. What is the value of the data that you are collecting? In CDS context, CDS nothing but clinical data science context. In the CDS context, it goes beyond integrity and quality of the data. And to leverage the full potential of data, we must think beyond original purpose. Usually what happens in the conduct of the clinical trial, we have an objective of a trial. In line with the objective, we collect the data, and then once we are done with our analysis, we put the data aside. We don't use unless until there is some audit finding or there is some query that we have pertaining to that particular study, then we revisit the data. Otherwise, we don't. But can we start thinking from a futuristic perspective where all this data could be used in future? What all purpose could be, how this data could be utilized for different purpose, but different stakeholders. One of the things, as I said earlier, about creating synthetic arms. Synthetic arm is nothing but my historical data. So how I can use that particular data? So for that, how we can think proactively and seek patient authorization upfrontly through unambiguous informed consent. Can we get that informed consent from the patient upfrontly that, look, this data would be used for XYZ purpose for this trial as well as for the future purpose, so that we have the consent and buying upfrontly. So some of the aspects how this data could be used, how this value of the data could be used is, this value of the data could be created is, one is synthetic arm, identifying the trends of the audit trial. And the another most important is creating the machine learning data set. We have been talking a lot about machine learning algorithms, but how are we really going to create those data sets to train that algorithm? The data set that I'm going to use to create those algorithms will be based on my historical data. And unless and until I am not really going to repurpose that data for training and use that as a training set for this machine learning data set, it doesn't make any sense. So that's why. So all the above examples show how emerging technologies could be leveraged to extract full value of the data, where each and every stakeholder has some benefit, like patients will have some value, sites will have some value, sponsor will have some value, and regulators can have some value. So now let's switch the gear to clinical data science, because that's what.
Sir, time is almost over, sir. Could you please complete, sir?
Just for 5 minutes, yeah.
Okay.
So understanding clinical data science. So what basically clinical data science is all about? Clinical data science basically encompasses five aspects. That's having a strong process understanding, strong domain expertise, having a good understanding of the technologies, having good understanding of the data analytics, and good clinical data management practice in order to make prompt decisions throughout the life cycle of the clinical research. So this is a CDM to CDS transition. I think most of the aspects have been covered by earlier panel members and the presenters, like from CDM to CDS, how the focus changes. From data integrity, the focus changes to data quality. In CDM, we used to focus on data quality control. We used to have quality gateways, but how this changes to quality by design. Quality by design is nothing but keeping end in perspective and having those controls right upfrontly when you're designing the study protocol or you're designing your study database. Similarly, the standards, the clinical research standards to clinical research and healthcare standards. Clinical standards, we used to use MEDRA and WHO drug, whereas we are using MEDRA and WHO drug. In addition to that, we use FHIR And FHIR is one of the healthcare standards, and HL7, Health 11.7, that are the standards which are used. Similarly, from programming perspective, SQL and C# and SAS are the main programming languages. But here in the clinical data science world, we use machine learning algorithms which are developed using Python or R, and much on. So this again evolution from CDM to CDS, most of the things have been discussed, like how the knowledge of data standards adapting to the new technologies, having a clear understanding of the protocol, robust critical thinking rather than logical thinking, and having a sound knowledge about the process. Advanced analytical visualization technical skill is very much required. This is a pictorial representation which is self-explanatory about the CDS role framework. What are the 4 areas in terms of competency? What are the competencies that one need in order to transition oneself from clinical data manager to clinical data science? Foundational knowledge. What are the soft skills that would be required, and what are the best practice? I'm sorry, in the interest of the time, I'm just moving. And just a last slide, I'm just summing up the entire thing. So the role of clinical data manager is becoming more and more complex with all the disruption having on the technology front, availability of new study design, and evolving regulatory landscape. So you can see here how the new technologies, how the new study designs, and how the evolving regulatory landscape are playing an important role in the entire evolution. And this evolving complexity would be addressed or managed through the clinical data scientist role, which being more multifaceted, one with requires a broader understanding of both technical and soft skill than that was required in the past. Thus, the expectation of job of clinical data manager role is changing rapidly. It is not just renaming a clinical data manager to clinical data scientist, but a transformation in true sense to be future ready. And as said earlier, in spite of all the advancements, the role of clinical data manager or clinical data scientist will remain the same. That is to provide quality data and fit for purpose data. As at the end of the day, it is on the basis of this data, we are making a decision about the drug. And let's not forget the basic fundamental fact that there is a patient who is always waiting to receive that particular treatment. And we as a clinical data manager and clinical data scientist have a huge responsibility to ensure the quality of the data. And this is the last slide about the additional information. So whatever I did discuss, if anybody is interested to know a bit more in detail, so you can visit scdm.org, and within that you can click this clinical data science tab. There you can see 3 white papers which has in-depth of information as to what all things I have covered. With that, I come to an end of my presentation. So here is my LinkedIn address and my email. If anybody would like to reach out to me post at any given point of time, I'm more than happy to have your questions and have a discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your wonderful session. In fact, it was great that at every point of your lecture, you could relate it to the earlier speakers. And I hope the audience would have enjoyed your lecture so much. It was great listening to you. And for the benefit of the participants here, Dr. Prabhakar has consented to reply to all your queries in the chat box. So he will be, for want of time, what we will do is we will move on to the next session, and Dr. Prabhakar will respond to all your queries in your chat box. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Prabhakar. It's wonderful listening to you.
Thank you very much.
Over to Jabez now.
Thank you very much, Anand sir. Thank you so much for taking the session so well. So now, due to the time constraint, and thank you very much, Prabhakar sir. Thank you once more. There are a lot of questions which are posted. You can, if you want, you can reply in the chat box. If not, we will be copying the questions and I'll be mailing it to you. Whenever you get time, you can just send a reply to that one.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And next, we're moving on to the next session. Next is a panel discussion. So the session chair for that panel discussion would be Dr. Sudhandira Das from VIT, from the School of Biosciences and Technology again. Das, sir, it is over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Jabez. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. The panel members are joined in the meeting?
Yes, all of them are there.
Okay, okay. So shall I start the thing?
Sir, please proceed.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Dr. Jabez. And the panel session 2 is, the title of the panel is A Day of a Clinical Research Professional, A Quick Glance. So here we have 4 members. 1 member is a moderator and 3 panel members. This is my privilege to introduce our moderator, Mr. Sujit Kuru, Director, Software Development at IQVIA, India. So Mr. Sujit Kuru, a certified and qualified professional in project management
Sir.
with more. Yes.
1 minute, sir. Have you shared the screen, sir? I think you haven't shared.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Sorry for that. So the panel titled is A Day of a Clinical Research Professional, a Quick Glance. So we have moderator, Mr. Sujit Kuru, Director, Software Development at IQVIA, India. Mr. Kuru is a certified and qualified professional in project management with over 10 years of experience in healthcare industry and experience with successfully managing all aspects of contract research organization, including selecting, managing, and training the staffs, managing the departmental budget, establishing and monitoring productivity goals, and leading cross-functional teams on key projects and transitioning. He has designed processes and procedures for productivity forecasting, quality improvement plans, and relative performance measurement. This is my privilege to introduce Mr. Sujit Kuru. And first I will introduce all the members, then I will request them to talk few introductory words. The next person is our panel member. The panel member is from Mr. Davide Gaudesi, Senior Clinical Data Manager at University of Milano Bicocca, founder of Davide Gaudesi DM on Demand, Academic SDM Committee Member, EMEA SDM Steering Committee Member, Milano, Lombardy, Italy. So Mr. Davide Gaudesi is a clinical data manager with more than 25 SOP writing and more than 50 clinical protocol review and writing and more than 80 PCRF design and implementation and 15 ECRF development, design and implementation. So 3 clinical data management system development using MySQL and more than 500 SQL offline checks, data validation, plan implementation. And he's using data analysis with R programming. Above all, he is a scientific writer with 15 years of experience with more than 300 clinical data management posts and more than 10 clinical data management articles and 13 research papers and grant writing. So welcome to Mr. Davide Gaudesi to the panel. And the second member is Mr. Arokyaraj Praveen, Associate Director, Global Project Management, Covance, India. He has 16 years of experience. In that, more than 14 years of experience with clinical data management, and he is a clinical labs project management and CA PPM programming. He did 1.5 year clinical lab project management and CA PPM programming, and his current role is clinical lab project management and currently manage a large group of 260 associates for clinical project management support in Covance laboratory service. And I welcome Mr. Arokyaraj Praveen to the panel. The third member is Debajyoti Das, Associate Director, Syneos Health, India. He has an overall experience of more than 13 years in professional career, both academics and healthcare, and with 12 years in core clinical data management, which includes specialties in line management, project management, cross-functional team coordination, project decision-making, resource handling, mentoring, training, junior staffs, and client relation. And he has experience with therapeutic areas, includes the most current experience with oncology and pain-related diseases like rheumatoid arthritis ankylosing spondylitis, back pain and surgery pain, and chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases, COPD, schizophrenia, acute coronary syndrome, and atrial fibrillation. And really, this is my great privilege to welcome all the 4 members, moderator Mr. Sujit Kurup, and panel members Mr. David Gaudasi, Mr. Arokyaraj Praveen, and Mr. Debajyoti Das. Now, I request Mr. Sujit Kurup to say a few introductory words to the participants. Over to Mr. Kurup. Kindly unmute and talk, sir.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Please proceed.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sudhindra Das, for the kind introduction. I guess you have covered everything. So we have all the panel members that we have a lot of experience in the industry. We're going to, without wasting much time, let me jump into the session so that we can also take some questions later on. I hope you're all enjoying the session, and we are indeed having some great sessions all the way, right? So we heard our speakers talk about clinical research, how clinical research has evolved over the years, how the industry is rather responding to this unprecedented health crisis that we are seeing, the role of data scientists and the skills needed for the future. So we've seen presentations and we have seen talks on all of these. We intend to carry that discussion a little more forward by taking a bit in detail on how does the life of a clinical research professional look like. We'll particularly focus on clinical data management, clinical programming, and labs, as our panelists are experts in these areas. And we would like to spend some time also later talk about what are the kind of skills which probably students at the VIT need to be industry ready, both from bioscience and from technology backgrounds. What are the skills that they need? So please don't hesitate to put your questions through the chat box, and we'll try to answer them as we go by. All right. So we've seen the changes in the industry for years. From the time I started, basically, if you look at it, the overall process is basically data collection. I mean, what I'm talking about within data management is more about data collection, the data acquisition, data cleaning, and data submission. This process has remained more or less the same, but there has been more leaner and more novel ways to do it now. And another classic example would be the adoption of EDC, right, as a major change. Now, I still remember those days when if I had to review my case report form, I have to have a protocol in my own hand and the guidance document on the other hand. Possibly you have to go back and check. But nowadays things have changed. You have your database so smart enough that all these can be programmed. It just triggers you what are the kind of fallouts, right? But one thing which has never changed is the patient-centric approach. The patient-centric well-being is still the #1 priority that we stand for. So to understand it a little more better in terms of the activities within data management, let me welcome David, who is joining us all the way from Italy. So, David, why don't you take us through your typical day? I mean, what's a typical day? And as a clinical research professional, what are some things that you do on a day-to-day basis?
Okay, first of all, thank you all for inviting me and have this incredible opportunity to participate in. And To reply to your question, I have to say that there is no typical day, simply because in academia nothing is typical. I work as a clinical data manager for the non-profit clinical research office at the Department of Medicine and Surgery of the University of Milano Bicocca. This means I have a main responsibility: support our researchers to transform their idea into tools capable to correctly record the data they need, manage the platform hosting the databases of the study sponsored by the university, and support the user platform. But what really means that if I can depict one ideal day of mine, I can say that early in the morning, I review one study form to find solution to better manage data collection, to find eventual non-essential data, and to suggest the easiest ways to collect data. In the second part of the morning, I develop the database for one another studies, and after lunch, I evaluate the status of the ongoing studies via the cloud platform used by university, that is RedCap Cloud, and I solve users' problems like inability to use the platform, accession issues, wrong data correction, exporting and processing data. So this is one typical day of mine, that it's much more complex than this, but in order to clarify and to depict the essential activities of my work, this is could be a ideal of a day of mine.
Sorry, I was speaking on mute. Thank you very much, and I guess you took up a very important point in talking about the collection of data. And in a typical world in the industry, how you collect the data is that you have the case report forms, and you know you have the data captured over here. So it's much more important to see how you design those CRFs, isn't it? So basically, if you have a CRF which is designed in a manner that it takes into consideration all the protocol requirement, then your downstream.
I hear you no more.
You have been a data manager. You have even seen the world of programming. Maybe don two hats and talk about both of them. How it is, why it is important to collect all the data in a CRF, and why it is important to basically have a CRF which takes into account everything.
So, excuse me, can you repeat the question, because I lost the signal?
No problem. So I'm just passing on this question, David, to Deb Jyoti, so that he can take it from there, and we'll come back to you for your comments.
Sure. Is my voice audible, Sujit?
Yep, you're clear.
All right, great. So yes, as David was mentioning about the collection of the data, so I'll be taking through this theme with what we do exactly. So once we have been awarded with a project with a clinical study, what we usually do is like we get into a meeting, we go into a kickoff meeting, we define the teams, and that particular team usually works into that particular study. And what we usually do is like there are teams which are basically the data management professionals and also the data management programmers. So the programmers create the database based on the specification provided by the data managers. What we usually do once the database is created is the data managers test the database, and we follow the SDLC cycle over here, which is software development life cycle. So we do the user acceptance testing of the database to ensure that it is clean enough and all the forms are as per the protocol. So for a data manager, it is very much important to reread and understand the protocol to the core. the important sections of the protocol would be the time and event schedules, the dosing requirements, the inclusion and exclusion criteria, the other specific protocol specific parameters like the pain scales, or for oncology, how the tumors are being measured, the RECIST, which RECIST is being followed, etc., etc. So once the data manager performs the user acceptance testing of the screens, then it boils down to the next step of the data management, which is building the edit checks. And these are the checks, nothing but like the prompt message, which is being put forward to the investigators who are entering the data to ensure that the data what they are entering from the subjects are making sense, and they are with respect to in line with the protocol, and they're not entering any data which is outside the protocol requirement. So any data which are being filled which is not met the protocol, system will fire queries, and that's where the clinical programmers come into place, where they design the different edit checks, and that also goes through a level of user acceptance testing by the data managers. The other important thing what the data manager does is, while they do these activities, along with that, they create the data management plan, which defines how they're going to conduct the entire clinical data management, where all the different sections will be involved, like how the queries will be raised to the site, what are the level of quality checks they will be putting towards ensuring that the data which they have collected in the database is making sense and is as per the protocol, how the different external data would be coming into the database, and how the reconciliations would be performed. So all these activities are being mentioned in the data management plan, and also there will be a creation of the data handling guidelines or the data review guidelines. Typically, a data manager works on this particular thing day in and day out, where they will be reviewing the data via the checks, the queries which are being fired in database because of the data which are not in as per the protocol. And along with that, they will also be working on few of the reports. One must understand that all the checks are not possible to be programmed in the database, and that is why we go for manually creating the reports. So we use the SaaS platform for specifically creating different reports where we get to know the data much better. And as a data manager, it is always important that we do a holistic review of clinical data. Once we do this exercise in the study conduct phase, we basically move to the study closeout phase, where we typically perform the locking of the data, the freezing of the data. We make sure that all the queries are closed, all the data which is entered through queries are being resolved by site. And once this part is completed, we go for locking of the data, where we make sure that no people, whether it is investigator, data managers, CRAs, have access to the data anymore. They can't go and edit the data any further, and we go for lock. So that, by and large, typically completes the overall cycle of study startup, conduct, and study closeout.
Right. Beautifully summed up, the startup conduct and the closeout of phases for funded trials. Now, David has experience more working on non-profit clinical research. So, David, is it any different than what Dev Jyoti has been talking on non-profit clinical research? Is the process still the same, or is there anything that you want to add on?
Thank you for the question. Yes, there are differences. First of all, non-profit research is mainly focused to improve the standard clinical practice, whereas in profit trials, the main goal is to bring to the market a new treatment. And this means that in non-profit academic research, there is much more than drugs, because in many trials, you want to look at the different with being already in place treatment or surgery procedures, or simply if one inner procedure of the hospital is better with respect to another national one. So this is the main difference. In academia, all the related tools and activities study related are developed in strictly collaboration with the researchers, where in profit study, the sponsor provided the tool to capture data with little or no feedback from the final user in many cases, as most of our PIs told us with respect to profit study. So this potentially lead to a bad user experience during data collection. Obviously, it doesn't mean that industry is not far enough to provide this kind of service to the final user, but there is a much discrepancy with respect to the relationship that an academic clinical data manager have with respect to the researchers. With respect to medical specialties, in most of the profit studies, company, for a lot of reasons, obviously, first of all, budget, but not only that, they are focused and specialized on some medical specialties. But I'm used to work with oncologists, geriatrician, intensive care specialists, virologists, practically all the medical specialty, because most of our studies are observational studies. And so all the physicians are interested to look at some specific new insight of their respective specialties. Another difference is about data saturation. Physician usually has to collect too much data in non-profit research because you will never know what data can tell you. So whereas profit study, even if they collect hundreds or thousands of data points, all of them are fitted for the purpose. And finally, resources limitation. Non-profit studies are usually conducted with no or poor budget, whereas sponsor trial can count on important budget.
Right. Yeah, and that's as important as well, the budgets, right? Yeah, and it's maybe let's shift towards the labs part of business, and maybe Praveen is there. To ask Praveen, how does the day look for you, Praveen, in the labs world? Maybe some details on how the labs databases are set up, probably the journey from your initiation to the closure.
Sure. Thank you, Sujit. Thanks for this opportunity. First of all, I really appreciate this opportunity for me to talk in this panel discussion. And I also am privileged to talk with experienced individuals like you, David, and Dev Jyoti. So thank you for this really great opportunity. So before I get into my day at work, so just let me tell you what the lab does, right? So basically, a lab is a place where you ideally collect the sample data, samples for a particular clinical trial. So what exactly can you do with labs? A lab can be basically just a testing place where you give your samples and testing is done. And it could be a place where you could get the testing done as well as the logistics completed for a particular clinical site or for a clinical region. So when you say clinical region, so when you run a clinical trial, for example, a protocol might be divided into 4 or 5 projects based on the region in which the trial is conducted. So let me just give you an example. Let's say it is a global protocol where you have more than 20 countries. These 20 countries are in say 3 or 4 continents. So the North American region becomes one project for us. The South American region becomes the second project for us. Asia Pacific becomes one project. EMEA becomes another project. So we actually divide the protocol into projects and start working on the data that is received in terms of the lab samples. So what do we use the lab data for? Okay, so basically when you run a clinical trial, you need to try and understand the inclusion and exclusion criteria. So samples are collected to make sure that the inclusion and exclusion criteria are met. Then you also define the baseline parameters for each of the lab samples that will be collected throughout the trial. So these are also a requirement for the labs. And you also monitor the safety of the participants all through the clinical trial from the start to the close based on the sample results. And again, you also demonstrate the efficacy of the investigational product by virtue of pharmacokinetics and dynamics of that product using a lab sample and the results that thereof, right? So what do we do in a day-to-day perspective? We have labs globally wherein the specimens are collected, specimens are shipped to a central laboratory in certain cases, and this data needs to be collected in a database which is called the Laboratory Information Management System, or the LIMS system as you may want to call it. So on the LIMS system, you actually collect all the sample information. You also need to make sure that there is data interchangeability between, say, a CTMS system, which is the clinical trial management system. It is also necessary to have a project and project management system where data is flowing through from the project managers globally to labs, data labs. We call ourselves data labs in Bangalore. We don't have a lab where specimen is collected, but data from labs are being forwarded through these database systems. So when I talk about interchangeability, data can flow through any of the systems. In an ideal setup, when we work on 12,000 plus protocols every year, we see that there is about 12,000 or more than 15,000 systems in some places, which is definitely not the way we want to be. But this data is captured in a way by which variables are not in the same order, not in the same currency, but you have to put everything together into a LIMS system and reconcile that data, send it back to the data manager so they can make the required decision as part of the clinical trial. So that is one thing. So when I actually build a LIMS database, what do I do? So a protocol is further divided into a document called as a statement of work by somebody called as a design lead. So the design lead then gives the statement of work to somebody called as a clinical database designer, who designs the protocol requirements into a LIMS database system for each and every protocol. And post that, what we do is we initiate a site. So when we initiate every single clinical site, initial supplies are supposed to be sent to the site. So there will be a lot of regulations around it. If you have to manage those regulations, those regulations should be managed through the LIMS system. So that is done by certain roles within my organization in Bangalore. So the data is collected before you initiate a site, you enter all that data, you make sure that this data can be interchangeable, it can be validated using any of the systems that are required when you pass on through different roles and regulations. And those things are also done as part of the requirement from my team. So as I speak, or as I summarize my day at work, my day at work usually is about collecting data from the labs around the world, put that data into a system from site initiation through site closure based on the specifications that are set by a design lead and a database designer. And then you actually review this data over a period of time and send it back to the data managers for further review and closure of sites, if that helps. Do we really want to know anything more about the lab's perspective, Sujit?
Maybe we'll wait for the questions to come on, and then we'll take it. And if it is okay, Praveen, then we'll just move on. We just have got around 30 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. And yeah, so I guess by now we get a glance of what a day looks like, right, for a senior professional, a programmer, and a person from the lab, right? Now let's go into in the morning. There was a quote which Anita made, which the quote from Charles Darwin. It's not the strongest of the species that survives, not the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that's most adaptable to change. Why I am referring to? We are going through an unprecedented health crisis, COVID. A lot of things have changed for us. A lot of things have become new normal for us, like the social distancing, right? We're talking about virtual world a lot. For people like me who work from homes. And I want to take this discussion maybe to our industry. Has this pandemic forced us to operate differently at work too? We have been talking about virtual trials, remote monitoring, centralized monitoring, use of connected devices, sensor data, wearable data, telemedicine, and many others. So has this pandemic triggered it in a positive way? And if you can, and do you really feel this is going to continue? So David, what are your views, and what do you feel is going to be the new normal for our industry? Are there going to be things that we will adopt for sure in the coming days?
It's an interesting question. Since the very beginning of the pandemic, I started to think that I'm not sure that we will face a real changing in habits. For example, few weeks ago, I attended the SCDM conference, and the regulator said that, okay, we are acting in an emergency situation. It means that the procedure must be adapted to the situation, but in the future, we will go back to the old system. So from the regulatory point of view, I really think that we will need a lot of time to adapt to these new changes. For example, in Italy, our regulatory panel provide us the possibility to submit electronically with respect to use the paper for non-electronic studies, but now they are going back to the old system. For sure, what we will really need as a whole, as already was mentioned during the Congress, that we need to move forward to biggest usage of electronic record, because this can really make things together, can really have a proactive, patient-centric way to conduct studies. So I really hope that all these changes in terms of remote meeting, remote working will really be fixed in our routine. But I think that we will need a lot of time to fix this new way of working in our daily routine.
All right. Thank you, David. And Praveen, let me come back to you again. Do you want to share your thoughts in terms of things that, as a professional, as a clinical research professional, that I need to learn and unlearn?
Yes, again, moving between different domains within the clinical trial industry, I definitely see the need to learn and unlearn, Sujit. So yeah, that's a good question actually. And again, in a situation, you need to try and learn and unlearn several things. So basically, whenever a sample was collected, a sample was supposed to be collected at a clinical site and sent back to a central laboratory according to regulations. But now in the company that I currently work, they have adapted to a situation where a sample can be collected at your nearest pharmacy store in the US. I'm not talking about India. So basically, you can collect the sample at the nearest pharmacy store, and also the storage units have been set up by the organization, so that this is basically what you're trying to do is, yeah, you need to still follow regulations, but you need to unlearn certain things, like not be too adamant about collecting samples, and you need to travel about 5 miles or 10 miles to provide a sample, and probably your nearest pharmacy store is where you're supposed to go. So that's something that the organization has learned. For us as managers, who manage people, we have learned that though people may not be directly working in an office setup, how can we still make sure that we can engage with people more? So this is definitely a learning that all of us as managers in this clinical research industry is trying to adapt to. Right. So the way by which we allocate work to our associates, the way by which we collate that data and send it back to our leadership, the way by which we engage people in conversations, whether be it a process improvement or anything else. This is all certain things which we have started to learn as part of this pandemic. And what have we learned? the very focus about, you need to work in an office setup. You need to be in a, in a real-time world where you can actually run a project, run a particular database to a closure. All of this is something that you're trying to unlearn, because that is part of your system for over 16, 17 years, where you've always been with people, working with people, and trying to adapt to that. But now when the pandemic happens, as I currently work on COVID-19 studies, I really cannot say that, I need to have my lab staff coming into work globally, right? So my global leadership has made a decision that, they will rotate people. Like they will have a segregation of lab staff by lab A, lab B. Lab A staff comes on day 1, day 3. Lab B staffs come on day 2, day 4, and day 5. So that there is no exposure, even if there was a COVID situation within the lab workers, and still, the clinical trial can go through its closure. So these are really interesting things that I have learned or I have seen happen during this pandemic times. Sujit, thank you for this opportunity to speak about this.
Absolutely, Praveen, I agree. And I guess, Debjyoti, let me come to you on the thoughts shared by both David and Praveen. What do you feel the skills which might be needed for somebody who wants to start a career? I'm getting some questions around that as well in the chat box. Maybe it's the right time to get into that. Today morning, Anita was mentioning in a keynote about supporting the universities in developing the curriculum. So that the students which are coming out of the colleges are more or less industry ready, because the kind of investment which goes in by the organization into training, how can we help in the overall process? You want to throw some light around that?
Sure, Sujit. I think that's a great initiative which Anita this morning was speaking about, bringing the academia nearer or closer to the industry. I think it's the approach which should be taken moving forward, where we know that there is a gap between the academics and the technology per se. Whatever we study, whether it is B Pharma, biotechnology, microbiology, etc., and what we work in day-to-day basis in our office, it's completely different. However, having said that, what we must understand, and this is a message for all the people here listening today, I think Gino really spoke this morning about what are the must skill one should have for getting into the industry tomorrow. And he touched based on few of the skills like the information of what you know about the subject. Okay, so this is something which is very much important. Communication skill. This is something which goes on without saying, that you need to communicate properly, because you're going to work in a global environment. You are not going to work on just with your local colleagues inside India. You're going to speak with multiple people in different parts of the world. So communication is definitely a very key item which one needs to understand to become industry ready. So the other thing which I could say is, yes, technology is changing day by day. We need to embrace the technologies which are coming our way. We also need to make sure that whatever we have learned, we need to unlearn and relearn new things. So these are the things which I believe, Sujit, are the must skills one should have if they're trying to get into industry, be it is any industry. Clinical research is just a part of it. It is applicable for all other different sectors as well. So communication, knowledge about the subject, ready to unlearn something and relearn new things. As we are discussing, many things that we are getting into virtual clinical trials. So we are seeing about artificial intelligence, machine learning. So all of us need to embrace that and move forward along with this industry. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. And I'm just looking at some of the questions which has come in the chat box. So how will we ensure the data protection when we are dealing with humongous amount of data? That's one question, and maybe any of you can take it.
I can start to add my point of view. modern EDC system has a lot of tool and procedure can be put in place in order to assure that data will be accessed only to people that were allowed to access it and well trained. And on top of that, there are tools to assure that people cannot do something with data. For example, when I implemented system for a database, I precisely check the permission of the specific role. It means that if a folk have to input data, I don't want that he will be able to export, send it and share with someone else. And this is a measure that can prevent possible data leaks or data breaks. So this is something that definitely is done day by day in order to assure the data quality and data protection.
Anybody else want to add on?
If I would like to, sorry, Debjyoti, please go ahead.
All right. Thanks, Praveen. So from my point of view, I think we do really look into the Data Privacy Act with the utmost care. We have something called as 21 CFR Part 11, electronic record, electronic signature. All the data which are being getting entered into the database are being tracked, and there is a definite audit trail present over there. And as David was mentioning, like we don't give access to all parties for editing the data or modifying the data or entering the data. So there are specific roles and responsibilities for each of the functions within the clinical data management. And as per the roles, they will be given the permissions of either entering the data. Example, the principal investigator, the CRC would be able to enter the data, whereas the CRAs would be basically going to the site for validating the data and also raise some queries to the site if the data are not as per the source. Similarly, the data managers never get access to modify the data. They also will be having access only to raise the queries and update the queries as per the information received from the industry, from the investigator. Go ahead, Praveen.
Thank you. Again, I was also going to talk about the 21 CFR Part 11 regulation. So thanks for bringing that perspective. So yeah, the regulation in itself has been there for years now. And again, electronic signature is one. Another way of controlling the data is basically to set up rules where, while we transfer data of one customer and by mistake, if that data file is being sent to another customer, the Outlook in itself is also reading these emails and rejecting those to go out of the outbox. It rejects and says, okay, maybe you might want to check the attachment. So that's one way of data protection that certain organizations have set up. Okay. Another way of looking at it is the virtual data desktop initiative. So, you really can't bring any data files outside of the virtual desktop initiative that most organizations follow from the lab point of view. So data will remain within a protected environment and it cannot be removed out into any format outside of that environment unless approved by an authority within the organization where it says that this data can be utilized for other purposes other than what it is intended to. So there are many ways by which we protect the data. One of that is electronic signature, just trying to summarize. The second way is by which you also set rules within the entire Outlook system, wherein the data files are not actually going to the unintended recipient, and the virtual desktop initiative. So these are some examples that I can definitely share, Sujit.
Absolutely, thank you. Yeah, so it's indeed a pretty regulated environment, so the data privacy still remains a key point. Maybe Praveen, this question is specifically for you. How is the, and that's from the questions from the audience. How is the wet lab work conducted for clinical trials linked to clinical data management and data science? I don't know, trying to understand what it means, but how is wet lab conducted for clinical trials linked to both data management and data science?
That's an interesting question. So, but basically there's not much of a difference. You just call it data science because of the volume of data that you actually collect. So, that brings a perspective. Like when you say something, you see a 2/3 majority, right? To establish stating that it is very important. So, in any clinical trial, you collect lab data, and that lab data constitutes about 60 to 80% of the clinical trial data, because that is what decides whether a trial needs to go on or not. So like I said, from a wet lab point of view, we don't have wet labs here in India, at least within our organization. We have wet labs in Singapore, Indianapolis, which is in the United States, and we also have a lab in Europe. Okay, so basically what these labs do, like I said, we have learned through this pandemic situation as to how to conduct the wet lab experiments, by not having everybody in the labs at the same time. I did mention this example before. We have divided our workforce into 2 or 3 different parts, so that these people can go into a wet lab and conduct that laboratory tests and laboratory resulting on an ongoing basis, so that clinical trials don't stop. Okay, so that's one. Another way of looking at wet lab experiences, we have moved the wet lab out of the labs. So that's also was something that I shared with you as part of learning and unlearning experience. We've moved it to the pharmacies there in the US. I don't want to mention in the interest of copyright, but our organization has moved the laboratory experience to a pharmacy near your house. Basically, any person who is part of a clinical trial can go share their sample, or a sample can be withdrawn from a subject participating in the clinical trial in a pharmacy. And storage can also happen until it is being collected by the organization and sent to central labs for resulting. I'm not sure if this answers the question of that particular person, but this is what we do in terms of wet labs for data management and data science. The major difference is basically about the data that is being collected for a protocol. If the data is going to be huge, you're going to use data science methodologies. Otherwise, you're just going to send it to a data manager to reconcile that data and send it back to the physicians for further continuation of a trial. So that's the basic difference that I see, Sujit.
All right. All right. And let's take one last question, and then we will conclude. We're almost on time. One question which is coming: what can be listed as major challenges for somebody who wants to begin their career in clinical research? I don't know which role they are talking about, but if in general, if we have to sum up, what are the major things? I guess we've talked about skills a bit, what are the kind of skills which is needed, but anything that you guys want to add on to that?
So just wanted to add.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sujit, I'll let you complete your statement, then I'll go ahead.
No, I'm just reiterating the question again. What can be listed as major challenges faced by beginners in this industry?
So I was a beginner at some point. So let me share my own experience. Okay, so when you are at school or at college, you believe that getting a good grade definitely helps you. Okay, so I was one of those people who believed in that. Okay, so but that's not true, guys. So let me tell you. Okay, that's definitely a good start, but not the definite requirement for anything in this world. Okay, so I would definitely want to highlight on certain competencies that are required. One is work well with others. You're going to work in a team, right? So basically you have to work well with others. The second one is innovation and change. How innovative are you as you work through your role? Are you just that person who comes into work and does what is required of your role on any given day and just goes out of your work and does not care about the end outcomes? Sorry, that's not going to help. And for anybody of us here, I've also suffered through that particular problem, right? Where I must have thought, okay, I just do my work and move on. But that's not going to be the end result of it all. So be innovative, be ready for change. Like what Sujit mentioned, being adaptable to a change is very, very important as a competence. And a lot of lab folks whom we hire as beginners today think about lab results, lab data. I know about every single lab test that's being conducted globally for a clinical trial. Fantastic, we appreciate it. But we are data labs. We are no longer sitting in a wet lab reviewing samples or reviewing assays, or trying to put that together into perspective. We are people who are very close to data, so we need to have good communication skills. So that's one thing I always see as, yeah, people who are coming out of college should concentrate on that, should work more on that. I'm telling this more from a perspective of hiring people, right? So we hire a lot of people. Even at this moment, we keep hiring people for different roles. And one big challenge that we always see is there are people who are very good at things technically, but they're not able to articulate what they want to say to the other person. Remember, you just have 30 minutes to impress somebody in an interview process, and communication is very, very, very important. I cannot stress more than this, but please work on these things as you look out for roles in the industry. These are things that I definitely feel will help each one of you as you progress. Good luck with your search, guys.
All right. So thank you very much.
Just to add on what Praveen has said, I think by now all the target audience have really understood that clinical research itself is a multidisciplinary plane. Okay, and it's not just one specific field alone. So there are a lot of things. What I think my message to all the participants here would be is to identify your niche area. It's very much important to understand your subject and identify your niche area where you wanted to move ahead. And then probably you can really focus upon developing the different skills which we have been discussing since morning. And as Praveen was really talking about having a very clear communication and articulating the things which you have learned during that interview. And as you rightly mentioned, that it's just 30 minutes, which either shapes your brain or breaks your career. Okay, at least for that particular day, and which will definitely have a catastrophic effect in your life for some time, if not for long. So please identify that niche where you wanted to move. It's a huge area. It's a multidisciplinary plane. You have programmers, you have data managers, you have biostats, you have labs, and many other things. So identify, go into that, read more, and then do well in the interviews, whichever you are targeting for. Thank you.
Yeah. Beautifully. I think that's a way to probably sum up the entire conversation here, right? Niche area, follow your passion, and things will automatically fall in place. And by that, I want to thank each one of you. David, Praveen, for your time today, and we'll hand it over to Dr. Das.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sujit, for moderating the interesting session. It was really very interesting and informative. I extend my sincere thanks on behalf of VIT University and IQVIA, I extend my sincere thanks to Mr. Sujit, Mr. David, and Mr. Arukyaraj Praveen, and Devajyoti Das. Thank you very much, and also participants. Thank you.
And thank you
so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we all are available on LinkedIn. Our coordinates are there, so please don't hesitate to connect. Any open questions, we'll be happy to answer. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Sudhandira Das, sir, for running the session so nicely, and thank you, Sujit sir, for moderating the session wonderfully well. And I would also like to thank all the panel members once more. Thank you so much. So the next session will be starting by 3:45, and the speaker would be Sarvesh Singh, and the topic would be advice to the young leaders of tomorrow. So we are just giving a 10 minutes break. Feedback, we'll be circulating the feedback form later on after the break. Okay, so exactly meet by 3:45. Thank you so much.
Dr. Jabez?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, Sarvesh sir made some changes to the slides. So you have to allow him to share the screen. The control is with you.
1 minute, ma'am. We have time now, ma'am, so that's why.
Yeah, that's fine. Sarvesh sir, you can talk to Jabez. Unmute and talk, sir.
Hi, Dr. Jabez. Have you passed me the control so that I can just share my screen?
I have given you the control. You are a co-host right now. You can just go ahead sharing your screen.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, it is. But before that, ma'am will have to introduce you. So please stop sharing. Once she is done, then probably you can share your screen.
I think it's fine. So the screen can be there and she can just introduce me, no problem.
No, she has to share the slide.
Okay. Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Jabez.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Do you want me to put it or you introduce, then I'll put it?
Yes, ma'am. I'll introduce you first and then you can share the screen.
Some pop-up came. Let me see my screen visible. Can I just, yeah, it's okay. Okay, once you introduce, then yeah, that's okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're also a co-host now, so.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You've got another 9 minutes, ma'am, so.
Yeah.
So
okay.
Mr. Suresh is the Vice President at ICON India, ma'am.
Yeah. I was trying to see the website, Sarvesh sir. Yeah, I could. Anyway, I will listen to his talk, so it's okay. Maybe I'll stop the video, then I'll resume later. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Same here.
Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon. So I think since it's only 30 minutes, which is assigned for him, I think it's better to start the session so that we get more time for Q&A as well.
Sure, sure.
The chairperson for the next session is Dr. Kavita Tirumurugan, ma'am. And she is also faculty of SBST, which is School of Biosciences and Technology in VIT. And over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Jabez. Right. So I have a great pleasure in welcoming Mr. Sarvesh Singh, Vice President of ICON in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. He is going to speak on this topic, advice to the young leaders of tomorrow. Very essential topic, not only now, ever, because we need lots of young leaders, right? Okay, anyway, so the conference is going on fine, and we were, before we started this session, we were talking about, we were listening to the day of CRP, Clinical Research Professional. Okay, as a researcher, we all need to know what happens in the clinics, how the data managed, and how the personals involved are handled. Okay, the crisis management, very essential. And of course, Mr. Sarvesh Singh has a specialty in that. So to introduce him, so his roles are business development by continuous upsell and cross-sell of services to existing client base. And he also involved in taking ownership of industry, vertical, and a set of clients. He is responsible for professional development, coaching, and evaluation of the assigned team members. In the firm, he has responsibilities including knowledge management, training, recruitment and selection, very essential processes, and some internal process development, expanding business capabilities, and leading other organization improvement practices. It looks like he is involved in many roles. And so key points, his specialties are outsourcing, business development, CRD, customer relationship management, delivery and crisis management, project management and process improvement. So he's going to talk about advice to the young leaders of tomorrow. Welcome you, sir, Mr. Sarvesh Singh. I'll stop the sharing, right? Yeah, thanks, Jabez.
Yes, ma'am. I apologize. I thought it's for half an hour, but it's for talk is for 40 minutes and Q&A is for 20 minutes, ma'am. So
yeah, that's what I remembered.
Yes, anyway, yes, it is the same. It is the same.
Sarvesh sir is ready to talk for 40 minutes, I guess. Sir, please. Yeah.
So if we can have it in full screen. Yes.
Sarvesh, you are speaking on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Great to see so many of you connecting virtually for this event, and so many of you is still staying till afternoon. So today I'm going to talk on young leaders of tomorrow. These are some of the things which I'll be covering in today's session. So first is the leadership. What is leadership? And I know that there are multiple definitions of leadership. So I will go over my definition of leadership, that what I feel leaders should do. And at the moment, we are living in a very interesting age where things are changing at a very fast pace compared to what we have seen any time in the past several centuries. Therefore, type of leadership which was needed in the past to drive corporate organizations or the countries, that will be very different in the years to come. And I could see that several of you are students who will get into workforce maybe this year or in coming years. And I'm sure that several of you would be aspiring to become industry leaders. So it's very important for you to understand a difference in expectations of today versus tomorrow's leaders. I will also go over traits of leadership so that you can evaluate the gaps, and then I will give you some recommendations towards end of the presentation to guide you on how you can fill some of those gaps in your leadership journey. So now let me jump into definition of leadership. So as I said earlier that there are multiple definitions. So let me ask you a few questions, and since we are not face to face, so you can just think over the answers and see how much they match with my stream of thoughts. So my first question is, do you think that anyone who is a leader should have followers? If yes, then I think if you want to be a leader, then first and foremost thing which is very important is to have followership. My second question is, do you agree with me that depending on what type of leader you want to become, that type of followers you need? So if you want to become a corporate leader, then you need people who work in corporates to see you as a role model. If you want to become a spiritual leader, then you need people who believe in spirituality to follow you. If you want to become a political leader, then you need people who can help you win elections. So those type of people, they should be following you. And if you want to become a leader of terrorists, then you need people who believe in terrorism to follow you. So at the end of the day, depending on what type of leader you want to become, that type of followership you need to create. My third question is, do you agree with me that depending on how big leader you want to become, you need those many followers? So in corporate world, people start as graduate trainees, and then they become people leader called as team leads, who have a small team of 5 to 10 people. Then they grow up the ladder, they become managers, and they start managing group of team leads. Then they become director who manage group of managers. Then they become VP who manage group of directors. And then they become president and CEO managing VPs and presidents of the organization. So at the end of the day, each of them, starting from team lead to CEO in a corporate organization, is actually a leader. So only thing which varies is their span of control. And each leader with a smaller span of control wants to take on more to widen their span of control to become a big leader. And same applies for companies. So people who are managing small size companies, they want to manage mid-size companies, and people who are managing mid-size companies, they want to manage large size companies. And all the people leaders, irrespective of the size of the group or size of the company, want to take on more and more so that they can become big leaders. So ultimately, this question of leadership, it boils down to creating followership. So now earlier question, which was about how to become a leader of tomorrow, boils down to how to create followership. So let's do some deep dive into this particular question, that how to create followership. So there are two questions which I would like to ask. One is that who do you follow? And who do you think others follow? And I'm very sure that once you'll ask these questions, then answers you'll get is that you follow somebody who you can trust on what the person says. You follow someone from whom you get some benefits. It can be intellectual, it can be monetary, but there has to be some sort of benefit directly or indirectly whenever you are following somebody. Then someone whom you think society can benefit. So somebody has to benefit from a leader. Someone from whom you get inspiration, someone who you look up to, and you want to become that type of person. Similarly, if you ask others who do they follow, they will also tell that they follow people with similar attributes, and then they follow somebody who has compassion, somebody who is very lively, or someone who has new ideas. So now our basic question was how to become a leader of tomorrow. That boiled down to the question how to create followership. So now let's do some deep dive into these traits of leadership. So before going into individual traits, which I showed you in the previous slide, I want to tell you that at a very high level, we can very easily say that leadership is all about creating two things. One is inspiration, and second is results. So leaders are people who can inspire masses who they manage, and then those people who are being managed by leaders, they produce great results. So now let's go over some of the traits which we saw for leaders in the previous slides. So now the next question is that how to start building these traits in you so that others start following you in the same way as you follow the leaders. So first is building trust. So I would say that first step in building trust is meeting commitments. So no one follows someone who says something else and does something else. So now question is how to meet commitments. And for that I would say that under promise and over deliver each time. And if you continue over delivering on your promises, then people will have trust that you will deliver at least what you said. Because in the past you had delivered more than what you had promised. And this is also the key for anyone in corporate organization to climb up the corporate ladder and to get into more senior leadership roles, that always over deliver on your promises. Second one is benefits to individuals and societies. So for that I would say that it's very important for you to understand Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And this theory was developed by a psychologist with the name Maslow, and he had published it in a psychological review paper called Theory of Human Motivation in 1943. And I think that once you have fully understood it, then it's very important to climb up this pyramid, which starts with basic needs, moves on to psychological needs, and then moves on to self-fulfillment needs. Because till the time you will continue operating at the lower levels of I and my, until the time you'll keep asking the question before doing anything that what's in it for me, then I don't think that people will follow you. And anybody who has been successful in leadership roles is not the person who is always interested in himself or herself. And even if you think of people who you follow, I don't think that you follow somebody who is very self-centered, person who is very selfish, person who is just thinking about himself. Rather, you follow someone who is helping you or helping others in the society. And sometimes that can even involve taking personal pain and risk-taking. But still, leaders, they basically go ahead and do it for greater good. So you need to be a change agent, and then only others will benefit from you. Third trait is being inspirational. So you ask yourself, when do you get inspired by someone? And I think we get inspired by someone when we see that the person has vision, the person has courage, and the person has foresight to creativity to transform his or her area of work. For example, if you look at Mahatma Gandhi, he was very inspirational because he changed the way people were looking at independence from the Britishers. He had a great vision for independent India. He had the courage to execute that vision, which several people of his time did not have. And that's why you see millions of people, they followed Gandhi and even sacrificed their lives in freedom struggle with a lot of pride and not with pain or suffering. Next is compassion and aliveness. So we have seen several leaders who are very strong in their fields, but they have actually lost touch with their inner aliveness. They don't have compassion, they don't have mindfulness. And that's why you see these days that companies disappear from the market very quickly because leaders, they lack these values. And when they are dead from inside, it becomes very difficult for such people to keep their companies alive. So it's very important for you as future leaders of tomorrow to engage yourself in things which inspire and manifest human aliveness in you, because in this digital age, it's very easy to get distracted. So it's very important that you engage yourselves in the things which you are actually passionate of. And I believe that life can be more prosperous for oneself and others when three criteria are satisfied. One is personal fulfillment. Second one is professional achievement. And third one is mutually fulfilling relationships. So if any one of these three legs are missing, then you will not have a great life. And if you are into a leadership role, then people can sense that there is something missing and you will have very few followers. Next one is learning from mistakes. And I normally tell my team that you don't learn from your mistakes, rather you learn when you reflect on those mistakes. So if you make a mistake and if you don't reflect on it, then you're not going to learn anything from that experience. Rather, you will commit the same mistake multiple times, even in future. So if you want to be a great leader, then I would advise you that reflect on your mistakes to ensure they act as stepping stones for your future growth and they do not become stumbling blocks to keep you stuck on where you are at the moment. And next and very important point is that all leaders, they have new ideas. They are lifelong learners. They are very curious. And we have transitioned from different stages of industrial revolution to linear factories to complex ecosystems in current world of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So the question is how to come up with some brilliant idea which is for a worthy cause and people like it. And it's very important to not just come up with an idea, but also to sell the idea. So question is how to first come up with idea, then how to sell that idea. Because there are several people in the world with great ideas, but they are not considered leaders as they never manage to sell their ideas. And successful leaders, they constantly consume information in a variety of formats. They learn from it. And then they go ahead and share what they have learned with a wider audience. And then those people, they start following the leaders. And I would say that once you have come up with a great idea, then it's very important that you have a great communication skill in order to sell the idea. And I would say that communication is most essential skill a leader should have. And everything else like strategic planning, hiring people, creating a vision, motivating your team, and even financial planning, all these things, they involve communication. And leaders need to present their ideas in ways that inspires and motivates people. And for that, again, great communication skill, whether it is verbal or whether it is written, that is the key. So as I said that out of all the traits which I showed you, the most important trait is coming up with new idea. So now the question is, what is considered a new idea? Because there are so many people who have great ideas, but what is a new idea? And I would say that it depends on the context and age of civilization. So something which was a great idea for agriculture age might not be a great idea for industrial age. Something which was great idea for industrial age might not be a great idea for information age. Something which is great idea for information age might not be a great idea for imagination age. So bottom line is that creativity depends on the age of civilization in which you are living. So now the question which comes is that what are these different ages? So let me take you along different ages of civilization, as there are a lot of leadership lessons to be learned from this transition. Because the best way to predict the future is to trace back the past. So if you want to be a great leader of future, then you need to know the traits and expectations from leaders of the past, and then how they handle those situations to make their mark in the history. So now let's look at the way we progressed in human civilization based on something which I heard from Sanjeev Nair. He has a great YouTube channel where he talks of future trends. So what Sanjeev Nair says is that this is how human civilization evolved. So first was the hunter age, where people were living in forests and they were hunting animals for survival and food. Then people moved to agriculture age, where they were cultivating different type of crops, and farmers, they were the product of this age. And in this age, leader was somebody with a great physical strength and the person who was having great power. So all farmers, they used to follow that person with great physical strength. And then we moved on to industrial age. And this was the age of machines. So we use machines for manufacturing, and laborers and employees, they are the byproduct of this age. And focus in this age was on focus in education system of this age, that was not on how to make like great strengths the way farmers had in his industrial age, in agriculture age, but it was more on land, labor and capital, machines, manufacturing. And in this age, the person not with great physical strength was called the leader, but somebody who has got the control was the person who was called the leader. And it demanded people who were very systematic in doing things. So in industrial age, people who were very systematic in doing things, they became managers, and then they started managing laborers who were not very systematic. And everything which leaders in industrial age were focusing, that was based on the task. And success was determined based on how quickly and with great quality one can complete the task. So individual contributors who were very good in completing individual tasks, they were moving up the corporate ladder. And the people who were very systematic, they used to climb up the ladder quite quickly. So managers, they used to look at progress reports and performance that was determined based on the bell curve system. And the main asset in industrial age was factories. So as you can see that in hunter age, there was a different type of leadership required. In agriculture age, different type of leadership was required. In industrial age, different type of leadership was required. And then we moved on to information age. And entrepreneurship is product of this age that started from early 2000. And in this age, the one who was having the information or knowledge, that person was having the power. So it demanded people who were visionary, as they were able to tell right execution strategy with all the data which was available all over the place. So in this age, as I told you that in agriculture age, people with physical strength, they were powerful. In industrial age, people who were more systematic, they were leaders, they became CEOs of the organizations. In information age, it was not the people who were very strong physically, it was not the people who were very systematic, but it was the people who were very visionary and who were able to execute their strategy. They are the ones who moved up the corporate ladder and they became leaders in corporate organizations called CEOs. They are the ones who became prime ministers of the countries. They are the ones who became leaders in any given field, not the one who was having the physical strength. And in this age, focus was on people. And if you look at IT companies, you can see that their main asset is people. They don't have any equipments, right, other than people who are sort of generating revenues for the IT companies. So now if we look in 2020, then we'll see that everyone, if you look in this year, 2020, you can see that everyone has a lot of information and everything can be accessed from anywhere at any time. And even, you know, the presentation which I am giving is getting recorded, right? So you can listen to this presentation in any part of the world at any time. If you want to revisit this presentation, you can again revisit it at maybe tomorrow, day after tomorrow, even many years later, right? Because all this, I think, is getting uploaded on YouTube. So when information was not easily available, then the person who was having information, that was the power. But today, now we are transitioning from information age to imagination age. So having just information is not going to give you any power because it is widely available. You go on Google, Google will give you any information. Even the things I am talking of, you go on Google it, you'll get it. A lot of people have talked on these things. So what is important is right execution with right information. Just having information is not enough. You should have right information and then you should have right execution strategy. So it's important to know, now it's important to know what is right information because there is a lot of information all over the place. And for that, it's important to know what do you want in your life. Based on that, you need to determine the type of information which you need. There is plenty of information available over internet. And I go and search for something, you go and search for something. There are millions of people who are going and searching for something, but things which may be useful for me might not be useful for you and vice versa. So it's very important to determine what is right information for an individual, especially if you want to become leader of tomorrow. It's very important for you to spend your time on the things which are very productive. And economists are already saying that information age is about to end, and then we will move on to imagination age. So by the time you guys will get into leadership roles, maybe in 10 to 15 years from now, you will already be in imagination age. So let me explain you what this imagination age is. So this is the age in which the things which only few of us would have imagined or the things which none of us would have imagined are going to happen. The type of jobs which will be there 10 to 15 years from now, even colleges, universities and schools are not aware of. That type of education is still not there. So now imagine that is the type of people who you will be leading in a decade from now. So in this imagination age, the one who is going to come up with new innovative ideas will have power. That person will be called as the leader. This is demands for people who are creative, who can come up with ideas which no one has even thought of. This is the age of imagination which you are going to see in next few years from now. This is going to be the age of human brain, not just the age of physical and mental toughness. It's going to be the age of human brain, and survival in this age is going to be only by optimizing our brains, maximizing our brains, actually understanding operation of the brain, by being master of new ideas. So the age of copycats is over. That was there in industrial age, that was there in information age. So don't copy anyone else's ideas. because those days are gone where one person came up with an idea, someone copied it, then someone else copied it, then a lot of people copied it, and then a lot of companies were formed around those ideas. Now you can see that organizations are struggling to differentiate themselves in the marketplace if they are copying and selling someone else's ideas. Therefore, innovative idea of today will become commodity of tomorrow. And this process of innovative idea to commoditization, that took several decades in agriculture age, industrial age, and information age. However, if you look into this transition period, when we are moving from information age to imagination age, this has reduced to few years. People are very quickly to copy any new innovative idea. And within few months, you are seeing several companies doing the same stuff which was quite innovative few years back. In imagination age, this will be reduced to few months, then to few days. Therefore, question comes on what young leaders of tomorrow need to do to survive in imagination age. And for that, I'll give you few suggestions, and I would recommend you that listen very carefully and make notes of what I'm going to tell, because these are things which you should be practicing in years to come. First and foremost thing is determine what you want to achieve in life and by when you want to achieve that. And be very selective in your life and be very clear on where you want to reach in life and by when you want to reach there. And then ponder over two questions. One is, are you consuming the right information to generate right thoughts, which will take you there by the time you want to be there? And second question is, are you allowing only that information to reach to your brain, which will help you to reach to your desired destination? And in case you do not have any objective in your life, then what I would suggest is that tomorrow is Sunday, you sit alone at a quiet place for few hours to get an idea of what you want to do in life. Majority of you are still students, so it's the right time for you, even you pick your first job, before you pick the first job, it's very important for you to think what you want to do in your life. If you will not do this, then you will be a failed human being in coming future, because 60 to 70% of jobs, they will either be transformed or eliminated. So you cannot depend on the jobs which people are doing today, thinking that let me take this job and do it for the lifetime. Artificial intelligence and robotics, they are going to replace all mundane jobs in next few years. So first is determine what you want to achieve in your life and by when you want to achieve that. Second question is come up with your own idea. Start developing your imagination part of the brain and work on that instead of copying someone else's idea. Third thing which you need to do is explore the power of your brain by doing, I would say, three things. One is protect your brain, because brain is a processing unit just like computer. So anyone who is having computer science background must be aware that if you are processing several things at the same time in your laptop or in your desktop or even in your mobile, then everything hangs. You get no results, or even if you get results, it takes very long time to load a page. If you open say 1,000 web pages, it will take a lot of time to load those pages. So brain is a processing unit. Whatever you put in the brain is processed into your thoughts. And these thoughts, they define your future. So if you want to be a successful person, then you need to be very careful in this information age on what type of information is getting into your mind at the time when the whole world is overloaded with information. Those who will be able to determine the type of information they need to feed in the brain, they will be much more successful compared to those who will just take in whatever comes on their way. So first is protect your brain. Second is don't allow to get all the junk information in the brain. Today you open a TV channel, you go on social media, talk to a friend, read newspaper, Everything is filled with a lot of information. Be very selective on what you need versus what you do not need. Because whatever you see will get into your brain and will unnecessarily waste your time. So once you have protected your brain, once you are allowing only useful information to get into your brain, then third one is create an operating manual for your brain. So anything which comes today comes with an operating manual. You buy a washing machine, it comes with a manual. You buy an air conditioner, it comes with a manual. You buy a car, it comes with a manual. Only human brain comes with no manual, right? And all of you must be in your 20s, right? If you are a student. If you are in corporate life, might be in your 30s or 40s. So for last 20, 30 and 40 years, you have operated this brain without any manual. Think of a washing machine, right? If you are not operating it with a manual, you will not be able to wash your clothes. If you have a car, you are not operating with manual, you will not be able to drive it. So now imagine 20, 30 and 40 years, they are wasted. You did not operate your manual. You did not operate your brain with a manual. So now I am giving you the manual with which you need to operate your brain for next phase of your life. So in case if you have not yet created any operating manual for your brain and you just process any information which comes on your way into thoughts, then start practicing meditation, because that will create gap between the time an information is received to the time you react to that information, and learn how to operate the brain in best possible manner. In coming slides, I'll give you a few tips and tricks on how you can operate your brain at the most optimal level. And in case, even if you have been a failure in your life until now, then in the imagination is you can still become a successful personality just by using power of your brain. As they say, there is no minimum or maximum age for any human being to be a successful personality. We have seen a lot of people who have become successful even after their 40s and 50s. And majority of you are still in your 20s. So even if you have not been a very great student, still there is a lot of opportunity for you to do wonders in your life. So now let me tell you how to make this jump from being a victim to being a future leader of tomorrow. And this is the concept from Robin Sharma, and he says, move from cannot to can. So till the time you think something cannot be done, that will definitely not be done. So start believing in yourself and thinking that whatever is your aspiration is something which can be done. Second concept is that instead of being busy, you become focused on outcomes. Because everybody in this world is very busy. Even if you ask a child, even if a child is 3 to 5 years of age, will say, I am very busy playing games. If a child grows up, will say, I am very busy studying. If you ask an employee, so after a child, you become a student, then you become an employee. You ask any employee in any office, at any level, employee will say, I am very busy in office. But at end of day, if you want to get into leadership roles, then you need to ask yourself that are you busy doing right things? Is your business focused on some outcomes? Or are you just busy for the sake of being busy? Because if you are alive, you will be busy 24 hours doing something, right? Either studying or sleeping or taking bath or fighting with somebody or reading something, you will be busy, right? So second thing is this. Third one is move away from making excuses to delivering results. Because the moment you make an excuse, you move power from yourself to the excuse. So more excuses you make in life, less powerful you become. You become more dependent on your excuses and less on the actions which will basically deliver the results. So victims, they basically take from the world, but if you want to be the leader, you'll have to give to the world. So don't say that I don't have enough money, I don't have enough time, I don't have enough power, I don't have enough confidence, I don't have enough empowerment, nobody listens to me. All these are excuses. And they will make you a very weak personality and you will never be able to become a great leader. So it's very important for you to take care of these things. And it's also very important for you to understand that what you were in the past and what you are now is very different. And what you are going to be in the future is again going to be something very different. So live your life by design, not by default. And always remember this 80-20 rule, because 80% of the results in life, they come from 20% of the effort you put in. And rest 80% of the effort which you put in is distraction. And that hardly gives you 20% of the results. And last and very important thing is that once you get into a corporate life, and if you want to become a leader, then from day one, remember this, that leader is focused on thinking about future and giving guidance. Manager is more of executing brilliantly based on what guidance is given. So always start thinking from day one, even if you are a trainee, that what am I contributing to the company? Instead of just thinking that what am I getting from the company? Because the more you contribute, companies will give you much more. Leaders, they make the decision even if it is unpopular. But if they think it will bring long-term good to the business, then they make those unpopular decisions as well. So don't try to be a very popular leader making all nonsense decisions, no? So make unpopular decisions for the betterment of society as well as for betterment of your company. So now we are at the end of the presentation. This is my last slide. So let me recommend you a few things which have helped me in my leadership journey. And I think these may be helpful in your leadership journey as well. First one is go ahead and get yourself enrolled for a 30-day future self program by Benjamin Hardy. And I know majority of you are students, so you'll ask what is the cost. And I'm happy to share that this is for free. What it requires is just 1 hour of your time every day. So Benjamin Hardy, he basically sends a video of 10 to 15 minutes, which you'll have to watch. And then he gives you 3 or 4 very deep questions for reflection, where you need to reflect and think what your life is all about, what you want to do. And I can assure you that if you do this program for 30 days, and if you basically listen to his videos and write answers to the questions in a diary or in your notebook, you'll be a very different person. Not in few years from now, but just after 30 days. Second thing which I'll tell is that even if you don't read books, go ahead and read 2 books. One is Secret by Rhonda Byrne, and second one is The Gap and the Gain by Dan Sullivan. So if you want to spend some money, this Secret book costs around 150 to 250 rupees, depending on from where you are purchasing. The book Gap and Gain, that comes for free. It is an e-book, so you can download it for free from internet. And what this book tells is that whenever you want to see where you are today, don't compare yourself from future, because wherever you will compare yourself from future, you always think that you are still not there. So always compare yourself from the past, and then you see how much you have gained from where you were, say 5 years back, where you were 10 years back, where you were in the childhood, how far you have come. And then you think that what your aspiration in future is, and this gain from the past will fuel you. That will give you a lot of positive energy to further drive you towards your future which you are imagining. So I'll recommend you that tomorrow is Sunday, download this book, and it will hardly take 3 hours. You can just read it from chapter 1 till the last chapter. Third thing is go ahead and do values assessment at Barrett Value Center. And again, this is for free. And this survey takes 5 minutes. At end of the survey, you will see a message that your responses have been successfully entered and results will be mailed at your email ID. During the survey, you will be asked 10 words from a list of values and behaviors. And it gives a very detailed report on what your values are. And it's very important to assess them, because values shape behaviors, behaviors shape personality, and finally it's the personality which gives results. So in case there is something wrong with the results and you are not getting what you want in your life, irrespective of how hard working you are, it's better to complete this assessment, and then you see, is there anything wrong with your value system because of which you are not getting the results? Because results is something which you are seeing, But values are something which are very deep rooted. And if roots of a tree are spoiled, then tree will be falling down. Tree will not be giving the fruits, tree will not be giving the flowers, tree will not be giving the leaves which is expected, because problem is with the roots. So it's very important that go back to your roots, do this survey. Last recommendation from my end would be that write down who your future self is in 3 years from now, what you were 3 years back. Because if you have not defined your future goal, then you will be distracted. You will be directionless in this world of bombarding information. Remember, as I told you, that 80% of the results, they are received from 20% of the effort. Remaining 80% of the effort is distraction. And that gives only 20% of the results. So when you will come in corporate life, you will see there are a lot of people who work over weekends. They work from morning 9 till evening 9. But if you look into CEOs of the companies or people who are into senior roles, they work for very few hours and they produce phenomenal results. Similarly, you'll see a lot of your peers who are not working like donkeys from morning 9 till evening 9 and then working over the weekends and telling everybody in the world that I am very busy because this is my first job. It's very important that you do the things which I just recommended, and then you will understand that where you need to spend your time, and then you will be able to spend more and more time in something which is more fruitful. So I would suggest that get more clarity on your goals in 5 areas of life. One is professional, second is emotional, third is physical, fourth is intellectual, and fifth is financial. So until and unless you do not have a balance in these 5 areas of life, you are not going to be a great leader. You will forget about being a leader. You will be a disaster in your life. You will be a person who will be remembered for bringing disasters in personal life, in professional life, in society, in any company you work with. And I think you are attending this session to be the great leaders of tomorrow. So even if you have forgotten everything which I told in previous slide, take a screenshot, take a picture of the slide which you are seeing on your screen. And with this, I would like to end my presentation and thank you all for your active listening for past 45 minutes. So thank you all, and I would say have a great evening and stay safe in this current COVID situation. Don't walk here and there outside your house. So with this, I will hand over to Kavita ma'am. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Sarvesh. Very, very wonderful presentation. And I think it might be enlightening for some people because you covered almost many aspects of the qualities required for a great leader, and very hard to practice some of them. Wonderful. But anyway, I have some questions. I mean, my question, I reserve it. Some questions from students and I mean, those who are listening actually. So yeah, can I go ahead?
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
So what skills or qualities that we are not taught in school or college, but very important for us in terms of recruitment into the industry? Basically, the question is, what qualities are required in an industrial setup?
Yeah, so I think even I was a student few years back, right? So since there are several lecturers and professors on the call, so I'm not sure that how to put it in a diplomatically correct manner, but let me give it a try. So I think in schools and colleges, what we are taught is, and since we are in school and colleges for almost like 15, 20 years before we get into our first job, what we are taught is that individual contribution is very important. And that's why if you look into labs, there are always 1 or 2 people who will be really working hard to learn that how this chemistry formula works, how this biology formula works, and how this statistics formula works. A majority of people, they will be busy preparing for their individual exams because they know that in practicals there will be group assignments and somebody in the group will do things and then I'll just copy it. And then in corporate life, I think theory is not very important. What is important is the practical. Second thing is that what you do as an individual is least important. What you do as a group, how you are driving a group, that becomes very important. And third, and another very important aspect once you move into corporate life is that in schools and colleges, we give exams like every month, monthly tests, or every quarter semester exam, or every 6 months half yearly exam, or every year an annual exam. But in corporate life, each and every day is an examination. So it's not that you will be basically working for few months and then results will come. Every day your supervisor will be monitoring what you are doing, and based on that your assessment will be done. So what I would say is that if you are transitioning from a student to a corporate life, do three things. One is forget about being an individual, learn how to be a person which is liked by a group, how to help others. Second one is that every day is examination. So reach office on time, leave office on time, and when you are in office, then do something which is actually required while you are there. And third and foremost thing is that in schools and colleges, we are more or less aware of the questions which will come in examination. But in corporate life, every day you'll get something which you have not expected of. So learn the art of solving the unknown problems.
Interesting. Interesting. The way you ended, I'll start with a question from there. Problem-solving strategies. There was a question: what factors you think are essential for the young leaders to formulate problem-solving strategies?
So I think whenever we want to solve a problem, if you are actually too much deep dive into the problem, you will never get a solution. So what I would suggest is that if you have any problem, first try it really hard to solve it. If you're not able to solve it, take 10 minutes break. Then come back to the problem. If you are still not able to solve it, then read something which is unrelated to the problem. And then you come back to the problem. I'm very sure that in third round, you will be solving the problem. And this is a technique which I am using for last 15 years in my corporate life, and I have solved many complex problems. So try it out, and I think it will definitely help.
There comes another question. Time management. That is a very big question, actually. Time management in an industrial setup, because industry expects delivery on a timely basis, and the demands are huge, and how people cope up with the pressure.
So see, when the word so let me go on the word pressure, right? So people who are talking of pressure, it means they are being squeezed by the pressure. So now you look at any utensil at home, right? So there would be some plastic utensil which can sustain some level of pressure. Then there will be some steel utensil which can sustain some level of pressure. Then there will be an iron utensil. You put whatever amount of pressure you are putting, you will not be able to break that utensil, right? But plastic and steel, they will sort of break. So what I would say is, by this utensil example, what I'm trying to say is that depending on how strong you are from within, that determines whether you will break under pressure or you will survive under pressure. And what I would say is that if you want to be a leader of tomorrow, most of the leaders, they work under tremendous pressure. Because when you will do a great job in corporate life, you'll be given a lot of responsibilities. If you will still do a great job, they will give you more responsibilities. If you still do a great job, you will get more responsibilities. On the other hand, person who is careless from day one will get less responsibility. Then he is still careless, will get less responsibility. So everybody passing out from the college joins at the same level, but few years from there, few people get more and more responsibilities because they are able to sustain that pressure. And why they are able to sustain that pressure? Because they are very strong from within. So when the question comes of time management and pressure management, I would say that translate that question to how to become very strong from within, and then answer that question. And if you want to become very strong from within, I would say that you spend a lot of time on reflection. You spend a lot of time on thinking what your future is all about, what you are very excited with. You spend a lot of time on your physical fitness. You spend maybe every year 10-15 minutes on doing meditation. You spend some time with your family, and before you onboard to your bus or to car or your bike for getting to office, make sure that you have spent at least 2 to 3 hours either on your own self-development or with your family. If you are doing it day in and day out, then you will be so strong from within that the office pressure will just go away. The way I told you that the iron utensil, you put any pressure can sustain, right? So you'll become iron from within actually. And those are the people who actually are very successful in leadership roles, irrespective of whether it is corporate leadership or whether it is politics.
Interesting, the way you were saying the internal strength, the mind, the plasticity of the mind. You almost put an analogy with the utensils. People can remember it for some time. And there are a few ethics related questions, and I'm not reading everything, but at least one of them, because that is how some students have a view about the industry. So the question is it necessary to always yield good result, even breaking the ethics, if that benefits the industry? Say, breaking the ethics to give good result.
So I would say that ethics basically is a very wide term. So if you mean like ethics means the company rules and regulations, then it's a clear no. You should be complying with whatsoever the company rules or regulations are. If you say ethics is basically what your boss is saying and whether I am actually doing what my boss is saying or not, then that ethics you can break, because sometimes your boss may tell you to do something which is right from his perspective, but there may be a great idea which you have and you think will solve that problem maybe in a lesser time and maybe in a more proficient manner than the way your boss has been thinking. Then I would say that if you think that is following order of your boss line by line, if you call that as an ethics, then I can say that definitely you can break that ethics and you can surprise your boss by being more productive, by being more innovative, and then that will help you to get into more senior leadership roles. But you have to be very careful with the definition of ethics and what you actually call ethics.
Is that level of flexibility given in the industry to do your way over the boss, what the boss says?
So see, it's very similar to what I said, that under promise and over deliver. So whenever your boss will come to you, he will come up with some expectations. So I would not say that day one you get into office and your boss say do X and you do Y. He says go west and you go east. He says go north, you go south. Then within a week you will be out from the company. What I would say is that for initial few months, you do exactly what your boss is saying. But if you have better ideas, then after following his instructions, you go back to your boss and tell him that, boss, I followed exactly what you said, but I think there is a better way of doing it, and this is that way. So first time your boss may ignore because of his ego or thinking you are just a trainee, right? Who are the you to suggest me? I am in the company for half a decade. I am in the industry for a decade. Next assignment, again you do the same thing. You follow what your boss said, and then you go back and tell your boss that this is the way in which it could have been done better. But since you asked me to do it this way, I did it. I can bet that after 3 or 4 times, your boss will definitely call you before giving you instructions that this is the way I think it can be done. But from past 3-4 times, I had been hearing and you have better ideas. Can you tell me, can it be done better before I cascade this instruction to rest of the team or rest of the organization? And then you can tell your boss that this is the way it can be done. So first and foremost thing is that don't go against your boss from day one. First win his confidence, and then you basically go against your boss, but after taking buy-in from the boss. What you should never do is that you tell something else in front of the boss and you go and tell something else to the team. Your boss is very clever and that's why he's your boss. He will catch you at some point of time, and that may even cost your job. So people who try to please their bosses by being something else in front of the boss and by being completely different person behind their boss, they are not successful. But if you are true to your boss and you are telling exactly what is for betterment of the team, what is betterment of the organization, your boss may ignore you 1, 2, or at max 3 times, but after that, we'll definitely invite you and you will become a decision maker and a stakeholder along with your boss. That is guaranteed. And I have done this with my bosses. My subordinates have done it. So I'm telling it based on my 15 years of experience that it works.
Well explained, Sarvesh. From my personal side, one question. I mean, though I have another question also, but one question: what is the one quality that you can say as a Sarvesh, I am like, I am a good leader because of so and so quality. One quality, please.
One thing is, so I would say that one thing is discipline. That service is very disciplined. So if meeting starts at 9, and even if it is a town hall meeting, my town hall meetings are attended by 300, 400 people, and sometimes even 600 to 700 people, depending on the group I am addressing. So even if 700 people are invited for a town hall meeting at 4 o'clock, Sarvesh will be there at 3:45. So he is not going to wait for all those 700 people and then reach there at 4 not 5 because he wants to show that he is a leader. And second thing is that if Sarvesh has said something, he will do it. So discipline and meeting commitments, I think this has been two of my traits of leadership from the very beginning.
Excellent, sir. We have three and a half minutes, 3 minutes and 3 minutes there. So it's okay. We can give way for the next session to start. Thank you, Mr. Sarvesh. Wonderful listening to you. And thanks for all the audience. I hope you benefit a lot today. Bye, sir.
Thank you so much. And thanks for inviting me. Have a great day and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yeah.
It was a very interactive session. In fact, if I should say, it went on really, really well. And I'm really happy for that. And thank you very much, Sarvesh, sir. Now we'll move on with the, we have a few more questions, which is there. So it will, if we can copy that and mail it to you, it would be of great help. Whenever you're free, you could just answer those questions so that we will be able to pass those to the students.
Yeah, sure. So I think that as even Sujit and others said that I am available on social media and you can just type Sarvesh Singh icon clinical research on Google. You will get my LinkedIn profile. You can connect with me. So even on top of those 3 questions, if there are any other questions, you can send it directly to me. I'll be more than happy to address. And the questions, Dr. Jacob, which you have, you can send it to me and I'll respond back.
Sure, sure. Thank you very much, sir. Kind of you. Thank you once more. Now it's over to the next session. So the chairperson for the next session is Dr. R. Siva. So he's also from the School of Biosciences and Technology. So over to you, Dr. Shiva, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Jabez. Hope the slide is, the screen is visible now.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all for this session number 3. Now we have Mr. Sunil Talati, the Senior Manager, Amgen, leading Business Analytics, Strategy and Operations, Digital Marketing, Greater Los Angeles, USA. So he is going to discuss on the world of analytics, a closer look. So let me introduce Mr. Sunil. He brings with him more than 11 plus years of experience in life science and healthcare industry. He brings forth a unique set of knowledge and skills, which includes superior operational leadership capabilities, in-depth understanding of clinical research, clinical data management, business processes, structured methodologies. He has expertise in leading multifunctional global development teams, leading to optimal commercialization of products. And he has extensive experience in developing, managing, and reporting of clinical research programs, including leading multifunctional medical product teams and clinical study teams. In fact, we are very happy to have you, Sunil. And now, as you have observed over the period of time, you are requested to deliver a lecture for 20 minutes. Then followed by that, we have a question and answer. Over to Mr. Sunil. Sir, please unmute, then speak, Sunil.
Sir, if you can remove sharing.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I will share the.
Shiva, is it okay if I share my screen because I would like to run?
You can share now.
Please
You can share now.
Thank you so much, guys, and thank you so much for the introduction, Shiva. One thing I realized, I should have updated my LinkedIn profile a little better. It's been a little outdated, but thank you for the introduction either ways. Okay, guys. I think I'm going to divide my presentation into world of analytics into 3 pieces, actually. Number 1, I'll probably share a quick journey, my career journey. I think that's what I've discussed. Hey, let's share what I've done so far. It'll give a little perspective. Hey, how life could be with an average person, actually, right? The second part, we'll talk about more of, hey, when we talk about biotech industry, and again, I'm coming from a biotechnology industry, you think about, hey, is technology in biotech industry? You will be surprised there's so much technology in biotech industry. And I'll probably shed some light what I do in a biotech industry today. And third, when we wrap it up here, what's trending in the biotech industry, and where do I see analytics going in biotech industry? With that, I'll start with my career journey. It's basically my career just started up in 2005 as a statistical programmer. But I would see my journey really started back in my school days. When I was growing up, I think it was in 8th grade. There were 2 things I was more excited about, passionate about. Was one thing about, hey, I would love to dance. Dancing was something which I really enjoy. And when you bring that to your mom and dad, hey, mom, can I dance? And they were like, dancing, good to know, study, right? A typical mom and dad will say, study. And I said, I kind of gave up my dancing skills, actually. But then I picked up another skill. Hey, I was good in sports. I'm a good runner. I can do good of long jumps and high jumps. Tell mom and dad, hey, I'm good in long jumps and high jumps. What do you think? Mom and dad, hey, study. It's a very typical mom and dad in India, right? That, hey, they won't normally encourage you in sports and dance, but study, right? When I was a very average kid, not very good in studies, very average in any subject, like whether it's English, Hindi, Marathi, or science, actually, right? So, one thing about the average kids, right? It's very interesting. When you are doing very good academically, you have a very clear path. Hey, I'm very good in academics. These guys really know what their path is. When you're really poor in academics, you also really have a clarity on what you will be ending up with. But there's a whole big crowd like me. We're very average kids, don't know what to do, right? And that's how I graduated from my school, graduated from my undergrad, actually, right? Getting into corporate world, my first job landed me. When you're in school, in colleges, at that point, I learned, in computer science, right? Hey, Java, C++. You talk about VB.NETs of the world, and you come and join a company, Cognizant, actually, right? An amazing company to start the career with. And they say, hey, you're going to work on SaaS. You have no idea about SaaS at all, right? And I was trained on SaaS. So that's how my career really started off, as a statistical programmer. So part of my role was, hey, whatever data you get, just summarize the data in a way which could be presented to FDA. It could be any data. That's how it started off. Very quickly, I was promoted to a team lead role in Cognizant. And you see, hey, Cognizant is a huge company. Within a year, if you being a team lead, doesn't mean I was really great. Cognizant was starting as Mumbai operations, but I was probably one of the 15 programmers of Mumbai operations, actually, right? So I had the advantage of being that, hey, first 15 programmers of Cognizant Mumbai, I had the opportunity to train the entire batch, train the remaining batches for SaaS programming team. So, hey, I had an edge because I was senior over there, so I became a team lead as well. But this is where I realized, hey, you know what? I became a team lead. You get more power. You're able to lead the team. You learned a lot of stuff. So people look up to you. All of a sudden, at the age of 24, if you're leading a team, it gives you a whole sense of responsibility. So I felt that was really good for me. I felt that was a turning point that, hey, I could be something more than what I was an average kid, actually, right? And then leading a team for me was, hey, as a leader, you always want to be your team to be the best, right? And I was a very competitive leader. If you have 5 leaders, I want to be my best leader. My team should be ahead of the game, right? So I used to always be the good leader, try to be where I can stand out from the crowd. That was my key aspect of it. And then the opportunity came to me, hey, because of my skills around SaaS solutions, automations, which I could do from an efficiency perspective, I was, said, hey, do you would like to go to US? And I said, who said no to US, right? I said, I'll go, great, let's do it. And that's where I landed up a good role in the US, another big biotech company in the US, where I was assigned a role where, again, a SaaS solution, right? Working with all the external providers, you get data, a lot of data biotech industry deals with actually. So I was assigned a role, hey, this biotech company really get a lot of data. It could be central lab, ECGs, lab data, biomarkers data, all kind of data which you do for human body, right? So the goal was how to standardize this data acquisition. Because a vendor A says, I'm going to send you data in Excel file. Vendor B says, I'm going to send you data in SAS format. So there's a lot of variation of data. So my role was to standardize the data. So SaaS solutions came in very handy. I was able to convert data into standardized solutions. So that's where a lot of exposure came in working with different vendors across the industry, different type of data, converting those data into a very standard solution. And then when you work with this vendor, the data is never going to be clean. So part of my role was running this all kind of checks on that data to make sure the data is clean for analysis. So that was my main role. Quickly after that, I'll say this is where I said was my turning point of my career, right? You see, in my previous role, I was statistical programmer, leading the team, a SaaS solution person. But then all of a sudden, my manager says, you know what? Would you like to be a lead data manager? Lead data manager was basically a very non-technical role, right? You see, a SaaS program is a very hands-on technical role, actually. And all of a sudden, your manager says, you know what? You want to do a lead data manager role, which is very, very non-technical, right? And you're not very keen. As a programmer, you don't want to take up a role which is not programming, right? But I said, hey, let me take that up. And the first study you get is oncology study, right? And I was like, hey, what the hell is oncology, right? At that point of time, I didn't even know what is tumors about. If people don't know what is oncology is study of tumors. And when I was given a study, and I didn't know what was tumors, by the way, right? Very interesting. So what do we do as a normal guy? You go to Google and see, hey, what is tumors? And then you have to learn what is tumors, what type of tumors you have, how do you measure tumors? Because next day, the whole team of medical directors, doctors, physicians, statisticians, study management, site management are looking up to you to provide guidance. What data should we collect on a given study or a given trial? So for you to be enabling them, you have to know what is tumors. So I spent a lot of time, and so I would say a lot of day and night understanding what was oncology, understanding what was tumor, understanding how to measure tumors, actually, right? So I felt that is a lot of work. I did a lot of learning in that 3 years of my career over there, understanding what is tumors, what is cardiovascular, what is diabetes around it, and then what kind of data do you really need, right? It is important because I did a lot of work around summarizing data, downstream activities where you summarize and deliver data to FDA. But this was more upstream, right? Where you are defining what data do you need for a clinical trial. So, hey, because I know what I was supposed to analyze, well, coming more upstream really challenged me. You know what? Let me question up. If you are capturing anything on a clinical trial, are you going to utilize or analyze the data? That was the reason why my manager really said, you know what, since you know what you want to analyze, how about you go upstream and challenge the team, collect the data which can really be analyzed, right? Because the process of collecting data, cleaning data, analyzing is 3 stages, right? If you're collecting data, but it's not going to be analyzed, the work you're putting on cleaning is absolutely waste, right? And you can see we spent years on cleaning the data. So the question was, if you don't plan to analyze, don't even collect the data. That was the whole goal. So I was able to question, hey, I know you don't analyze this data. Why do you even collect that? So it became a very good role for me. Hey, learned a lot of stuff, was able to provide my expertise to some of the best medical directors in the world, right? So that was an interesting assignment for me. Quickly, I landed up a good role in one of the leading biotech company, Amgen, right? If you haven't heard, but Amgen is one of the leading biotech company. We do a lot of work around oncology. 60-70% portfolio is about oncology, inflammation, neuroscience. You hear a lot about stuff around or Tesla, which is a new product right now. Coming to Amgen was a different role, right? Totally into systems and technology, again, reporting. So I became a reporting guy who lead SAS programming, SAS BI programming, Cognos programming. These are all the tools we use for reporting. And then all of a sudden, in 3 weeks' time, Amgen says, you know what? You have to lead a team of Spotfire, a very next generation visualization tool, actually, right? And again, I had no clue about Spotfire at all. Now, a company like Amgen is relying on you to learn the tool, to build the processes, and train the team back with the providers, actually, right? Where we work with IQVIA of the world. So we say, hey, a lot of work had to go in, actually, right? So again, I had to learn the tool first and build up processes for entire Spotfire development. So it was a great exercise, and I've learned a lot of stuff around it. And now in my current role, I actually lead a data analytics team. Give me one second, you guys see my screen. Today, I'm leading analytics team for Amgen. Actually, we do a lot of reporting, a lot of analytics, and that is fully dependent on Spotfire as a tool. That's what I'm doing right now. The question is, where do I head next? It's still a question mark, but I think I have a little idea where I'm going to head up next, but you just don't know where you're going to land up with, right? You know, my passion really sits down around analytics and reporting. I love innovation stuff, technology stuff, but hey, it's an exciting role which comes up, which is going to help me learn more, then I probably might take that role, actually, right? Probably, hey, but eventually we all want growth, so it'll be more on a vertical growth, but you don't know where I'm going to land next, but it's going to be wait and watch. But if you look at my career, actually, right, if I say, hey, what helped me to grow where I am today, right? And again, I've not been that far in the industry, but hey, wherever I am today, one thing which comes to mind, even if I'm growing next level, the key thing which remains for the team, the key advice if I have to give for the team would be continuous learning, right? Technology changes very, very quickly in the tech industry, right? What you learn in your school, SAS, SASP, what you learn in school, C, C++, Java, it was not what you had in your corporate life, right? You had SAS, BI, and over the years you try to adapt to new tools called Spotfire, and guess what? Today we are in the world of AI, machine learning, natural language processing. Again, this is not what you were taught in schools, right? This is new technology. You have to adapt. You have to learn, right? The only way you can sustain being in this industry is learning and adapting to the new technologies. So I would say, hey, learn continuously. One thing which I learned probably very late in my career is that when you are in schools, actually, right, you learn for grades. It's an absolute wrong thing to do. If you want to learn topic, learn for knowledge. Don't learn for grades. But that's where I think I went wrong. I wouldn't say everyone goes wrong, but I felt that I was studying for grades. I was studying to pass. I was studying to get marks, actually. But that should not be the intent, actually. The studying should be to learn a specific topic, learn to specific knowledge, right? And I think that's helped me. A guy who was never into academics, right, was more into dancing and sports, all of a sudden became more into learning. Today, I love learning. Today, I love studying a lot of stuff. It could be general affairs. It could be anything in tech industry. It could be anything in leadership. So continuous learning has helped me where I am, actually, right? Again, AI was not something which we learned in school, but AI is very recent. If you're not learning new technologies and reporting, you feel a little outdated, actually. So I would say, if I have to wrap this slide up, I would say continuously learn for knowledge. Don't learn for grades, actually. With that, I'll dive into analytics in biotech industry. And that is a very hard space even today, right? We all know everything what we do is we capture data. Data is no more an issue today, right? We have data left and right. Today, you're talking, you're capturing data. You're talking, you're recording the data, right? Anything you do in the mobile app, you have been recorded. There is a trending, there is a history around it. So data today is not an issue. 10 years back, data was an issue. We were trying to find ways to capture data. We have reached to a point where data is not an issue, right? How to make use of the data is an issue, right? Because you have so much data to play with. But how do you utilize this data? How do you make business inside of data is going to be the key challenge for us. But you'll be surprised how much analytics goes into biotech industry, right? And analytics is something which can be any industry. It could be healthcare, where I am right now. It could be financial domain. It could be entertainment. It could be any industry. Everyone needs analytics right now, right? Because no one wants to make decisions without data. It could be a PM of the country, actually, right? They want to make decisions around COVID-19. They look at data. They look at graph. They want to see which state is higher, which state is lower. and everyone wants to make data-driven decision actually, right? So analytics is everywhere. I'm going to talk about what we do, where analytics is in biotech industry. Okay, so if I have to talk about what we do in biotech industry, it's going to be number one, it's going to be patient data analytics. Are the team able to see my screen? Okay, great. So analytics in biotech industry, right? I would say one part which is big in analytics is patient data analytics, right? So all the data, so if you talk about biotech industry is all about, hey, you give a drug to a patient and you capture data, right? So when you actually create a new drug, and I'm sure COVID-19 is a lot in the news for various reasons, right? Healthcare industry is in a hot spot right now to come up with a vaccine. And again, I'm in the industry where we are working with COVID-19 as a vaccine. We will probably see some updates coming around from our company also, right? Our effort around to come up with COVID-19 vaccine actually. But when you try to work on new vaccine like COVID-19, you probably give a drug to a subject or to a patient, right? But then what, a drug is given, you really have to see what drug was given to them, right? How much dosage was given to them. So medication data, right? We capture, hey, what was given to them? We have to record that data, right? That data comes in. Blood pressure data, when your drug is given to patients, you have to see, hey, is the drug really working on them, right? How is their blood pressure? How is the ECG? How is the vitals? How is the hemoglobin doing? How is the iron? So a lot of this medical report which comes out, right? All this data, including imaging data, comes to us, comes to my team actually, right? And then we have to now put this data together. And again, this data, when you start talking about billions of data, right? If this data comes in Excel spreadsheet and I ask you, hey, review the data, it's going to be almost impossible to review 1 billion records of data in a spreadsheet. And that's where our analytics tool like Spotfire really becomes handy, right? You're able to visualize in one screen, in a nice bar chart, in a nice pie chart, hey, how is the blood pressure doing, right? Hey, is there any patient who has got higher blood pressure? Is there any patient who has got above than the range, right? This is where all the analytics really comes in, right? So my team actually builds up a whole suite of analytics where this report or a dashboard or analytics goes to our medical directors, right? Our doctors who will look at this visual and say, hey, looks like this patient is doing good, right? If the patient is not doing good, based on our reports and analytics, doctors, there's a follow-up action taken with the patients actually, right? If you see too many patients reporting a lot of negative effects, right, which we call adverse effects, then you take certain actions around it actually, right? So one piece of analytics is basically all data captured from patients. We analyze the data, we create visuals around it, we deliver that to our study team, which is basically medical director, statistician, study management, right? And the second piece, which has become crucial about our data, is operational data analytics. When you say operational data analytics, anything which we do, there is an operations team, right? So for that team to make any decisions, we have to give them dashboards. And when you talk about operational data, we talk about processes, right? Everything which we do, hey, whether we giving a drug to a patient, there is a process involved, right? If a patient is in USA or Germany or Russia or Japan, the trials are done globally, right? So there is a process given. There is a process defined for everything which we do. And again, it could be anything in your studying also, right? There is a process we follow on for grading. So there's a lot of processes in a healthcare industry. So at some point we have to measure, hey, is the process really taking a lot of time? What is the cycle time looks like? What is the quality looks like, right? So looking at overseeing the processes is going to be one part of it, right? That's where leadership looks at, hey, is the cycle time for a given process is much more? Is that the reason why we're taking more time to deliver XYZ? You also want to look at resources, right? Do we have too many resources? Do we have less resources? Where do we hire? Where do we not hire? Resourcing, overseeing the resourcing is going to be part of it. Budgeting, right? How much money do we have? Do we need more funding? Do we need less funding? Which product should we invest more? Again, comes into our world actually. As I said, we have patients globally, all over the world, right? It could be US predominantly, Russia, China. Globally, we have to have patients who gets enrolled on the sites, which is basically hospitals where they get drug. So how do we oversee? Leadership really want to see every country, how is country being performed, right? We expected that country to enroll probably 40 patients. Have they enrolled 40 patients? Have they not met 40 patients, right? So how do we have a full suite of understanding? How is my clinical trial working for a given study, right? Again, you need a dashboard which tells my leadership team, hey, Russia as a country is doing very well. They were supposed to enroll 40 subjects. They have 40 subjects. On the other hand, hey, Japan, we're supposed to have 40 patients by end of January. They only are 20 patients. We are short of 20, right? So we have a nice oversight with a dashboard, giving a view to leadership team, hey, we are doing good in few countries, but we're not doing good in other countries. And then quality and compliance becomes automatic thing, right? Very important in our space, actually. But overall, operational reporting is a space where you oversee the operation, right? A lot of dashboards becomes important for leadership team, for a team who oversees operation. They rely on our dashboard. They rely on our processes dashboard, resourcing dashboard, budget dashboard to make decisions which is critical for the organization, actually. So in short, our analytics splits up into two pieces. One is patient data analytics and operation data analytics. With that, I'll quickly dive into future of analytics in biotech industry. I would say maybe I won't spend much time on analytics, but what is going to be trending in biotech industry in the next few years? We all know we are in a very, very interesting time right now, right? With COVID-19 hitting every one of us, every country has been hit by that, right? We are living a different world altogether. We never thought we'd work from home, right? We never thought the entire workforce can work from home. Actually, we are living a different world. Same thing is impacting the healthcare industry, right? We are used to having our subjects going to hospitals, right? Great, that's been the trend. That's how industry has worked. Subjects goes to hospital to get a drug, and then we get data from that hospital and we analyze data. Will that be the future? Probably not, right? Because you can't go to hospital anymore with COVID-19. So there is a lot of work going around. How can this clinical trials can be done virtually, right? Where the patients, COVID-19 patient, it could be any patient, right? It could be oncology patient, it could be a cardiovascular patient, where we are helping patient, mission to serve patient, right? How do we get that drug to home, right? To their workplace, to their home, actually. So virtual trials is going to be the next big thing in this industry, actually. Second thing I talk about, one sec, is again going to wearables and sensors. We all know today that iPhone can actually give you blood pressure data. iPhone can give you your pulse rate, right? So when a simple device can give you so much information, why not rely on those devices in the future, right? So a lot of work in this industry is going around. Hey, can we use an Apple Watch? Can we use Apple phones? Can we use any phones to capture some of the data which the patients can give to us, right? You'll see the space of wearables and sensors become much more higher in the space. Now, data doesn't have to come from hospitals, but data can come from patients' phone, from the mobile phones, from the wearables, from the sensors. So a lot of exciting work will happen on the wearables and technologies. Again, when you have data coming from virtually across the world, your data coming from Apple Watches of the world, data coming from phones of the world, right? You will have so much data. You will have no space in a data center. That's where you'll say big data and cloud technologies will be, it's already big. So you'll see a lot of industry, a lot of companies are moving towards cloud tech. Cloud tech is going to be a huge space in the future. Every company has a lot of processes, right? A company is going to be very efficient in their way and more effective is going to be the one who's going to sustain, right? The use of robotic process automation. If your process is going to take 20 days, you will have to challenge that, hey, can we do in 10 days, right? So how we use RPA is going to be the next big thing, right? How quickly you can produce something is going to be key. And if you look at it in a biotech world, speed to market is key part of it, right? It's for everyone. Whether you work in tech industry or healthcare industry, how quickly you get to the market is a key part, right? And again, for the mission to serve patients, the quicker we have drug to the market, the better it is for the patient, right? That's how we take it. And for us to reach to the market quickly, your process has to be lean, your process has to be efficient, your process has to be automated, actually. And we all know rise of artificial intelligence, guys. It's there. It's huge, right? The power of technology. I've seen this technology for the last 2-3 years personally. Is huge. What machine learning can do, what natural language processing can do as of today. But I personally have a lot of use cases we are working around. This is an amazing thing. This technology coming up right now. A rise of this is going to be huge for us. Imagine, right? We all know Alexas of the world. We all know Google Homes of the world, right? You'll see a lot of voice AI agent sitting in the healthcare industry also, right? I might have an AI agent sitting on my Skype today and giving me all the information I need. So you'll see a lot of chat bots coming into your world. You'll see a lot of voice bots coming to your world, right? The way Alexa is today of Amazon, the way Google Home is today on Google Apple, right? You will see a lot of the chat agents coming up. You'll see a lot of voice agents coming up because we are more virtual in nature as well. And I think I'll wrap it up with saying that, hey, this question comes to me almost every month, every quarter. And hey, where do you see analytics going today, right? Hey, a lot of industry, a lot of company have analytics team, right? But we are very descriptive in nature, right? We give data. Hey, we have 10 patients, we have 20 countries working. It's descriptive in information. It gives you what we are doing. I know predictive analytics is huge thing right now. A lot of buzz around it. Good. Hey, good predictions is going to come up. It's always going to be good to know what's coming up in next quarter, what's coming up next year. Where do you see the trends going in next 2-3 years? Amazing to see predictive analysis, right? But where I see right now is going to be prescriptive analysis, right? Just analytics telling that, hey, next quarter you see there's going to be risk. That's not going to be enough. Just telling your leadership, hey, this is the area we want to watch out for. It's not going to be good enough. You want to tell your leadership team, hey, I see this risk coming up in your area. These is the actions I prescribe. So prescriptive analysis is all about prescribing actions on what the data really says, right? So your data should prescribe actions to be taken on automatically. Where I would go next with this analysis would be, hey, when you know certain actions should be taken on this data that's prescribing something, the action should also be automated, right? If you know, hey, take ABC action, the ABC action should also be automated by your automation solutions. That's where I see analysis going around, where we prescribe a lot of actions getting automated, so that, hey, when things are very obvious that you propose an action and someone will have to take that action, when it's that obvious, why not automate the action also? That's where we'll see the world going around with analytics. Hey, trending is good. You predict a lot of stuff, you prescribe a lot of stuff, but then you end up taking actions automatically. Will be the world you'll see probably next 2-3 years. And again, will be much more bigger as technology improve. You'll see AI is coming much more handy. But in short, a good summary of where we see the investments going around, where we see analytics going around, a quick stack of technology and processes where we look in next 2 or 3 years, actually. That's all I had in my presentation, actually. I'm happy to take on a few questions if there are any.
Thank you, Sunil, for your wonderful lecture. There are many questions. Maybe let me ask few questions, and depends on the time, maybe we shall continue. So here it goes. Can you tell us what skills are required to be a data analyst, and what can we do to get a clean data?
So I think there are a lot of tools in the market, right? I would say there are a lot of free tools in the market, and Spotify is a tool which I've been using around, but it doesn't have to be Spotify, right? There is tools like Tableau coming around. So skills, I would say, hey, you can do a lot of stuff in Excel also, right? But some of the visualization tools could be helpful for you to know, hey, how can you visualize an Excel data into a nice graph? So I would say, hey, any tools which could be visualization tools, with a lot of free tools in the market, you can take that tools, try to build your visuals around it. Will be a good thing. I think because of the power of AI is so good right now, artificial intelligence is coming up, right? Everyone should have that some skills around machine learning, right? And hey, what is machine learning to start with, right? Hey, what is the power of the tool, right? What kind of algorithm can we use? I think I would say learning around what machine learning can do will be huge plus for the team. So I would say, hey, a little bit around visualization tool like a Spotify or a Tableau, maybe even could be Excel based, which has a visualization appeal, actually. A little bit around, hey, what machine learning can do. And if you are a little tech person, right? Hey, Python could be a good handy skill. A lot of the AI stuff which you do today, right? Python becomes the basis of that, right? If you know Python scripting, if you can invest some time on Python scripting, will be huge plus, because you can write a lot of scripting around where you can define machine learning models. Will be one skill set. At the same time, once you have done the data model, you can actually visualize on a tool like Spotify or Tableau. So I would say, hey, Python would be good. I would say visualization tools could be good. I would say machine learning will be good art to learn. Combination of all things will become very handy for data science, actually.
Okay. Thank you, Sunil, for your wonderful session. We have few more questions. Maybe I can, I asked JBase to post you. Maybe whenever you're free, you can answer those questions. due to lack of time, I think we have to wind up. Once again, thank you, Sunil, for your wonderful session. Over to Dr. Jabez.
Sure, thank you
very much. Thank you very much, Dr. R. Siva, sir. Thank you for the wonderful session. And also, I would also like to thank Mr. Sunil Talati for his wonderful talk. And there are a lot of questions which are posted in the chat box. If you find time, you can just reply, or else like how Professor Siva said, I can just copy it and mail it to you. If whenever you get time, you can just send a reply so that the answers will be sent back to the participants. Thank you very much, sir.
Sure.
Yes, so we are coming to the end of the day of clinical research, which is the last session, which is a panel session, a leadership panel. So now to handle this, to chair this session, I would like to invite Dr. Anil Kumar Gopinathan, sir, who's a senior professor in the School of Biosciences and Technology. And it's over to you, sir.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Jabez. Am I audible to you?
You are audible, sir. 1 minute,
Okay.
but Talati, sir, you have to stop sharing. Then only the next person can share.
Give me 1 second, guys. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Anil Kumar, sir, it's over to you.
Yeah. So I think now I am audible to you. So good evening to everybody once again. So we are starting the new session. The session is on bridging the industry academia, which is a very, very important one, which is one of the most relevant one in the present scenario. And I don't have to explain much about the importance of bridging between the academia and the industry. We have very eminent speakers to elucidate this matter in a very impressive way and in much sufficient details. So I think I will start introducing one by one the speakers. At the outset, I would like to introduce to you the convener of IQVIA, Mr. Debu Moni Barua, the manager of the software development at IQVIA India and co-editor for the editorial board member of the Journal of SCDM, Lean Six Sigma Black Belt, MMC. And Debu, as background, spans the fields of clinical data management.
Anil Kumar, sir.
Yes, yes.
If we can share the screen and scroll down.
Oh, yes.
Starts with Miss Melissa Arlapan.
Okay. Let me see. I'm trying to do that, but somehow. Oh.
No problem. I think maybe we can just keep moving because we could do our introductions ourselves.
No, I'm just. Can you do it from your end, Dr. Jabez?
Yes, I'm doing it for you.
Oh, okay, please. Oh. Now the visibility of the screen. Okay. Is it visible now?
Sir, I'll do it, sir. 1 minute.
Yeah, please. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is it visible, sir?
For me, yes. So, with the speakers. Okay. Now, just a minute. Just.
Sir, I have shared the screen. Are you able to see it, sir?
It's not very much visible to me. Let me try. Just a minute. Just a minute. So we have been starting with Debu, is it?
No, sir. No, sir.
Oh,
If you can scroll down,
okay.
It starts with Melissa.
Yes, correct. Yes, I got it. Okay. I am happy to introduce to you Dr. Melissa Arulapan, the head of the corporate communications of IQVIA India. Melissa Arulapan has spent over 3 decades in challenging and exciting communication roles in the corporate and consultancy sector in India. She is currently India Communications Head of US-based human data science firm, IQVIA. She was earlier the Vice President and Director, Development Corporate Voice, Weber, Shandwick, and before that with Glaxo India. She is passionate about nurturing and developing talent, and she is very actively involved in teaching PR and running professional development initiatives. She enjoys traveling, baking, and sports. Melissa holds a postgraduate degree in medical and psychiatric social work and an advanced diploma in PR, and is a Chevening Scholar, Women in Leadership and Management. She is a founder member of the Global Women in PR India chapter. So with this, I wish to introduce Melia Arulapan, who is heading the corporate communications of IQVIA India.
Thank you so much, and I hope I'm audible.
Yes, to me, yes.
Okay, so I'd like to begin really by thanking the organizers for this event and for inviting us to be on the panel, which, as you will soon hear, is a very eminent panel drawn from both India as well as the US. I do know that this is the last panel for the day, and I do appreciate all of you staying through this. It is early morning for our panelists, some of our panelists from the US. It is bang in the middle of a long weekend for some of our panelists from India. So I do appreciate the time and value that our panelists are also going to provide to this event. I'm going to really begin by asking our panelists to introduce themselves, and in doing so, to also kind of give a perspective on your association or your interest, either in industry or academia, as relevant to you. So Meredith, if you would introduce yourself, please.
Hi, good morning. Thanks so much for inviting me. My name is Meredith Zozas, and I'm a professor and the Director of Clinical Research Informatics at University of Texas Health Science Center in San Antonio. And I guess to answer your question, my primary interest is in academia, but I collaborate often with industry. And it's very important to me that academia gets influenced by the real world of industry, and that that industry has some connection to the underlying science.
Thank you.
Thanks, Meredith. Arshad?
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So thank you, VIT and my friend Debu, for the opportunity to speak to students, faculty of VIT and other guests. By training, I'm a physician, did my education in Armed Forces Medical College, Pune, and then started my career in patient care, moved to pharma industry with Dr. Reddy's, and then moved to IT as well, in clinical IT, worked with Infosys and Oracle. About 13 years ago, I joined Quintiles, stayed there 12 and a half years. And very recently, I've joined Covance. I had the data management FSP function there. So looking forward to our chat.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Thanks, Arshad. Reza?
Hi. First, thank you for inviting us for this session. My name is Reza Rostami. I'm with Duke Clinical Research Institute for past 24 years. And I'm Associate Director for Quality Management there. My definitely interest is to see how the new graduates from universities can be easily transferred to the industry and learn body of knowledge before they graduate and be marketable within the industry.
Thanks, Reza. Ramanan?
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. My name is Ramanan Batala. Thank you, VIT, and thank you, Melissa, and other co-panelists for the opportunity to come over here. My education background is engineering and MBA, and I worked in the US for almost 16 years. And then came back to India and worked in India and trained and groomed talent in India for 10 years. Now I'm back in the US again for 3 years. So I started the company Agati Clinical and Agati Systems in the year 2014. And I'm here to share my views on bringing up the graduates into the work stream. Looking forward to the chat. Thank you.
Thanks, Ramanan. And finally, Pooja.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm part of the talent acquisition team, so I have overall 18 years of experience. And in my current role, I lead recruiting for research and development solutions for IQVIA. So this academia and industry collaboration is extremely important for us because I work with business leaders as well as I work with campuses to see how we can nurture early talent. So looking forward to this discussion.
Thank you, everyone. And as you can see, we have a very esteemed and experienced panelists who will discuss and debate how we can bring academia closer to the industry and the kind of roadmap that we can evolve towards doing this. I think there's no better time than now, than the COVID-19 pandemic, that has demonstrated the value of industry academia partnerships. I mean, we all know today about the Oxford vaccine. In fact, it's more often than not referred to as the Oxford vaccine. Cambridge University, there's several universities today that are working and doing a lot of collaborative research with industry to find a solution and a cure and treatment for COVID-19. So I think it's extremely contextual for us to be discussing this when we have some great case studies and we can learn from some of this to see what we need to be doing. As everyone knows, academia and industry share a symbiotic relationship. Academia prepares students for the industry, to make them marketable, as Reza referred to, while industry looks at academia for a body of research and knowledge and innovation. But does this really happen in reality? I mean, particularly in the India context. During the past 60 years, apparently there has not been any major technological contribution to the world from Indian universities. And yet we have some of the best talent in India. We have some of the best universities in India. In 2019, around October, the Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, Ministry of Science and Technology, actually brought out a paper called Framework of Industry-University Linkage in Research. And the study researched academia-industry linkages in 29 states across India on the basis of 10 parameters and revealed that the linkages are found to be moderate in India with a score of about 4.7 out of 10 with a lot of disparity across states. So not very encouraging. And the study also showed that of the 500 industry clusters in India, only about 30 to 35% do not have any research institute or university anywhere in their vicinity. So India is at a very nascent stage when it comes to university-industry linkages. There are very few opportunities for interdisciplinary working because of a weak innovation ecosystem in academia and low industry-university collaborations, although we have some fantastic examples. So while I'm sure we all agree that we need to have a government policy framework that encourages and supports industry academic collaboration, what can we do? What does industry want? What drives academic partnerships for an industry? What does academia want? What are the drivers of industry partnership for academia? Should academic institutes change the approach to education? Should industries change their approach or their ways of working with with academia? And those are some of the things that we're going to actually talk about today. And I'm going to start with Pooja, because Pooja is right in the middle. She's wedged between the industry representation as well as the academia. And I'm going to ask Pooja, as an industry talent acquisition specialist and someone who recruits particularly in very large numbers at the entry level every year, what would you say, Pooja, is the biggest challenge you have in recruiting marketable or industry ready talent? Are students ready?
Yeah. So every year I visit so many campuses and meet hundreds.
Pooja, you might need to be a little louder. Thanks.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I was saying was, every year I have this opportunity to visit so many campuses and meet such smart students. But one of the biggest challenge that we face from a talent acquisition standpoint is the skill gap that is there in terms of what students know about the industry, their exposure in the clinical research industry, as well as how equipped they are to know about what are the changing trends in the industry versus what the industry needs. So that is a big challenge that we have in terms of the skill gap of what the industry needs and the limited knowledge and the limited exposure that students have. And again, it's not only about academic excellence, and the industry is so much, right? So it's not limited only to academic excellence. So what we need is students who have the ability to think outside the box, have excellent communication skills, analytical skills, problem solving skills, right? So I think that is some of the big challenges that we have, where, you know, students tend to focus only on what is there in the curriculum, and they lack exposure in terms of what really happens real time in the industry. So I think that, for me, from a talent acquisition standpoint, is the challenge.
Thanks, Pooja. Arshad, you know, you've worked, first of all, you studied as a medical student over here. And I don't know the kind of exposure that you had during your studies and within the curriculum to actually have that kind of exposure to industry when you were studying medicine. You've also worked in India, and you're now in the US. And, you know, you made that transition across geographies. So do you see a difference in the kind of investments made in students in India and the USA, either, you know, from the academic institutions or from industry? And what would that really be?
Great. Thank you, Marisa, for your question. I'm so glad to participate in this forum led by you. Yes, I did transition, and coming back to the medical school. So I went to Armed Forces Medical College, Pune. So the primary interaction was with the Indian Army and Indian Armed Forces. There was very little industrial, industry or other agency interactions there, maybe because of the way it is set up. So I think largely it was limited to armed forces. And then when I moved out, and I can see that definitely there is a difference in terms of how this symbiotic relationship works. There is much, I perceive very limited interaction in India versus here. So I'll probably talk about some of the, best practices or some of the things I have noticed, and then, panel will always also add about it. So I'll start with some of the things that industry does to help academics. So very first thing is industry sponsors lots of endowed chairs or departments. The entire department may be funded by an industry or even by a family. An endowed chair or something could cost $1 million plus, and they deposit such an amount with that university that the funds for managing the PhDs, the research and all is coming out from that fund. So a very solid investment comes from industry, and that supports so much research. A great example I can think of is Dr. Bob Langer's lab in MIT. He has, he's been supported by industry for so long. He himself, the first 10 applications were rejected, but then he became, a legend. Today he has 1,400 patents, hundreds of patents bought by the industry, huge investments from industry. And then one of his mentees is an Indian called Dr. Samir Mitra Gotri. Again, he's graduated from there, moved to Harvard University, and he has his own lab. Great lab, drug discovery, very related to what we are in. And again, funding by pharma, funding by government, and a lot of returns back to the industry as well as government. The industry then does a lot of scholarships, both for citizens, residents, and even foreign students coming into the colleges. There is a lot of opportunities for students to take internship programs, especially summer internships, right from the school days, like school and later in the college. So those opportunities are very valuable for people to get hands-on experience. I do see that happening in India increasingly, but yeah, I think we can accelerate that. Something about accredited programs. There are boards which the academics participate with the industry, advisory boards, and get accreditations for each degree, not at a department level. Very valuable again, because then the curriculum is devised and tuned based on what industry needs. So very relevant in terms of revision of syllabi and curriculum. And then last but not the least, from industry perspective, a lot of free facilities for students, like software licenses from Microsoft or Adobe, these companies coming free through academic institutions licensing, very valuable for students. Now moving to what the academic institutes provide to the industry. So one is the ready pool, connecting back to Pooja's point. Are the students ready to be employed? So that's a big question, right? So this is where the academics invest in students. That what I have read or seen is about 30 to 50% of effort on soft skills. For example, basic presentation skills, a student's capability to present in a population of maybe 100 to 200 people or audience of that number. Are students coming out with that confidence and ability to convince a crowd and give them that idea and sell it? Very important investment from academics to make them ready for industry. Research, lots of drugs have been researched in academics, and even today it happens and goes into industry. Grants from, they get grants from industry and government and provide valuable results back to the government and industry at a fraction of a cost at academic centers versus an industry. One thing academics does is consultants. A lot of senior experienced academicians are consultants, like Meredith here is a consulting board member for Society for Clinical Data Management. She's been the pillar of good clinical data management practices, which is used by the entire globe on how data management is to be done. So she comes from academic background, amazing. And then I work with Raza and Meredith very closely with the CDM organization. And so just an example, how academics bring into the industry such value. Computational environments, again, given by academic centers into the university, in university setups for academic or industry use, very valuable again. In recent times with COVID, a lot of industry infrastructure, academic infrastructure has been used by research by the industry and government to do research on things like aerosol, etc. So summarizing, again, very strong symbiotic relationship. So it can be learned and implemented more in India.
Thanks, Arshad. And since you talked about Meredith first, I'm going to come to Meredith now. And Meredith, you worked across academia and research institutes in the US. And as Arshad was telling us, you're very closely involved with industry organizations. How much of industry collaboration is involved in not just what you do, but what your students do? And I'm going to go back to something that Arshad talked about, where he said, American industry gets a lot of endowments and funds and things like that. How do you maintain objectivity when you get such funding? I mean, and ensure that this is done for the larger industry good as opposed to, say, a specific industry good? or do you have a combination of both? Meredith, you're on mute.
Thanks.
Yeah, we
So,
can hear you now.
Yeah, there's really a little bit of both. My particular area of research is in data quality in healthcare and health-related research. In particular, working with extracting data out of electronic health records and pre-populating EDC databases. And so, some of that research is funded by federal entities, by the National Institutes of Health, or has been funded by FDA in the past in the US. And those really fund sort of the greater good. But I also work with collaborations and consortia of industry partners that come together, and they usually have very specific projects that they want to move forward. And so there, as an academic, I care about publishing and making generalizable knowledge out of it. So even if the project is for industry good for a particular consortium or a particular sponsor, there's the generalizable knowledge that the academic usually publishes. But the other important part is that when those projects are funded, students work on those projects. And so it's through those projects that students start to get experience that they can use in industry. For example, data coordinating center that's, working with a clinical trial network or something can give students the opportunity to build EDC databases and test them and deploy them and work with sites. And so it's through that industry funding that we have more projects that students can work on and get some of those skills.
And Meredith, just to clarify, I mean, these projects that students work on, is it over and above their coursework, or is this integrated into their coursework?
Yeah, so I used to run the first clinical research informatics master's and PhD in the United States. And our curriculum was a basic health or clinical informatics curriculum. And then we built on top of that a course in research information systems and a general course in clinical research informatics methods. And then on top of those was a practicum course where the students had to participate on 3 different projects and actually do work. They were either designing a data collection form or building an EDC system or working with sites to get data in. And so it in that program, it was in particular designed into the curriculum. And there were some students that were, it was a master's and a PhD. So there were some students that were very advanced already in their careers and had been in industry for years. They didn't so much need our practicum. They picked their own practicum from their own work. And then we helped them advance that. But then there were other students that wanted to change careers or were new and wanted a job in industry, and it was their first job. And for those students, they got tremendous benefit because it's really their first job experience working on those projects.
Thanks, Meredith. Reza, I know besides all the work that you do at Duke Clinical Research, you also actively engage with industry at various industry fora. And during these sessions, do you see a gap between what is being discussed at these events? I mean, Pooja earlier referred to trending topics and trending areas of interest that is not really covered in institutes. Do you see a gap between what is discussed, therefore, at these kind of events, what students are exposed to in universities, and what needs to be bridged?
Sure. Yes, I think there is a major gap between what is taught in the universities and basically what is practiced in clinical research industry. And I think that gap between academia and industry exists for every industry, but for some industries, much less than clinical research. For example, the students that study chemistry, they learn the basic knowledge of chemistry, and when they go and get employed in the relevant industry, they know the knowledge they need. The gap is to learn the company rules, regulations, processes, culture, but they know the main body of knowledge. For the clinical research, this is actually the gap is much wider, because not only the students need to learn those processes and culture, but also they need to learn the new body of knowledge and new competencies that probably never have been exposed in the university. So the gap is wide, and we definitely need to address this gap from both sides. From, as Meredith Ershad mentioned, it needs to be addressed from academic part and from industry side. So the first thing, and of course, when students are in master's degree, PhD, they have more opportunity to interact with industry, to learn and be more marketable, to move to industry. However, for the students that are in undergrad, studying either science or other majors, they came from high school to the university and they are start studying the fundamentals of whatever major they are studying. So they really don't know anything about clinical research. So to me, the first thing that needs to be there for academia to start closing the gap is to create the motivation for students. They need to be motivated and knowledgeable about clinical research. And to do that, part of that is to create and change the syllabus of the curriculums the way that, of course, they had a fundamental courses, but also advanced courses in clinical research. And from the industry side, needs to provide lots of workplace experiences for students while they are a student, including internship, including transfer of knowledge one way or another. So I think it definitely would help to close the gap in short term by creating a single course or courses that students can take as an optional to go through the entire life cycle of the clinical research. So they are familiar with the concept. And I think for long term, we need completely a good number of courses in university that a student can take as a minor in relationship to their major. So they really become accustomed to the entire clinical research body of knowledge and competencies. And courses that actually, the internship courses that get credit to work for with the industry. So there are lots of things that both sides can do to close this gap, because every year we see thousands and thousands of students coming out of the colleges and they need job. And we see so many vacancies in the industry, but it becomes so hard to match them together because industry look for those that they have some preparation to work, to start working, and that is not there. So there are lots of opportunities to close the gap, and it needs investment and energy resources from both sides to get together and close the gap.
Thanks, Reza. And I think that's a nice segue into, asking Ramanan a question, because Reza's referring to the gaps in knowledge and competencies. One of the ways which can be fulfilled is by exposing students earlier to internship experiences and experiences within the industry. But given that clinical research is guided so much by data privacy, Ramanan, how open is the industry in general to internship programs, and how are we able to kind of circumvent this and build internship programs that are really exciting and a true learning experience for students?
Yeah, thank you, Melissa. That's an excellent question and very applicable one for the industry and the students coming out. So the privacy laws that we follow, like whether it is GDPR or HIPAA or any such regulations, are the guidelines that we should be following in the industry. But in nowhere it says that we should not be bringing on interns and bringing in the fresh talent into the industry by training them and etc. We are open to bring the industry, as an industry, bring the interns and train them on the the basics and the operating procedures that we should be following in the day-to-day work. So most of it is common sense, and most of it is the process that we follow and process that needs to be followed by every job role that we bring on board. So we are absolutely having no limitation there, but when the fresh talent comes into the industry, they need to have the patience to learn the processes that needs to be followed. They need to apply the common sense, and they have to have the learning attitude. As they are doing in the institutions today, they should continue to learn even after coming into the industry. Those are some of the basic things. So my suggestions to the students who are graduating and who are in the current pre and final years, they should focus more right now to learn the basics of their educational streams. If they are in the computer science, they need to learn the basics of that. And towards the final year, they can apply for internships and get an opportunity to work with us in the industry. But what makes one successful in the industry is their attitude and following the passion and being innovative thinkers, and displaying integrity and hunger to learn.
Is it just me losing Ramanan, or is everyone else also losing?
No, we can hear him. We can hear him.
We can hear him, Lisa.
Okay. Thank you. So these are the basic qualities that we look. We look at the individuals, like our panel speakers have pointed out. The soft skills are the key here, and the foundations in the specialization that they have taken are they have to be strong. Once the foundation is there, we can build and mold these young talent into the way that industry needs. So that's my input on the openness to accept the interns and trainees into the industry.
Okay, thanks, Ramanan. And Pooja, I'm going to ask you this question because, again, we're talking of gaps over here and how do we create a fulfilling internship experience for students. I don't know how much IQVIA does in terms of offering internships, but in the event that we don't offer internships, but I know that we do some schools, internship kind of schools experience when students join. Perhaps you can talk about some ways that one can circumvent this if data privacy is an issue, and how do you bring students on board and still expose them to that learning before they actually start on the job?
Yeah, sure, Melissa. So I think one of the key things that all industry experts should do is to invest in academia, right? So one of the things that we have done in IQVIA is we hire candidates and we see that there is a certain amount of skill gap, right? So we look at training them on those specific skills. Like, for example, if there is if there is a data management demand that we're looking at, and we are seeing that the candidates that we are meeting, there is they fit into the role 80%, right? So we look at providing specific training to the students so that, in 4 weeks or 6 weeks of this training, they are ready to go live. So not only data management, so industry experts can start investing in these kind of schools in data management, lifecycle safety, or in BIOS or AIML, right? Because like what Reza was saying and Meredith was saying, there is definitely a skill gap, and it's important for industries like ours in order to collaborate with academia to see how we can bridge that gap. That could be, in-house training that we can provide, or academia can look at customizing certain curriculum. But it's important for both industry as well as academia to have a strategy and development development pool so that we can look at bridging this gap and making the students ready to go live. So that is some of the things that we can do in order to bridge this gap.
Thanks, Pooja. And continuing on that industry story for a bit before I go back to Meredith and Reza. Arshad, I mean, now that you've seen what you've seen in the US and you've lived through the India experience, where do you see the gaps in India and what do you think we need to do to fill those gaps, besides some of what you've already covered?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I tried to cover main points in that. I think the thing is we need to devise collaboration models to help bringing in academia and industry together. We need to have clear investments in time, money, and energy from both sides. It's obviously not one side needs to do. Both sides will have to come in and do. We'll have to have concrete programs, well-defined processes to let students and final year students to get into internship programs. Not only final year, it could start earlier in the school as well. Like even right from the first year school, they could go into internship programs in summers and learn about industry, what's happening. It could be a very light internship program, but that gives a huge insight to the students. What is the need in the industry? What is the industry looking for? Because typically what happens is they are fully focused on education for 4 years, 3 years, whatever the course is, and then they look out, oh, this is what industry looks like. So if an internship program exists, they will get a view or preview of what is in store for them. So funding of these programs, scholarships, chairs, and it could be potentially a collaboration engine which provides this information and transparently provides this information. Students could come in and create. There could be something as a need of some creative engine. Could be an industry academy, portal or something like that as an opportunity in India. Again, another thing which Ramanan talked about, strengthening the intellectual property and data privacy and security aspects. So need to tell students, because as let's say you get into an internship program and you learn something about an industry, a company, that needs to be staying private and very secure with you. So that understanding and approach to learning from experiences in industry and keeping that IP protection and data privacy very, very secure. So some of the elements that students can learn are relevant to getting them job ready at the end of their graduation or post-graduation.
Thanks, Arshad. Meredith, I'm going to come to you and ask you two questions. What do you want more of from industry, having worked with industry for so long? That's one question. And second really is, I mean, this is a challenge perhaps more so in India than in the US, because like we said, collaborations are still at a much lower level. But one of the challenges that we have here is how do we ensure that faculty in academic institutes are also updated with the knowledge base that is required to make students marketable? Because there's not that much of industry collaboration, they may not have that exposure. So what would you recommend really from that perspective?
Yeah, so in the US, what makes a big difference are internships and projects at the academic institution, because both are opportunities for students to be involved with real work that's like what normally goes on in industry for a clinical study. And so I think more of would be both projects and internship opportunities. I think the other thing that would help is, in our degree program, though it was master's and PhD in clinical research informatics, it was a very specific curriculum. It was specifically driven for people who collect and use data and manage data in clinical studies. And so I think the more those curriculum are customized for what industry needs, and the more involved industry becomes on advisory boards for degree programs to set out the competencies. When we did our program, we used SCDM's competencies, and that's how I got really involved in managing the competency set for the certification exam. We used those for our degree program and made sure that we met them. And so having industry influence those in a different way. Right now those are developed from responses to surveys for a job analysis at the annual SCDM meetings. But another perspective is quite valid and needed, which is, what skills do industry practitioners need of students coming in, and how should those impact the curriculum? What's the most important for folks starting a new position?
Great. I think that's a great point in terms of, going back to what Reza said about syllabus and how do we ensure that that syllabus incorporates, the industry element or comes or is born out of industry interaction. I think that's extremely important. Perhaps we'll go to a few questions that are coming in, and then, we'll go back to our session. And maybe Reza and Meredith, again, you both can address this. How is academia research different from industry research? And what makes industry, I don't know, I mean, this is an assumption, you can disprove it, but what makes industry a better place to grow as an individual personality in research?
Yeah, so I do think the two tend to be different. When I work with folks from industry on a project, they have a specific corporate need that they're trying to meet. Whether it's get more sites up that can source data directly from the EHR, or whether it's improve the technology for doing that, or whatever. They have a very specific need that they're trying to improve and advance. Academic research is a little different. In academia, we generally want to know what's the best way to do something. And so we tend to do more broader research that's not as specific to a particular corporate need. So for example, again, for EHR to EDC, our industry partners have specific projects and want to get sites up and want to move specific technology forward. Whereas as a researcher, I want to understand which workflows on the user interface are going to work better for study coordinators. And I want to understand barriers to implementation at clinical research sites across the globe, and privacy barriers and other barriers in different countries. So it's a more sort of general approach to what's the best methodology for doing something, rather than getting a specific technology working well for an industry sponsor or for an industry study. Academics do both. I work on both sides of that. And for me, one of them, they enrich each other. It's like a yin yang. You stay grounded in what the real problems are by hanging out with industry. And by hanging out with academia, you understand the underlying science for why a solution is a better solution for a particular problem, or why something works better. So I've always worked between them with one foot in both camps for that reason, to stay grounded in both the science and the practical problems at the same time.
Reza, would you like to add anything more to what Meredith has said?
No, I think she said it perfectly. In academia, the research is such that is more in general nature, and try to address issues that can improve the practice in general, and basically through either sharing the knowledge, publishing the papers, transfer this type of result of the research to the industry. And the industry, as Meredith said, is more probably specific for a specific problem that they trying to address. And it could be very much very local for a specific company, that not necessarily applicable across the industry. But majority of the academic research could be applicable to entire industry, not specific to a company.
Thanks, Reza. And Raman and Pooja, Arshad, any of you can answer this, but I think there are quite a few questions coming on what are the skills required for someone when they enter the industry, for a student entering the industry. I know we talked about technical skills and what needs to be done to bridge that gap, but Pooja earlier also alluded to the softer skills that we find lacking in students. And perhaps we're building on one at the cost of the other. So really, what do we expect from students when they come in?
Mm-hmm. Maybe I can start, and Pooja and Raman, please do add. For me, when I hired interns, I hired tons of interns, to get people and volumes in the organization, and then train them and then select the best out of it. Where works both for students as well as for us. So the first thing I look for is the basics, as Ramanan was saying, very basics. We had MSc biotechs coming out and cannot define what an RNA is. So basics, very important. Get the basics right, understand your basics, do not fly high. Very basics are important. And then number 2 is the soft skills. Ability to basic speak, ability to present, ability to write. So very, very basic stuff. If you are able to do that. And number 3 is knowing the company that you're going to talk about. Let's say you're coming to IQVIA or Covance for an interview. At least look at the website, understand what they're doing, what are they looking for, what do they work for, get to know what they're doing, and then go for the interview. So very important. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to add to that, right? And I think, Arshad, you definitely covered it. So like what Arshad said, it's not limited to the technical exposure. And I meet so many, very strong, academically strong students. And like what Arshad said, they just are not able to speak, right? So that's where, you need to upskill yourself, invest in making yourself industry ready, which means that, how are you upgrading your skills from a communication standpoint? And all the organizations that you're going to be working with will be will require you to be speaking to people across the globe, right? So how are you able to speak to them? How are you able to collaborate with them, right? When we do a brainstorming or a group discussion, right? Even with a basic topic, I've seen students where they're unable to speak about what's going on in the market or what's going on in the industry, right? So that's where communication skills, ability to collaborate, and also, analytical and problem solving skills. These are some of the skills which are absolutely required, and not only in this industry, right? For you to be job ready, like what Reza said, there are a lot of jobs and there are a lot of students, but the gap in terms of hiring these people is because of these soft skills, right? So there are times that technically they're very good, but because of their inability to speak, communicate, articulate, we are not able to absorb them and give them some kind of in-house training. So that's where I'm urging all the students to not only learn and score marks just for the sake of it, but also to learn so that they can be enriched and also invest in some of these soft skills.
Yep. Thank you, Pooja. So following on that topic, so the other important trait that we look for is the continuous learning attitude. Even after your educational institutes that you leave, you join into the industry, there has to be always level of learning that needs to be kept. And that's something that we keenly look for. Integrity and ethics and other things are also important as we deal with many new novel therapeutics or treatments that are coming into the market. So there are intellectual property involved, there are data privacy and protection laws involved. So many of such things are based on the integrity. So we would always look for people to report the incidents that happen, people to be open about what is happening around them. Be careful about when you deal with certain sensitive information. Thank you.
Melissa, you're on mute. We are not able to hear you.
There was a train passing by, so I had to mute my line. Reza and Meredith, I'm going to go to this closing question. This last question before we go to closing comments. But this has come from, I guess, somebody who's doing their master's and says doing academic research versus doing industry research at the master's stage is like chalk and cheese because they're very, very different. And this person asks whether they should get into the industry after a master's or get into a PhD. What would you recommend in terms of more exposure? And I guess this is also coming from what happens in India really, and the Indian environment, which may not, as we said, there's not a lot, unless you get into a pure science institute, you may not have that many opportunities to do a lot of research. And whether industry encourages any kind of research, barring a few, I think is also a bit of a challenge. So that's the question that they have. And specific
Yeah,
question is, sorry, is it easier, more advisable to move towards the industry after master's or after a PhD?
I can start. I think this is, to me personally, this is not the question of is PhD is the right or research in industry is the right thing, but is what the person goal in life is. So if someone really sees him or herself as a living in academia, the best course for them is to pursue for PhD. And if someone sees that moving forward, we want to be part of industry, moves to industry, because you cannot just look at the two level of research and say, okay, is this research better or that research better? It's not really a comparison. It's where the person needs to be in life to select which way to go. But Meredith.
Yeah, thanks, Reza. So, if you want to run someone else's research and do a great job doing that, get a master's and get into industry. If you want to run your own research and be the one that designs the research and is responsible for the science that's going on in the research, then you have to have a PhD in order to do that. So they're very different career trajectories. But after saying that, I will say that a lot of people get a PhD and then still decide they want to work in industry. So, you can always go back. If you get a PhD, there are an awful lot of people doing that and working in industry quite successfully in leadership roles.
Yeah, so to add to that, there's one point that came to me. Can I go ahead, Melissa?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so if you are in a statistics field, right? So if that is something that PhD is something that you can pursue, and if you are passionate about it, please go after that. And we need a lot of PhD statisticians in the industry. If you are in other streams, it is depending on what's your interest and passion, right? If you're passionate about research and you want to go after a certain topic that is unexplored, please go after that. And if you're trying to go after the PhD and looking for money together, and that's a different question, right? So if you want to come into the industry, you have to think about coming to the industry after master's, and don't keep this dilemma. Follow your passion. You can always go to the PhD and still be in touch with the industry and come to the full-time later.
Thank you. And on that note, I'm going to ask each of you to give me your closing comments on what is the one thing you would like to change in the collaboration models that we currently have between industry and academia. And do you think, I started with the pandemic, so I'm going to go back to the pandemic. Has anything changed in the way industry and academia today collaborate? So we'll start with maybe Arshad.
Sure. Very quickly. So I would say continue to develop collaboration programs, publicize them, run them, and demonstrate the mutual benefits. Everybody has worked remotely, and industry has realized, and I'm sure academics have realized, that you can work from home, you can learn from home, and it's all possible. Thank you.
Pooja?
Yeah, I think for the industries to collaborate with academia is extremely important because it forms a huge channel of talent fulfillment. And again, what the pandemic has taught us is everything can be virtual. We have about 40 interns interning with us, and all their trainings that we are currently providing, everything is virtual. So I think it's important for both academia and industry to come together so that they can provide a talent solution which will benefit the students as well as the industry, because there are a lot of demand for these smart people that the academia is providing. But it's all about customizing the curriculum, bridging the gap, making sure that they have both technical and soft skills which will enable them in order to start the job and reduce the learning curve, right? So I think those are some of the things that we can do both from academia standpoint and from an industry standpoint.
Meredith?
Yeah, so one thing that I would like to see more of is a little project that SCDM has been working on recently, which is launching the new journal of the Society for Clinical Data Management. And before in the academic literature, there wasn't a really good place to publish papers about data management advances that had been made, either in industry or academia. And so we're very happy about the journal, and the purpose of the journal is specifically to encourage publications that are of interest to practitioners, that are directly applicable to people in industry managing data for studies every day. And so we'd like to encourage everyone to publish, to enrich the journal and to enrich their careers and to enrich the amount of scientific information available that's coming out of industry for industry.
Reza?
Yes, I think as we discussed, the gap between the industry and academia is very large, and we definitely need to address that. But I would say that we need to start with a short-term achievement. And to me, the short-term achievement should start from academia. Academia needs to create at least a course that make the students familiarized with the clinical research. And it doesn't need to be taught by current professors in the university. We have tons of subject matter experts in industry can teach these courses in university. So I would say start with there. Once you get your students knowledgeable and motivated about the industry, then look for the opportunities to send them to the industry for internship. This is short term, we can achieve that. And then for long term, of course, we need much more larger collaboration between the two.
I like what you said, because at a personal level, like I said, I teach, and I teach only because the Institute encourages industry to come in and kind of share their knowledge and experience with students. And I know we're doing something like that at IQVIA with a few institutes as well now. So I think it's a great, great opportunity for industry. Ramanan?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. So this is the time I think we have seen and we have heard and we are experiencing the gap. I think this is the time that we need to act, and sooner than later to bridge the gap, work together with the academia, and we are here to do whatever we can to work with the institutions to bridge the gap.
Thank you all. I think that's been a great, even for me, it's been so informative and insightful. And if I were to conclude, I think there's tremendous opportunities for the academia and industry to collaborate more so now during the pandemic, when the entire world is our stage really, and there's greater opportunities for starting off from developing a collaborative model to kind of ensuring that we work together on syllabus, work together on faculty, look beyond just training of technical skills, but bring in soft skills, look at how industry can get more engaged through whether it's endowments, whether it's funding, whether it's giving licenses to students, the kind of technology transfer that has to happen between industry and academia. And also, as Meredith talked about publishing, which I think is very important and which students can contribute to, I think, in great ways. But I think there's tremendous opportunities. There's lots that can be done. And I hope VIT will also take some of these learnings from today and incorporate it, because I think that's a great start if we can demonstrate that. So thank you so much. And to our panelists, thank you again. Thanks to the organizers and all who've been listening in.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Take care. Have a good
thank you,
evening
panelists.
and good day.
Thank you to Debu as well.
Thank you very much. I think Anil Kumar, sir, if you're there.
I'm here. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Please.
Yeah. Yes. So, dear panelists, you did a wonderful job. This has been a subject of great importance and relevance in today's world, and especially in the context in Indian context, where there is a dearth of relation between the industry and the academia. But the university syllabi is being tuned to to the level of excellence with respect to the academics, and industry, how to go about it. And our panelist has discussed at length from various perspectives, various dimensions of the issue. And to summarize that, from my perspective, it is from the end of the university and also from the end of the industry, how to be compatible with respect to the present context. And several of the panelists, I think almost all of the panelists said, the academia, the syllabi should be attuned to the necessity, the industrial needs. This is one point that has come up, and how to go about it. And there have been suggestions include the industry people into framing into the academies or the boards designing the syllabus. This is one of the ways that could be done, so that they will tell us what is the necessity of what is their necessity, what is their need, and how the students should be trained so that they become more employable and to satiate the needs of the industry. I mean, this would be not only from the perspective of employability or getting jobs for the students, but also with respect to the development of resources, the national resources at national and international levels, societal needs. So these were the major things, and I think from the Arshad Mohammed, Mr. Arshad Mohammed, he made a very important thing for how the response should be from the industry. He said about the funding from the industry. This is also something which could be seriously thought of from the industry end, so that they can offer some of the courses, and the students could be trained so that they could be molded, they could be groomed into the industry to meet with the industrial needs. And the other suggestions, of course, the students' exposure, as Pooja Kumar said, students' exposure to that is what is lacking. We should admit that we are from the academia, but that is lacking, and we need to understand the necessity of giving proper exposure to the students. And with respect to Zoses, her wide experience in the US, where that's a pioneering country where the students are being trained for industrial needs, and she has been explaining how the students' project, involvement of the students in the project, which has an industrial link, will certainly help that. This is a very wonderful point, which probably we can adopt. This is what I feel. And the course integration to the syllabus, and subsequently getting trained with the internship. Then Risa Rustami was talking about the great gap between the university syllabus, even though we are training them very well, but we are not grooming them properly to match with the industrial needs. And he has been pointing out that. And Ramanan was about talking about the industry laws, the IPR and all these things. Students should be encouraged to learn that, and also to start with, and soft skills, of course, the importance of soft skills in getting them ready for industrial needs. And we can start with the base. Of course, everybody stressed upon the basics, the importance of the basics on the one hand, and subsequently translating and transferring them to the industrial needs. So this has been, I think these have been the points that have been raised by the panelists. I thank, on behalf of VIT, I thank all of you for the excellent discussion and the excellent points that have been churned out of the discussion. And we can certainly, we have noted all these points, and probably we should be able to incorporate these points in designing the syllabus in future, and implement the same. Thank you once again. And for Melissa, you did an excellent job in coordinating the entire discussion. Yes, it was very spontaneous. I appreciate that. And all the other panelists, we certainly thank you for your help, your advices. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. James.
Thank you, and enjoy your weekend, the rest of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Joel. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Anil Kumar Gopinathan, sir. Thank you for the way how you compiled everything together. And I'm also very much thankful to the panel members. And it was really an amazing job which was carried out by all of you all. And I'm getting a lot of feedback. Maybe later on, I might be able to share the feedback with all of you all. So that you will get to know how what are the questions the students have posted. And in fact, there are a lot of other questions which are posted, in fact. So I'll compile all the questions, and maybe I can mail it to you. So you can answer whenever you get time. That would be of help. Yes.
And we need to, we need to document all those questions and answers, I think. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, panel members. Now we have come to the end of the last session as well. So there is the next part is announcing the oral and poster presentation results. So now I request Dr. Mohana Srinivasan, who is the co-convener, one of the VIT's co-convener, to announce the oral and poster presentation results. Over to you, Mohan sir.
Very good evening to one and all present here. At the outset, I would like to thank all the resource person, panelists, industry experts, and participants. And I hope all of you have enjoyed all the sessions of the Day of Clinical Research. In view of INCRES 2020, we have conducted the oral and poster sessions presented by the researchers from industry and academic institutions as well. The presentations were evaluated by the panel of experts, and I'm happy to announce the results of the poster and oral presentation. First of all, the poster sessions. The third place goes to Mr. Ashir K, College of Agriculture, Vellore. And another person, there are two candidates have shared the same marks. They got the same marks. So third place will be shared by two people. And one is Mr. Ashir K from College of Agriculture, Vellore. And second one is the third place. Third place is to Miss Ankita Agarwal of Amity University, Jharkhand. And with respect to the second place for the poster session, Miss Sulakna Mati, Panaswara Manali College Autonomous. And the first place goes to Aindrilla Gupta, Institute of Postgraduate Medical Education and Research. So this is all about the poster session. Next, we will move on to the oral presentation results. Third place again in the oral presentation also. The third place will be shared by two people because they got the same marks. One is Mr. Naveen Gurupatam J from MEPCO College of Engineering, Sivagasi, and Ms. Spruti, Research Scholar, CBST VIT. And the second place goes to, in the oral presentation, the second place goes to Mr. Nilay Solanki, Ramanbhai Patel College of Pharmacy, Changa. And the first place, again, it goes to Ramanbhai Patel College of Pharmacy, Changa. Mr. Patel Swayam Prakash Kanitilal got the first place in the oral presentation. So at the outset, I would like to congratulate all the prize winners and most importantly, the participants. And also, I would like to take this opportunity for all the evaluators. I would like to thank the evaluators for taking their time for the critical evaluation. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yes. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And now we are coming to the end of the session. And now I request Dr. Ramanathan, who is the co-convener, to give the closing remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Jebus. Very good evening to all of you, and good morning also, wherever you are. Hi, it's my privilege to deliver the concluding remarks on behalf of the team INCRES 2020. At the outset, I express our heartfelt thanks to our top management, beloved Chancellor, Vice President, Assistant Vice President, Vice Chancellor, and Pro Vice Chancellor for their constant and continuous support in all our endeavors. I also thank our Registrar and Dean SBST for their motivation and support whenever and wherever possible. We had a very good and informative session from the morning. Say like 2 inspiring keynote addresses. One is Evolving Landscape of Healthcare Industry by Ms. Anita Tripathi. And the second one is Must Have Skills of Tomorrow by Mr. Jinu Josh. Then 3 informative panel discussions. One is about clinical trials, past, present, and future. The second one is about a day of clinical research professional, a quick glance. And finally, the bringing the industry closer to academia, a roadmap. Now, additionally, we have 3 fantastic presentations. One is about data management to data science, all you need to know by Mr. A.V. Prabhakar, and the world of analytics, a closer look by Mr. Sunil Talati. So I take this opportunity to express our sincere thanks to the keynote speakers, all the panelists, and the industry experts for their very inspiring speech, insightful deliberations, and lectures. Word fails to express my great deal of gratitude to all the chairpersons, Dr. G. Anil Kumar sir, Dr. Krishnan, Dr. Shanti, Dr. Everett Jacob Remington, Dr. A. Anand, Dr. Sudendra Das, Dr. Kavita Tirumurugan, and Dr. Shiva. In spite of the tight schedule, they responded positively to our invitation and they supported throughout the event for the successful conduct of all the panel session. We profusely thank all of them for having made the program a grand success. And of course, teamwork, divide the task and multiples the success. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team which is headed by our Dean SPST and convener Dr. Jebas Osman and the faculty organizer, who have been working beyond their comfort zone for making this event a grand success. I thank each and everyone. We have an excellent response from the participants. A total of 915 participants from, including 10 international participants from 269 colleges, different colleges. So at this juncture, I thank all the participants for their excellent support and cooperation. We are sure that the complete day would be very productive and informative to each and everyone. I also place my sincere thanks to Mr. Gopi and the CTS team of VIT for providing an excellent network facility and the computational resources. This event would not have been successful without the volunteers and the students in the organizing team. Thank you so much, all the organizing members, for your tireless efforts. Last but not the least, I thank all my dear colleagues for their fullest cooperation for making the entire program a great and grand success. With these words, I request Dr. Jebas Osman, the convener of this INCRES 2020, to officially close this meeting. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramanathan, sir. I would like to bring few names to your notice. The first one is Mr. Debu Moni Barua. Without his help, it is not possible at all to bring everybody to in this wonderful platform. And it was a wonderful day of clinical research, which I hope everybody would have really enjoyed. And in fact, we've got wonderful feedback, so which means that it was an absolutely wonderful day. And Yes, along with Mr. Debu Modi Barua, I would also like to extend my thanks to the co-conveners from the industry, Mr. Dinesh, Mr. Wasim, and Mr. Satish, and also Abhijit, who has been our alumni as well, and he has been instrumental, the alumni guy, Abhijit Ashu. He was instrumental in bridging VIT with Debu, or in fact, from IQVIA. So I would really thank all the co-conveners as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Debu. You're here at this time. Thank you. And with these few words, I officially close this INCRES 2020. Thank you very much. Hope to see you all in the next year's INCRES 2021. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye. For the participants, the certificate will be mailed to you on 15th of this month, on or before 15th of this month. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all. Thank you. I'm closing the session.